not wrong. He did a minute on Waymo jokes, and half these motherfuckers don't even know what Waymo is. I would expect you to have way more jokes than that one.
Brandon, how long have you been with stand-up?
6 years and change.
6 years and change. Where were you from?
Long Island, for 5 years. Moved out here about a year ago. Got on last October. So game show host. Shout out. They do survey style games and wheel word puzzle style games. The last time I was on, I said what. Were directly based on those guys. So, company team building exercises and then a lot of bachelorette parties and people at night just hanging out. It's a fun thing.
What's the craziest thing that's ever happened at one of these tapings?
I was producing for a game and someone threw a mostly full beer can at the person that was hosting. And then that baller was like, "Nah, we're going to keep going. We're not kicking them out. We're not ruining this person's birthday." That was pretty ridiculous. A lot of people make their name tags. You got to have like a fake pretend game show name. Racial slur? No, the other ones. Just change it. Yeah, the regular ones. N-word doesn't mean neighbor. No, we really had to start screening people for N-word specifically.
About that. Did I laugh too?
Are you really?
That you don't have to end with this suggestion. You could. Your ass. Now these are just professional suggestions, but I want to thank you. He's on tour. I don't want to give away what his closer might be. Tickets are Rothschild.com. Pretty sure you can watch him pull a ferret out of his ass. I'm like, Adam Sandler's calling. I don't know what's up.
No, you can do it.
Oh, you can do it. Okay. Brandon, what do you do? Tell us something crazy about your life or something. You're in the interview part of Kill Tony. You had some time to think about it.
I love anime. I love Transformers. I got a little Autobot.
Whoa. Okay.
I play Smash Brothers for money. Wow. It's fun. Yeah. A lot of women.
Smash Brothers.
This weekend, I'm sorry, it was just the best comedy thing I was a part of in a long time. It's cool.
You're a pro. You've got the great technique, great mic technique. I think you should dress up. I'm not saying bullfighter for you necessarily. Think, I agree.
But down,
yeah.
I appreciate that. Right? We're real pro, man.
You got great. Yeah, that's like a free T-shirt that you got from a Green Lawn Family Restaurant.
They don't sell these. I had to ask for this from my favorite diner before I moved out of New York.
You are the shout-out king, and I tell you that.
It is. If they see one extra customer from this, I wouldn't be very surprised.
No, it's just wearing something that gives you an This community, that flexibility of everyone, lots of Brandon, you get a big jump up last time you were. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you anywhere. It's easy to get started. You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed provider, typically within 48 hours. Talkspace makes getting help convenient. You can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home, and you can even by sending text messages to your therapist. Get therapy and medication like other telehealth companies. Psychiatry is available through Talkspace, so you can get the medication you need to supplement your talk therapy if needed. Talkspace makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. Allows most insured members have $0 copay. Great, man.
Wow, that was amazing, Tony. I love Talkspace. I think they're providing the best mental health treatment out there. Therapy has definitely helped me in moments of transformation.
You have been transforming. That is incredible, Red Man. And as a listener of this podcast, you'll get $80 off your first month with Talkspace. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPAC. Excitement this season on Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. The Prize Picks experience. So fun and simple. You know, I'm stoked about football season, which is why I'm picking picks. It's good to be right. And here we go. We're playing with fire, pure momentum as we come into bucket hole number 2. We're going to keep it moving right along. This is a minute uninterrupted.
Birkin bag.
Fell, ladies and gentlemen. Fans of playing the crowd tonight. Yeah, I like a little bit of having trouble getting to sleep. So you tap her, and before she can answer, you're right. Hey. I also have a. Okay, ladies.
I love the
If you're in bed with your man, he's falling asleep, but you're awake. You can just lean over to the side table, open the drawer, grab something after, tap him on the shoulder, and say, "Are you awake?" And before he answers, you're already inside of him. Special kind of. I just want to say, I don't think a fair wants to go in your best. First of all, that's one. Two, I don't know if rape jokes are quite back yet, but it's an interesting area that could be opening soon. And you're there early, that's all I'm saying. Very early. You have arrived early indeed today. There's, he looks like the first century. Was that old cut our attention? Like that. looks like how long you been doing that for?
And how did he relate to his Jewish environment? The first goes without saying, but the next generation will specifically recall the particular, and I am going to say that certainly we should recall that the New Testament, that is the Christian scriptures, are quite different from the so-called Old Testament.
Are you ever translated?
I did have
A couple
hundreds
of years. And
What was that for? Where were they taking?
and it was self-fulfilling. You're all
I think you got
inspired by
an
God
area
and
you chose that you
specific
can use
author
on your own way.
created
There
a
instead
particular
of
time,
the way
place,
putting something
context.
on the man's great
Now
jokes
it's different.
now.
We have
Because
a tremendous amount of conversation with by a very small group of authors on a very specific single
The audience
topic in
responded
one particular
appropriately.
place.
Yeah.
Concentration. Or the same from the things that Jesus in the full gospel, of course, lots of material gospels, others apparent contradictions between them, and so for hundreds of years there have been attempts to try and create a single gospel free.
Where were they taking this thing? I can't get it off my mind. Is there a link translated? Yes, I assume. A link
So
translated?
lots of attempts have been made
She quit. So I can get the whole story.
and
One of my
all
movies just make a
substance extracted excerpts as you can see literally from the gospel.
like from the knee down.
Here's what he
how
actually
big
did.
the leg
He
was.
actually took out waves
Is there a
and
thigh
edited
involved?
out those
I don't want to make Donnell hungry over here.
redundant or perhaps nonsensical because he didn't like the language of it. And he tried to create a human biography by removing off the excess material and by combining the gospels to create one kind of
No, your rape
coherent
jokes
story.
are completely insane.
I do not recommend
Jokes.
Christian scripture.
Songs to you. Right.
Rest of which are the letters of Paul that Christian.
Do you have a song about your that you'd like to do right now?
Probably very charitable review of Jews and by extension of Christians. Very helpful to flesh out some of the national material from
Just do it.
non-canonical
Man,
texts,
don't play
like
with them.
the
Let them
Gospels
die
and
out.
Psalms and Mary here that are discovered elsewhere.
Do you guys
These are, for
remember?
example, like the
Just sing
not to
the
be
fucking
text
song.
that
You and
was
these
not
questions.
included
My
in the
God.
Christian
Tina, this
canon
one's for you.
Look at this athleticism.
Here's a little joke. Congratulations, you got pulled out of the bucket. You were the second bucket. I want to do something fun right now. Donnell had an amazing opener with now. We had some drinks together, and all of us were listening to music, having a good old time. This guy, a little bit of stage time, makes so much for the Kill Tony debut of Adrian Washington.
Distance and
I come from a big family. I got like 40 nieces and nephews that I know from, right?
this
One of my
is
sisters
what
called me
we
one day,
have
said,
as
hey, late, you swing by the
I
school,
know I'm
pick the
talking
kids
about
up
it
for me.
slowly
I said,
because
yes,
it's not, inspired word of God in one form or another. The
that is
assessment
a very good question, sir. I got them outside the phone call.
Christians
Because I'm like,
depends a
there's no
lot
way I
on
can tell this
how
man
you
here to pick up
approach
Fat
those
Daddy and
things.
Bug.
If we boil down
I tell them I'm being a Fat Daddy and Bug, they don't care. I walked outside and my sister said, hey, who are these niggas that I'm looking for?
somewhere between 60
And another time I was coming off the road and my wife called me, she said, hey, what you want to take out for dinner? I said, the tits. Just like that. Twice. I heard my daughter say, oh, damn. True story. My wife said, you don't speak for us. You ain't speaking for material, right? But as a parent, you got to try to fix it. So I was like, hey, she's like, yeah. Man, all I have this job, like, hey, this is like, I said, one day. Not very much. Around the world with his own stuff, man. That looks like my hand is burning. Get some lotion. Hey, do you have any lotion? Rob Schneider.
And finally,
Here's the
he
good
was
part. If
crucified
that
by the
blows up, I'll
Romans.
just take that seat. You're on this one.
Check in with our chief ferret correspondent.
Now you're from Minnesota.
I'm originally from Mississippi, but Minnesota's been home for
Minnesota.
Yeah.
It's changed so much in the immigration. I mean,
Understand.
Minneapolis has so many Haitians now. It doesn't even resemble Somali anymore.
What's his relationship to the Torah and the Judaism? What was his relationship to the
They are. You hang out with any of the Asian
They are
That's
considering
recalled that
So what's going on in life there, Adrian Washington?
everybody's like, is it weird not having your kids home? Fuck no, I don't fuck with my kids like that.
He would have spoken
Kids think we
Aramaic,
need
perhaps a little bit of model of a prophet. The holy man
They're all out of the
came
house.
with
All out of the house. But my daughter lives a little too
from
close.
God
She
and
thinks
was
she just
sending
swing
a
by
message
anytime.
because
I'm like, get a
otherwise
key.
God would get involved.
I gotta call you before I come to your house. You
God
just
speaks
swing
to
over anytime.
Jonah and says,
My
get
wife's
thee
super dope. I'm
to
just made
Nineveh, Babylonia. Those people that they know be destroyed.
fucking dog who changed my life 5
Stay
years
there.
ago.
That's
So
fast. Athens, on the other hand, has much of a model of who is a philosopher. It's Socrates or Plato or Aristotle. From the world that contemplates the forms, not necessarily engage in
where I
the world.
lived, there wasn't
Does
comedy,
not
so I
come with
started
a
comedy
burning
where I lived.
message that God
I
wants
started my own
people
company.
to
That's actually
behave
how I met
differently.
Donnell and
A lot of things
to
that
come there.
change
I
as
met
the
Red family. 9
authors
years
of the
ago. I
text
was gonna post the form at the club.
Testament
Bro,
furthermore
interesting.
exactly is writing this, and you may have a specific agenda that
How
is
did you find more of your work?
Especially when he made Adrian and made Adrian W. There's some other nigga who just wanted to be funny, man. Adrian.
Great stuff. CMT has been sponsored by Taco. Anywhere we're going is we're going good business. Find your perfect beverage. Go with this. The leaves start changing up again. Season here. Looking around the office. We're just meeting up for a casual hang. It's great. Dress up down the office. Taco's offers a wide selection of men's and women's apparel, bags, and fine leather goods. Taco's heritage made cowboy boots are crafted in over 200 steps by hand in Ayala, Mexico. From the first stitch to the final leatherwood peg, Taco's boots are made in over 200 steps by hand.
that says that before you I say the blessing over bread, wash your hands and get your especially why that is so.
Now get 10% off at tacocas.com/GoTony when you sign up for email Tony. Tacocas.com/GoTony. These are your details. Tacocas.
Next one we go. A very small measure of water, and he insists on keeping some of that water aside in order to fulfill this particular commandment of the rabbis, because he respects rabbinic authority. Are you submit to it or do you not?
Your next bucket full,
some
ladies and
answer
gentlemen.
that
Back to
Jesus
the bucket we go. Make some noise for
suggests that he
Jose.
is Sabbath is made from that, the Sabbath, things like that. On the other hand, there are passages like that not to abolish
I'm
the
pretty
law,
happy,
but
even
to
though,
put
yeah,
it.
even though
By
I
the
don't
way,
look too
the
happy,
law is
I'm
what I
pretty
tend
fucking happy, yeah.
Greek to translate
Yeah,
Torah.
I've
Of
been dating
course,
a lot
in Hebrew
lately,
context,
you know?
Torah
I've been dating a lot of
which
Latinas,
means the
you
teaching
know?
of the
You guys
word.
talking
It
Latinas?
is much larger than the law.
Yeah, I date Latinas only, not because I'm a traditional Mexican. I just like the way their mustache tickles my mustache when we kiss. That shit's dope as fuck. You feel me? No?
The law is a
Just me? Oh, yeah, you feel me? Fuck yeah. No, yeah, fucking everybody's got all
so
really
there
good,
is
you feel me?
Jesus.
Yeah. Of course, I stopped telling that joke, but it's not my kids who are fucking.
In the sense
Yeah,
that,
he's leaving marks.
siblings are heading down higher self
Oh,
with our inner
yeah.
spiritual
You're
world.
on 6th Street.
But understand that tables in the marketplace is important, which is, by the way, a widely accepted.
I'm sorry, I
So
fucking
that would be much more of a
It's
delicate
okay.
kind of thing to do. By the way,
Serious
if you
question
really
though, so
want to
you're
get
sweating
into
because
the
you're
nuts and
nervous
bolts,
tonight
you put it
before
back
we
to
this
this book
number
of
one show
Immaculate.
on
I
YouTube where
highly
you're
recommend
smuggling
the
around
Jewish
chairs.
annotated New Testament published by Oxford University Press,
Follow-up
which has some
question.
amazing
Stuff inside of
well kind of, I'm going to quote the entire with lots of
You got up there somehow.
footnotes
Damn right,
that will
Right. Swimming, I think I just Eric Bell.
So politically, there's a place Jesus on this planet.
We are just coming. Cheers, Sean Mark. By the way, on the show we call Tony Reed. You know, Cheers is one of those bars that any city, anywhere in the world, and Cheers is one of those places that I've seen the sign 2 million
By the way,
never gone in
circumcised
there. I have no idea what goes on in there, and probably for the friends in the city.
who's in charge of speaking
I'm
to
gonna read some 1-star reviews. Let it begin. This is David S. visiting from California. It says in all capital letters, fraud. You should check your credit card statement. Segment 2A was included in the bill, and they had the courage to write in an
Jewish
additional
Christians,
tip
for
when
example,
I crossed it off.
sitting down at a
To
meal
go to
with
this
Gentile Christians. When Christian believers who are
Whoops. I mean, allegedly sounds like me, all right? It could be anybody.
What does that mean in terms of
Okay,
the
Diego Z.
observance of the law?
University of Texas says,
Is
absolutely the
Jesus
abysmal
talking about
experience.
Christianity
Bartender
being
got
Jewish
us in by
plus,
offering
meaning
3
that
shots of
Jewish people
Buchanan's,
to
in which I
observe
took
Sabbath,
him up on his
dietary
offer. What
laws,
the fuck is
circumcision,
Buchanan's?
and so
I've never
on.
even heard
And
like bad whiskey or something. No, it's
so
it's top shelf. Like that's tequila and Hull. Named after a Buchanan's. Oh, okay. When you say it like that, I'm just reading the writing here. It really means your accent. Maybe those little Latino accent.
expansive nature.
Free shots of Buchanan. I was threatened and escorted out. I was the only establishment and felt racially targeted. There were 225-pound males.
So clearly identify that. The landing
Bartender with a beard.
on the left, you see
Don't go in if you would think that an Austin establishment would be more progressive in their offers than non-natives, but sadly this is not the case. Save your money and go to a much better establishment, such as Eisenhower's or Peckerhead's. What the fuck? These are all bars I've never heard of. And I am in drinking world, so that's very interesting. Much better crowds of bartenders and armed on a personal vendetta to power. Wow, okay. That's what we got here. Maybe vodka more fire. Oh wow, this is great. Okay, shit, I really need this John Tony's. Oh my god. I gotta tell you, this one, we're going back. We're going to March 2020 here. Let's go back in time. Joanne L. from Pittsburgh, PA says, walk by. Bouncer sees where Asian. Yeah. Only 9 months. Only 9 months. And absolutely.
trying to continue to.
Went inside and asked him why he lied to us. He didn't have a word to say. His face looked really dumb and stupid.
The kamikaze. Some kind of racist. There's another drink that establishment called miso homi.
In the 1960s, we don't know what happens in saying let's make sure that is not misunderstood. If the millennium Jews have been that is the idea that Jews killed Jesus, the killed God, literally, and this has been extremely difficult aspect. Really has a we will start to come back here to more context later. But let us focus on
Cash out of the actual biography. Alright, the atmosphere kind of sucks. It's kind of dumpy in there. I'm not gonna do it. It's I work there. I'm gonna have to. Answering honestly, you know, honestly, kitchen fire.
Cancer helped me in my life.
It's a great place, guys. All right. It's trucks. I would say this is. I've never really seen anybody small.
But on the other hand, his followers also become. It's hard to reconstruct what actually happened from the accounts that we have in the gospel. We can say, however, that the text really emphasizes the way in which the Romans wanted to
I guess it's okay if black people do it. Yeah, it's not never racist. They can't be racist. They're black. So none of that can be interpreted as racist because they're incapable of being racist. As you know, because they're black.
Underline this aspect here by writing racial outcomes of Jesus Nazarene, the King of the Jews. I don't know if my opinion is
You've been here with the medium size joke.
I get the feeling that this was primarily an act of
Schneider's doing some of his famous
you
lines
know,
from
the cross the
and Donnell is doing a real life Ashy Larry.
in the first century.
Oh my goodness, what an amazing moment. It is absolutely. Oh, we got. Can we get a little?
Stretches
Can we get a
it's
little
also
bit
important
of
to
sample
note,
there?
by the way, that much of the description of the passion that we receive from later sources offers considerable more detail,
Is the
often
number
with
one
a much
show
more
in
negative
comedy
connotation
right
for
now.
Jewish
And
participation.
this is what it
And
takes.
this is
This is
certainly
what it takes.
correlated
A
with
powerful
increasing
white woman
Catholicisation of the church. As the church becomes less and less of a Jewish family affair,
Schneider's nipple getting a
as a
little
Jewish
residual
so to speak,
residue.
and becomes
You
much
gotta
more
love it.
of a
It can happen. Womble Junior. Here we go.
We'll say, release Barabbas, and Pontius Pilate says that means I will kill Jesus. And the response of the Jews, which has defined as the so-called blood fraud is the phrase used to take responsibility and so do future generations. Now, many scholars have argued that given when the gospel of Matthew was composed, probably immediately after the destruction of the temple, or perhaps in the context of the revolt, this is a reflection of the very next generation whose reign is kind of like a prefigure
Thank you very much.
of what would happen a generation of future. Unfortunately, over the centuries, this is patient.
Age 6 chicks are back.
Arguing that all use for all
I think that's a
time
confirmation.
have somehow
We have our finger on the pulse tonight. Back under your
exactly
sense. Bad rate.
opposite
Not quite yet.
180 degrees to a basic understanding of Christian theology that these
Great about this show. You can really see what's happening in the world.
included.
Put that on before, correct?
But this takes
And this
further
went
away
much
from
better, if I
history.
remember. Am I correct?
You're correct.
Yeah, I'm
The
good.
next
Yeah,
video
that's
from
correct.
the
7 years.
increasing
7
separation between the city and Israel, who wall
Started in
themselves
Colorado
off from
Springs.
this new evolving Christian church
A year and
changes
7
from being
months.
an internal Jewish phenomenon
I'm an
to a
IT
much
technician.
larger global.
Wow. Look at that.
Thank you very much.
You don't really see that with your people very often. No. Oh, my favorite thing right now is Donnell's fresh elbows are leaving a little pile of moisture grease. How you gonna let him say that shit to you, dog? Well, that. You say, I said, how you gonna let him say that about us? That's a joke. You just told Joe why you didn't have that dick. I don't know where they do it. I'm still straight, nigga. I still got a hole full of it. He even did the impression. What's up? You just chewed a dick off one killed Tony. It's true.
You know, other people see this.
And they're gonna want their dicks chewed off too. David, what do you do for fun? Tell us more about your life. You. You guys usually make a lot of rap. That's a yeah. My goodness. Wow, what else? Tell us more about you. Black guy. Racquetball, IT.
I lived in Japan for 4 years.
Throwing it out there, maybe not an answer either. You know, my buddy Ace Henderson, who we did comedy with, not much of an answer. So you can dance. Let me ask you this. This is a little segment we've done before. We got the rock band.
Thank you. Now.
Gonna do it.
Just shake it up. Shoot. No biting of anything has happened. We're having fun.
For sure.
We're having fun.
Yeah, my dad was in the military. That's why we're here.
Okay.
That's what we did. So it was here.
Brothers love Japan. They do. As I'm half Asian, I can say very hardworking. Koreans, a little lazy, to be honest with you. No, you go to the Korean barbecue, Korean barbecue. Minutes later, they come. It's you cooking. Oh my God.
That's like a humbling of money. Yeah, all this people pick up on money.
Show about and they thought it was funny. They didn't want to actually.
Grandmother ever eaten extra more. My friend, and it's amazing to watch your growth. All right, this is gonna be a fun one. This young lady. gentlemen, make some noise. Ready, long-awaited return of the one and only Juanita, everybody. One of which was Queen. I'll show you guys. You're gonna tell me. Yes. Juanita. Back to the show. I got to love you. Probably true. Until you find out she has a dick down now. That is it. Don't come back. The brothers can't tell. The brothers can't tell. The last place the brothers look apparently is the Adams apple. Whereas white guys know by that clip. We will. Fuck you. You are fucked up now. It's usually how black guys do. Juanita, have you before? Okay, are you just... I knew that back was too big, man! I knew that way. Number two, and the chin. It's called an Adam's apple. If they have one, they have something else. This is a special moment for you people. So take it for what it's worth. It's worth it. The more you Juanita. Big set tonight. Let's just talk really over for me. I know, but it's all right. You can pick yourself up. You know, who knows? It's 2025. Maybe the streets will forgive you. Maybe wow. A progressive. I mean, I'm sure when Chappelle sees this, he's just like, no, you might like how it's
you to emotionally
Smart
balls. You hear that for me? I think you can. You can actually spread them out, one on each side. Done now. We're here for you. It's okay. Last time you were I would do it. I said, that guy's going through his worst. The guy that you had whiskey over. Yeah, I didn't realize that was movie. Yeah, if you're a Turkish Australian, we're learning a lot of things this evening. Yes, we are. Wow. So his wife found out about that from someone said or something.
Yeah, he was single when I met him. I was like, he said no. So I still
oh my God. Serious. Shut the fuck up. Wow.
So what ended up happening is
Oh yeah, that's what.
really get elements of the community actually rose up and began to recall
yeah, but we get it like every year.
All it took was Daniel Day-Lewis for Donnell to realize there will be fun. Fun times. You've been on this show numerous times. You know, wasn't your best set, but always a legendary interview you. We love your sense of humor. Proof that some trans people pull with the punches. It's another appearance by the great Juanita, everybody. It's a stereotype. Some people say, oh yeah, we do have a golden ticket winner here, ladies and gentlemen. It changed his life forever. This is the second ever appearance from Charlie Mack, everybody. Big time for Charlie Mack.
Last time shit was to balance myself too long. If you want to do role play, I do role play. If you want to do role play, I saw over here. Okay, good. Listen about your adult children's books and I guess it blew up, right? Oh, hell yeah. They start calling me the hood Dr. Seuss. That is the only kind of doctor you could be. But listen about how your life changed from that. Like, what's going on? Oh, international house of pancakes. Goodness gracious. Charlie Mack. Any places, anything you're really looking forward to? Any places you can recommend? Yeah, exactly. Just remember, Boji on my own. I'm just looking for other black people. I don't know where there's not other black. How the fuck you get on this show? black people in this whole audience, and I'm four of them.
Charlie, man, you are fantastic. Daddy duties. Donnell's dick can be fucked Juanita. I got daddy duty. Don't let him call me Capra.
Nevertheless, performance was brilliant.
Rob's the three favorites after the show.
Oh my God, Charlie, you fantastic set. You've done it again. You're rock solid comedian. We're excited to have you. Charlie.
An unidentified flying object really was a non-binary person jumping off the bridge over there. There, they gotta have an air conditioned by now. You know, that was all my favorite episode of Kill Tony of all time. Yeah, which one was it? You don't know? I love you, Donnell. You're my favorite. Non-binary. People remind us how long you've been on stand-up. You're Austin. Fantastic. Go fuck themselves.
There's so much to work for. You wouldn't believe it. I would. I know. Person, so you can't say it, Rob. Second minute and a great turn for Michael Hines, everybody. We are flying through it now. We are cooking. I gotta say, normally I don't do this during an episode, but I gotta tell you guys, this is one of my favorite episodes of the year so far. I'm gonna hammer down now and Rothschild. I had a feeling that this chemistry would be crazy and wild. Okay. This one's a fake episode, kid. It's not a good feeling for me right now. Tommy, I got canceled tonight. I'm talking about fucking trans, whatever you call this shit is over for me. No. Also, it's been really weird to me. If I get appear to be racist, it's really been fun. For 1 minute uninterrupted, William James here. Because nothing good ever happens when a woman texts you after some reflection. It's never after some, it's never. In the history of Beatles, it's always a picture of space. Followed up by Wish Triangle. Here. Big on drunk, sorry. Over there playing chess for me. Going on 11 years. We was 11 months. Everybody went fucking 1 house. You never lost them until you could figure out how to end it. Yeah, well, I know how to end it. I'm just saying all the goodwill.
was yes.
Yes. You're looking for comfort? Check out RRs. We'll cool you down.
Your career. Tell us. It's also like watching 11 years of hard work, and all of a sudden, great, and you're handling it well, but I can tell you are fine. If this was not killed Tony, if this was a random show where it's like a special show, people and it's a DUI checkpoint, what exactly did you drink today?
It's just vodka soda.
Story, you should go check it out.
Yeah, no, we have alcohol. So you had 2 pictures? Vodka soda and a beer.
Interesting choice. After 2 pitchers of vodka, you go like, it's not hitting me. ¿Dónde está mi cerveza? That's when you get your money back for those fucking pitchers.
Pictures of vodka?
I didn't think I was able to.
That's what everybody says. That's what eventually when you're that black. Goodness gracious. Wow, do you normally have a thorough beer?
Yeah! For the first time in the show's history,
I would like to make some noise. If they're lighting a grocery store on fire, you couldn't find a fucking police officer. Oh fuck, there's one right there. This is unbelievable. Awesome. What is it? What out there? Are you scared because there's a police officer? So zero arrests in 4 years. Wow. Yeah, that's a true story. I was going to check police officer.
used to choke.
Shut the fuck up. Great man. Great man. You can't dirty motherfucker. Did you used to choke yourself? Let's check it with Rothschild. Let's check it with Rothschild here. Beer. You guys are crazy. Eric, if you don't mind doing us a favor, why test to James Garrigan. Talk right to the tip of that mic, just to sort of pretend like we're not here. And you just pulled this guy over. And you got him out of his car. Let's see what happens here. Where under the table exactly? Was it very far right? Is there one more under the there it is. There it is.
That's hard to one more.
Yeah. We got one more in there. Oh, this is so funny. He asked you a question.
How much you got?
Also,
How much have you had to drink tonight?
2 drinks.
Honest. Just not specific. Specificity of the officer's question. Open up some vagaries. Advantage of it. Advantage, James. Continue.
Where you headed to?
Memphis, public works, roadways,
Oh, yeah. Such a suspicious answer. That's all. This one, motherfucker. I can handle with it. What do you think? Police fucking, like, where are you coming from?
I just have to say, your attrition still arrested.
This went from DUI to DEI real quick. Rob Schneider's with an officer. So we're having Oscar, are you cool with this, right? Are we good? Okay, Oscar. Oh, I love it. Fucking fans. How about a hand for Rob over here, the man? We love it. We have the best squad here, the mothership. Can you give him a little test for me? Can we see a little something? What would you have him do if you wanted him to fail real quick?
Stay on your feet together. Hands out by the side. Look at my finger.
Don't know a lot about
My finger from left to right. Stand still. Understand?
but we know that police probably refer to some acts of violence, and we know that this is probably lock in seconds rather than support the situation. I wish we knew more about
What do you think, Oscar? What's the verdict? Big joke rock. Make some noise for Oscar. Police department on planet Earth. James, you had a fucking fantastic set. You rolled with every step of the way. You're Cody hit three. We got a segment. We got a segment. Oh, I didn't even know that was awesome. I mean, what other show serious ass police officer just a long drive station? So, Donnell's gonna get it. What an error.
Mustaches. So happy. I mean, do women who care about science measure that? You know who I know for sure has a measuring tape? No, not me. Not me. Shit. She uses Stanley or the circumference of her mouth.
Sherry said she's gonna get Rob Schneider. Sherry, I look forward to your first tour in Iran when you get beaten to death. It's gonna be special. First weekend and stuff. After a show, but that type of way.
About 2 years. This round I used to do a couple of years ago.
Can I say this? I think this is where this and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I do a comedy fan. Always people probably that tells is that you had to like and then comedy was your passion. You said to yourself, nobody want to do it again. And as you have the jokes is funny. You get in this situation where it's so competitive, it's all about you're not relatable, you're old school. I'm not trying to call old, but I'm just saying. Your energy, your jokes, and I can look at your
The first
These comments come up. I'm not getting knocked on. I see the desperation. Fucking call.
I've never killed Tony, you know, I get hit on Instagram, you know.
Have you taken advantage of any of these situations?
I have not, but you know, all these young guys trying to show me their best friends.
Performer in this man famously is part of one of the most viral clips in Kill Tony history. When he said that he was molested multiple times as a kid, and Dr. Phil famously said, because he wasn't paying attention, and I said, Dr. Phil, and Dr. Phil said, what was your he does a podcast with Tony Hawk. This is a minute from Jason Ellis, the return of Jason.
Motherfuckers. Well, it should be dang my the guy's penis in my mouth. Does it every time. Thinking it would be shit about it. So how am I waiting? Some other people are like, I don't like your game talk, Jason. Maybe you can be in the parking lot. I am a professional fighter. I'll film it, and then I'll put it on the internet, and then you be gay. You'll be like, I'm not gay, bro. I'm like, thank you.
Wow. So now let's see the best minute he's done on this show. What a special episode this is. Somehow
the best, the idea, but
I heard like the word in his back. It's so good. But just the shit is like, this made me nervous. Like, this how fuck you up something. Okay, that's horrible. But I get that. The other side, I'll beat your ass and fuck.
decided to rebuild.
What I'm saying is, there it goes. It's not racist now. They can't be racist. So we all know. They can jump in whatever they fucking want. And demand whatever they want, apparently. We're gonna bring Juanita back up here right now. Now we'll just leave it out. I can't get it out of my head, but I would like to see you.
Whether it was the political oppression,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Previous war,
Chase, you are a scary guy.
Yo, dog. What?
That those
He
afraid
was gay, now he's no longer gay.
He was never gay. I was just a sex addict.
Oh, okay.
I just fuck everybody.
Okay.
And like, but when you fuck my eyes, when you say that, the other one looking at me fucking skin eyes. But when you fuck a lot of ladies in one day, it's a lot of talking. The only bad thing about it is pretty gay. It's at this moment that I realized I'm on the wrong fucking show. Like the things of Christmas past. But I guess
there's one
I love what you say to my song for this. The gayest thing that you ever done. What's the gayest thing that you've ever done? It's the gayest thing Jesus ever done. Everyone wants to know the gayest thing. I know how it's so fucking gay. We wanna know.
I rollerbladed once.
Yo, that's so fucking I used to rollerblade in Brooklyn. It's fucking gayer than me, dude. You're fucking gayer than me. That's insane. You can't tell a black man sitting like that. It's like, take your seat. Well, if I tell you to take the zero, you wouldn't take the actual seat. I have one question that the audience is thinking is, what is the tattoo that's on your neck? That is a good question.
That's the last spotting of one me an update, but everything, I just want one tattoo, and there's a few gaps, and one of them is my dick.
Oh, so there's no tattoo.
That's interesting, right? It's also pretty gay that you guys give a shit about that.
Believe it or not, believe it or not, this isn't even the gayest part of the show. John L took the gay
69.
Fuck you. Oh, you're never gonna put it down, buddy. Oh my god. Then I come up to you at the airport so I can have it.
She was originally shit.
Even Jason Ellis is like, yeah, no, you're gay as fuck. White guys think anything changes. That's the fact. That's what was proven done on the show. It's so funny. It's so great. It's such a great set. My favorite part of the show is literally watching. Better in front of our one more time. Anything else you want to plug in?
You're fucking old and you suck, Tony.
The gayest thing we want to know. What's the gayest thing? Alright, you gotta fight on my podcast. You gotta so sorry, I just went down with the big Rob. No, I'm just, I have to cancel.
Oh yeah, mothership. So I'm going through a bit of a transformation. Getting fat, put in the hands of RFK Jr., our Secretary of Health, to stop me. And I don't know what it is about him. I really trust him. He's got like a lot of scars. He's looking at the chart. He's like, you've got bugs in your mind. So I can only really think of Bushin, Mr. F. Kennedy. We're gonna have to blow your head off. Those are close to home, I know.
Tom Anderson. Lots of laughs. I could hear them over Donnell talking in my ear. Tony, I need to come here for this. I don't know the history, Tony. Can we bring down the history? Yeah. When you move your shit here, nobody wanted to come on your podcast. Because they were scared, right? Well, they want me to tell you. They would come here, they would do rogue shit. They'd be like, fuck it, I'm out of here.
You asked me, I don't shut the fuck up. I don't know how to say ass, nigga. I don't know how to say ambulance either. Shut the fuck up. Please help your people interested for Madison Square Garden.
I'm gonna be racist and interrupt the black man.
This is what I don't know. You call me very different, and you first was like, you said, Donnell, could you come into my pocket and say, you know, I'm fucking this shit. I'm too sensitive. I will crash out. Did I say that? Yes, and I sat here. And we didn't have this. You had
That's
this.
the last of the bar.
You're right.
You didn't have this band.
Sorry. I would have.
You know what I'm looking like, son. But there's a couple.
I would have done his show then. But I still would have done your show. That's all. Just the number of viewers in your minute.
Number of viewers once they see him hit on one.
This is the thing.
I'm sorry. A misunderstanding is one of the greatest jokes I've ever.
This is what these people don't understand. It's not time to joke. It's time to be serious.
But it's practical and more
It was at a time when somebody was in it.
It's not Robbie.
Coming up like that. Let me get that. And I said, and I did the show. I was here for 2.5 hours.
Let us recall that this is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is because of a decision that was made by the reformers that recognized patrilineal descent. More precisely, it's both patrilineal and patrilineal. In other words, this represents an acknowledgement that a major Jewish movement that, however you define that Jewishness, then the child could all take the Jewish. And more good than that, and perhaps one of the most important things to think about
Being on your podcast.
when you read the Bible, it's very clear
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to final
issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and issues of matrilineal versus patrilineal descent and so on. I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions, but on the one hand, we have this long-standing practice of matrilineal descent, and on the other hand, we have these biblical examples that seem to contradict it. There are three logical ways to approach the challenge. The first is to say that, well, let's say the law of matrilineal descent, this concept of principle, was not always described by the Midianite woman who went through conversion. And Joseph married an Egyptian woman, but she went if it doesn't say something which are logical possibilities. Yes, the law was always in effect. The Jews always adhered to this behavior. Now that would be obviously an acceptable answer. It's sensible that even before the Torah was given, was always in effect. Maybe the law of natural. So that's the three possibilities. Let's look at them in turn. But let's start from the basic one. Let's say, so the first one, of course, is the Torah. It's chapter 7, verse 4. So verse 3 says, do not intermarry with them, meaning the surrounding non-Jewish nations. Do not give your daughters to the sons, or take their daughters for your son. And then verse 4 says, strong word of criticism, I understand. And this translation is a little bit of a distortion.
Fatter, slow, put in the hands of RFK Jr. or Secretary of Health.
It
Just
should
stop
be
me.
in the singular masculine
And
for your
I
son.
don't know. He had a brain It's, I don't really
By the way, I know he's no neuter.
I'm so curious how that doctor says.
I.e., the son of the heathen, meaning the non-Jew.
when you move
When
your shit
he
here,
marries
nobody
a non-Jewish
down
father,
there.
is still called your son.
Shut the fuck up.
But your
I
son's
don't
son,
say ass, nigga.
who was born of a
I don't wanna
non-Jewish
say
woman,
ambulance either.
is
Shut the
not
fuck up.
called your son.
Please
Right?
help
Because
the
the verse
people
only talks
interested
about the
from that
situation in
disregard.
which your
I'm gonna be
grandson
racist and interrupt the black
by
man.
your non-Jewish son-in-law would
This is
go
what I
away
don't
from
know.
God. It does not
You
even bother
call me
talking
very
about
different.
your
And you push
grandson from your
your
non-Jewish daughter-in-law because Rashi that person, that grandchild, is not even of not you can see it's
You're
not
right.
explicit at all.
And it was on a wobbly table. We
Which
did
is
have the same
expressed in
exact
the
man.
Talmud, and
Okay,
expressed,
sorry. I
later
would have.
in the
Rob jump in for one. I
That's
would
the-
have done
that
his show
was-
then.
Take it from the launch. At the very least, the natural principle that is put in place in the century, the Jews, and in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, then in chapter 10, that is the Jewish men who have married non-Jewish wives, their families are broken up, and the wives are sent away. It seems like a very clear statement of the mythical, and in fact, it doesn't come there. So that would be a pure illustration of it. However, we look at concept to see the specific example.
basing your whole action
Responded by the fact that his mother was Jewish. So what's going on? It's like,
We ran out of big jokes to give away, Tom, but I'll tell you, you had a fantastic. What do we have for
Josephus
Tom?
is not
Anything?
necessarily the best
That thing, yeah, but that's a big bomb. That's like for people like bomb in a great way. There's only a fucking freak of nature widely considered.
From the perspective of 20, it was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far earlier and from Mount Sinai itself. Okay, so to wrap this,
I see them
basically,
driving around.
have a
It's so great to see you, and I'll tell you, I was fucking.
You'd be like, no, they're all human and snowflakes. Fuck you. Stop bleeding on my fucking pizza. Dude, the homeless in Austin, every time I see these motherfuckers, they're getting stronger and stronger. They're fucking getting D-vitamin during the day, going through photosynthesis. They're fucking fasting, they're avoiding social media, they're cold plunging a lady for late.
What's up, guys? What's up, Rob Schneider? So good to see you, my friend.
Stop bleeding on my fucking pizza. Such a. He wants a deal. You get your pizza. And he fucking
Keep Boston weird.
now you're gonna be a gigantic fucking star.
I gotta say, it's so great to hear Rob get to finish his thoughts completely uninterrupted. It almost seems like something's missing, something.
That seems almost racist.
It is interesting. A black guy didn't finish the job. There is not a platform in comedy that gives motherfuckers an opportunity to go from nobody knowing you to superstars. And I know what that podcast isn't. Yours. To me to be here, Tony. Can I tell you some emotional shit? Now, what's every time the chair like that? You were supposed to. This is what you think. It's the real shit. I'm being honest.
Here's the real shit.
I did a moment.
Teddy Swims is your therapist, the musician.
Something's got a hold of me lately.
Teddy can't swims.
This is abusive. Tony. You told me.
It's not nice being interrupted, is it?
I'm gonna ask the boy, you do that shit. You do this?
Yeah.
Tony, uninterrupted.
Yes. Start the clock, Red Man. Restart.
You get fucking seconds on it. What's that? Is that racist? Give me the Filipino man.
That's all I want to say. 1 minute and uninterrupted.
You got it. The clock starts right now.
Okay, listen. I was there for you. You was there for me. My podcast was there for me. And the one thing I regret about our relationship is after you dealt with that shit with the RNC or whatever, that convention, and you was hot. Everybody, don't say what, nigga, shut the fuck up. No, you was hot. I'm saying some real shit. It's not a joke. Rob, coming to the show. I went with it. When you was hot, you was hot with Trump. You was hot with that shit.
It is true. Darnell is referencing that 24 hours after the Trump rally, when all of the news would not shut the fuck up about me. Donnell was the booked guest, and with 10 minutes before the show started, he told me that he can't be on the show, that the flock is too hot. He can't be associated.
No, I just I couldn't.
No, I know. No, don't boo him. No. It's not like that.
Come up there and walk off. It was the hardest shit. I called my publicist 9 times. I said, what if I do this? What if she said, I don't know if this is a good idea? And I was like, that's my nigga, right? One thing to regret because I was like this. I put somebody's one day. I said, this is not I want to say this. All jokes aside, whatever. I supposed to say because he's supposed to say. He's gonna say. He's about to say. He's interrupted while he's saying. And I think he's gonna squeeze it in. Because he's standing up. He's over his fucking minute. But he's gonna say it. And here it fucking comes. Hold on. You go ahead. No, you clown all you want. I'll tell you. No, we're kidding. Go. This whatever. Just want to say this. Coward. The block was so. Rob is getting. I'd love for someone, can we get a statistician to go through the episode and see how many times Stubbnell interrupted when Rob had more to say, and then we will see if Rob actually caught up during his part. I think it's going to be neck and neck. I think you guys are going to break about net even here. I'm trying as a black man. Oh, well, in that case. Oh, no, don't do that. Have a moment. You're in Texas. Don't say as a black man. You're in Texas. Yes. I felt bad because I said, you said to me, I said, you're in Texas. Don't say as a black man. You're in. What I want to say is, this is where I respect about you. I said, you said, and I was a little nervous about the shit. And I felt bad about it because our relationship. That when you call for me, I call up for you. Am I on the bullshit podcast? Cut this part, you cut this shit out. An episode still works and it's funny. I don't care. I want to say this. I am funny. You can be funny all the time. You can do that gag all you want. It's still working. Guess what? It's going to continue to work. Yes. Because it's funny. But the point I want to make, whether you know it or not, the thing I felt bad about is because when I called you to do my shit, my little podcast, you showed up for me. Or even no doubt about it. No doubt about it. You're a legend. I respect that. Whatever. What I'm saying is, what I'm telling you, and I said to my sons, you always been there for me. Yo, I mean, after one year, people are making success. I'm talking for me tonight. I want to say,
What up? Ed? How you living, pimp? Good, son. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. How's your day going?
It's going good.
Amazing. How'd you find out about me?
I saw you in VC.
Oh, okay. From what Discord?
Some shit about e-girls. I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Okay. And your day's going well?
Yeah.
Do you mind I tell you about myself? 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Do you know of the television? I'm not here for you, so I'm watching Jewish history lectures. If you don't want to hear about me, that's fine.
Then when I called you, I said, bro, I'm trying to come back to your show. And you said whatever you want to do. I mean, Donna Rollins. You know what? That was so good. It's right there on that guy. And let me tell you something. People are going to say Donnell interrupts, Donnell this, and people make their jokes about Chappelle and this and that. But let me tell you something. The reason why people make the Chappelle jokes about Donnell is because he was on the Great Time. And more than that, if you haven't, you absolutely have to see Donnell Rawlings live. He's always touring. DonnellRawlings.com. And the Donnell Rawlings Show, available everywhere where shows are possibly available, because he is a true fucking comedian. Donnell Rawlings. How loud can this place get for first-time guest and nominee already for 2025 Guest of the Year, Rothschild? At RobSchneider.com. It has begun. Rob Schneider has entered the Kill Tony universe, and there's no going back. Honestly, Austin, they said it's the best audiences in the world that I get.
Welcome. Hope you're having a good day. How are you? Welcome. Hope you're doing well.
Playing us out tonight, guest of the year 2025 nominee, Rob Schneider. Thank you to Talk Space Prospects and Segovas. Thank you to this audience. Red Man. One, two, one, two. Maybe little sister.
Sunset Strip Comedy. Check out Red Man's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Helemaal open je favoriete muziek met deze AirPods. Bestel ze in de Google app.
Nigger.
Obviously, this has implications for lifestyle because one of the most disruptive elements of a day, like putting it in a negative, a positive disruption, is prayer today. And clearly, for women who are more likely to be overwhelmed involved in moving the home, childcare, and positive commandments are defined by design, are true when we're extremely progress. And there's a lot more to say about
Yo, Stick, how you living, pimp?
women are they obligated in this way and not in another way.
What's good?
Whether
How's your day going?
Doing pretty good. Meeting a I like meat on it, like a lot of meat.
Oh, okay, like a meat lover's pizza?
Exactly.
What's up, there?
Excellent, dog.
Monday, September 1st.
How'd you find out about me?
August.
How'd you find out about me?
I was gonna avoid. Oh yeah.
Excellent.
I think that's what it's about.
Yeah, no, that's what it is.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's either or.
very well. What kind of games do you like?
I don't like games.
You don't like games. Okay. How about you, lobotomizer?
I play the fighting games.
Okay. Like what?
Street Fighter 6.
That's baller. Seven days a week, three. My life 24 hours a day. World peace. I've been doing so for more internet than any person ever. I someday, and if that happens, I'm going to make you all exceptionally wealthy. Don't already. I'm going to make sure that you have to have generational wealth if you don't already. And most of all, I want to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses.
What do you think of Trump?
In here, I talk about things like ending world hunger. My friend, if you don't shut up, I'm going to mute you. Here, through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth over $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells nation technology where we pump earth seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you?
Oh, they sound good.
Excellent. I talk about other things, matter things like invisibility cloaks, Santa Claus machines, things like space elevators, terraforming over planets, intergalactic travel, and talk about alien disclosure, things like quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial about things like de-extinction technology. Specifically, people don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years to utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I'm a major of this type of technology. Additionally, I'm an advocate for their next plan, which is to de-extinct the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. They made headlines recently with their introduction of the dire wolf. I think this is just a fascinating extension. I can see for you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouse, not agricultural drones and floating greenhouses, but those certainly can help life extension technology with things more like red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like nucleus, things like cryogenics to get you to be 120 years old. But at that age, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. What's the next plan? And this is again with your consent. You may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that you may have the opportunity at digital immortality in the future. Excellent. What sports?
Soccer, basketball.
What position you play in soccer?
I'm a forward.
Very well. You like
pretty good.
you like to score?
Yeah,
All right, that's enough of you. All right. So if I may ask the bottom, how old are you?
14.
All right, you've got to leave. You have to.
All right.
Rabbinic formulations come after the sociological realities or the other way around.
It's over, kiddos. October.
Yo,
Kids back in
what's
school.
going on,
The swing of things. Kids starting to have
Sats
games.
and
Game
Beth?
Tuesday, let's go.
What's good, son? How's your day going? Yellow. How's your day going? Yo, Sat, fast. How's your day going? Oh, I hope it's going well. We're just watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy.
I'm ready to get back in the swing of things.
Also beyond this,
People have today off. Today's Labor Day. Happy Labor Day? What exactly is Labor Day? We're honoring all the workers. Yeah. I was like, what? Russian. China's like, you guys do what? You you're like me. We really don't take the holidays off. Unless there's like, yeah, if it's like your favorites, like if you called there, like, hey man, my mom and dad are down, then I'm like, all right, man. Especially if it's a slow 5-week kind of Bears, which is a great card, but you know, it's not like a big pay-per-view or something, so I get that. In general, you're like, man, that's why I was testing the waters with my son's travel ball team. I said, yo, because they practice on, Mondays. He said, there's still practice tomorrow, right? It's just testing the waters. I'm like, of course there is. I'm like, that's right. That's freaking right. Dallas on freaking Friday all day. Friday, I was at, it's called Dallas, and it's this dealership. There's a young man there. Has a pitch. It reminds me of like the early SVT days. If you remember that 5-star Dallas, and he does builds. He did a mod on my regular cab F350, and when I was leaving, he goes, you know, we have a whole division that does like mods, upgrades. I'm like, dude, I'm a mod nut. What are you talking here? He goes, they do returns here? He goes, yeah, we do Whipples, we do Roush stuff. And he goes, the cool thing is it's all under warranty too. I said, say less, because I believe my warranty the day I buy my trucks or cars. I straight pipe on my dual switch stuff and void the warranty. But yeah, this I became privy to this, so then I came on back and Whipple sent a powder coated red, race red 3.0 supercharger. And I spent all day there, man. And then I got something else in store that thing's gonna cook. That thing is gonna cook. I agree, done. Love Dallas.
They were not happy about football. So I'll give a little bit here. Most of the people that played football and know a few things about I'll tell you this. Arch Manning is the ranked number one in the nation. There's a lot of hype, right? He was the favorite to win the Heisman, which is wild to me. But he's that dude. But you got to realize he's played against Ohio State, national champs last year. Months ago, they lost so many players. It's Ohio State. They'll figure it out. Probably the best defense to see all season. So that's an issue is the coverage and the defensive looks, and also in the NFL you don't see them at the college level, so they didn't have a lot to work with. So the first time they're seeing what kind of defense Ohio State, who has, I mean, the best safety in the nation, ridiculous cornerbacks. Their whole defense is basically NFL caliber. So he's never seen that. Some of his throws off 100%. Now you see that. March man. Dad was like, Johnny. He said, have that receipt. I'm taking the shit back. They're in the SEC, so they're on the same conference. But they, one of my last football games I ever played in, besides football, they beat us 70-3. Don't hear, they were good. They were damn good. So, if this, you'll get, it's almost Peyton Manning. He's gonna be okay. He's gonna be okay. You gotta give him some slack. Watch how other quarterbacks do against that defense and that defense coordinator. He's dealing with a lot of things that are out of control. I'll never see another defense ever again until they get to the playoffs, the BCS playoffs, which is 12 teams. So they'll make that. And some slack. They got 10, so the Longhorns place. First place. Well, so good. Listen, he's been in a slump this last month and a half. Before that, maybe the best player in the league. You know? Okay, he came in DH and hit the game-winning home run. And I needed that one because the Texas losing, the whole neighborhood was a little down. Like,
I like it. I hate the production. I hate the sport event. It's just not exciting. Yeah, the main event, but really a three-main event here. Kid Dylan Dan, polarizing figure. I like Dylan Dan. Yes, he's so misunderstood. He almost forgot how fucking good that kid is. Thank God he won, dude. Thank God he won. Good Lord, he won. Shout out to Soul Blade, man. Until scary. But if you look at a handful of guys it's worked out for, Mighty Mouse, right, going over to One Championship, and now in his post-pro fighting career. You know, it's worked out in other ways. Joshua granted he lost both. So that definitely worked out for Francis. So you gotta give Daredevil credit. He made the big show. I don't care what misfits, whatever other organization, especially if it's not in the power slap, you're still not in the big show. So guys can have a tendency to kind of fall off from the training. I was like, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna stick to a plan. He got a plan, and it's kind of Darren Till and Rothschild. You're dealing with two different paths, knockouts. Tough fight for the guy. I love it. Just needs to find his thing. When your legs twisted behind you, rock cold. I hate to see it, but take a little break, kids, because this episode of the freaking closing rate is so dang easy. It's so easy to set things up with Shopify. When we were young, we used to dream of being an astronaut, president, prince, princess. As you get older, your dreams change, focusing less on running over how you can take your skill ideas and turn them into something real like a business. Instead of dreaming of going to space or owning your own castle, you start dreaming of owning your own freaking business. You need a website, payment system, a logo, way to advertise new customers.
can all be freaking overwhelming, confusing, but thankfully, that's where today's sponsor, Shopify, comes in. Cha-ching! Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world, like Drive Fast All Gas, all right, Mattel, Gymshark, and all the big names in the world, and they're freaking 10% of all e-commerce. And getting started is so easy. All right, so if you can't design a website, Shopify got you covered. All right, with beautiful radio templates to match your brand style. Or if you need a hand, get help with everyday tasks like enhancing product images, writing product descriptions, or generating discount codes with Shopify's AI tools created for commerce. All right, what if people haven't heard about my brand? Shopify helps you find your customers with easy to run email, social media campaigns. What if I get stuck? Shopify always around to share advice with their award-winning 24/7 customer support. Shopify is hands down the best. So turn those dreams into cha-chings and give them the best shot at success with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial. Start selling today at Shopify.com/shop, lowercase SHAB. How about our boy, Babe? Dude, I was so, he's killing his blow up. He's so fun to watch. He's great. He's such a talent. And a great guy, too. He's just such a good dude. That took one off, so another one played in there. Just eating all those hot dogs and shit. He's just a character, man. He's undeniable. I love that kid. He gets it. He knows once he gets it. That's great. Yeah, he's on MTV. Yeah, the challenge. Yeah, he's undeniable. Yeah, he's gonna be super successful. No Kakuri. Gotta wait. Technically, yes. What's his background? So he did Golden Gloves, came up boxing as a young kid. He did Golden Gloves, he did the whole smoker circuit. He competed on a national level. He competed on undercards. Big events, famous for TikTok dance. But I'm saying he has pro boxing. No, you gotta be careful with that. So go to his record. It was right there, Jim. So on the right, see box record. Look at that. So right, this is where they'll get super blurry. Where technically he can walk in a bar and say he's a professional boxer. So fought two guys 1-1, fought lost, right? Fought a guy who's 3-0, lost. Debut guy who debuted for me. And this is here on Soul Copy. Let me see his wiki. First one he had a wiki. Oh, shit. do you remember watching it before? There's like a couple of boxers, just even Anthony Taylor too, which is also an MMA fighter at one point. Yeah, he's not obviously at that level. This is where the lines get blurred. So his background, he's a Filipino British influencer doing like food stuff, who was previously a full-time nurse. So he has 4 fights. At a professional boxing level, like a real boxer, is probably gonna have somewhere between 70 to 90 fights before you're faced a long exhibition. Or speed by a knock on you on. Many of us do today, and so this is a corrective to he's doing good for him for getting in there, but the term professional boxer, there's an asterisk there. You know, so for that's why that fight, you know, it would be like when I do off-road racing, be like, oh, he's an off-road racer. Because attention, or I get these brands endorsements to race, but I didn't come up through the circuit like these other guys who grinded their ass off for years at the lower level to get to there. So there's stopping this fight was probably the right thing to do, you know, because he's not from that pedigree. He's just not, you know. For an influencer, he looks damn good. Most of these guys look awful. He looks good. I thought but again, good for an influencer. You know, for a guy who has fame doing this other stuff. Boxing, you know, so we gotta be a little careful. Literally, you could get you a pro license, you know, yeah. But that's why I'm not mad they stopped the fight. Like Salt Poppy, he makes money other ways. You know, big difference. That's why I'm not mad they stopped the fight. Long story short, it's like, let that kid live another day to make a TikTok video. You think they should let it go on? Tied his shield? No, everyone's tied his shield. He was actually doing really well, so I was like, he was covered up. Something was like, get on the route for me, like, you know, he's not Anthony Joshua with boxing since he was 6 years old and knows how to deal with it, you know, like this kid needs to, you know, he's like, it just is what it is. Oh wow, you think he's a like legit pro? No, I think he can actually do pretty damn well though. Just dude, his boxing is actually it's not cheap. You gotta watch real boxing. Like if you watch real boxing, you know, if you watch at the amateur level, like guys pursuing like gold, if you went to Golden Gloves, you would say he's a good boxer. Well, you know what we should do? We should watch this fight together at some point. I watched this fight. I mean, as a Golden Glove champion, I'm telling you, the lower level, where he's necessary steps before they turn pro. Okay, so if you, and that's boxing. So if you have no prior experience, sure, you can tell Channing the guy, but to a pro boxer, you're not. He's in this influencer like that's not pro boxing. But he did fight pro boxers. Either way, Wait a second, when you saw the fight against Tony, did you think that he was winning some of that? Or was he getting destroyed by Tony? He's not a pro boxer. Tony's not a pro boxer. Tony's an MMA fighter who has a ton of miles on him, has lost 8 fights in a row. Okay, so Tony still won. Yeah, no, he won. Now, do you know what happened with Tony fought an actual pro boxer? The same thing that happened to Francis when he fought Anthony Joshua. Like Joshua's a pro boxer, right? He came in since he was like 6 boxing. Francis is an MMA fighter who crossed over to boxing. And, if it's an actual boxer, these guys don't have a chance. Okay, since you said that, since Tony's not a pro boxer, you should let it keep going then. Because honestly, I think some people would have. Because Tony Ferguson is a pro fighter. Yeah. He wrestled as a kid, his background, that's all. This is what I'm saying. Just during that sequence when the ref came in, I think it was too early. And a lot of the fight was a little early. Yeah, but so Poppy's not making his mortgage off fights. I think he probably makes a lot of. He probably makes decent money. But if boxing went away, his life doesn't change. Took boxing away from the actual boxers, they're to build his brand and stuff like that, which is good for him. This is a tough fucking way to make a living. But there's guys that literally fighting. I get it. Yeah, but technically, you're right. It was a little early stoppage. But I look at it and go, he can stop it, dude. Like, so Poppy lived to fight another day, lived to fight, make another video, TikTok dancing, which is a good thing. That he doesn't have to rely on fighting. It's a good thing. And kudos to him because he's made, he's parlayed his fan base into doing this thing. And he was above Dylan Dennis. He's a co-main event on Darren Till, Lou Rockwell. Like, kudos to him. He could be doing anything. That's badass. That's why I'm not mad at the stoppage. I can't. He shouldn't take. I know, it's tough. Yeah, in the press conference, they asked him, I said, do you think you fight with Jake Paul? He's like, he's not fun, it is. Yeah, Luke Rockhold just has to find him. He even said that he's one of the best. I mean, I remember something like this, that he's one of the best grapplers or somewhat. Dude, the grappling is never been. Right now, so why don't you just focus? I know. So get a little break here, kids. We'll jump right back to this juicy episode of the Shop Show. Game on! Week 1 of the NFL starts this week. Every touchdown brings you closer to payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting part of the NFL. This isn't just football. It's first touchdown fireworks anytime. Rushes. And live bets that ride every momentum shift at baby. Let's go next. There's nothing like betting on college football. Get you some. If you bet on Miami, Notre Dame, oh wait. New customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 to get 300 bonus bets instantly. Plus grab over 200 off NFL Sunday ticket on YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season starts now. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use the code SHOP. That's code SHOP. 300 bonus bets instantly. It's your first bet of 5.
This is known as the Upper Nile.
up, sluts? Well, the draft is done. Yeah, Ribbit's in the back. Give me a breakdown, big dog. Like, we'll get there, girl. I'm vibing to it. Like, calm down, woman. All right, here we go. What are we doing first? Firstly, I don't know if you're seeing me like this or like this. Some of the things will be like, yeah, go ahead, Ribbit's in the middle. Hey, what's up, peephole? She'd be like, you wear sideways, your peephole. And be like, oh, okay, well, whatever, lady. She'd be like, hey, where did you get those sick ass earbuds? I'd be like, girl, calm down. She'd be like, no, they're headphones. Whatever. The one's on the string. Anyway, it's like my stethoscope, girl. What? Want to hear it on your heart? Bum 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 bum. Calm down, babies. Anyway, but I guess when a doctor has to feel a chick's, it's kind of hard. Anyway, yeah, Rabbits in the back. Yeah, on behalf of the Rabbits in the middle, where did you get those sick ass stethoscope like headphones? I'd be like, you don't want these. These are one of the kind of all of my possessions. These you never want ever. You never want these. Of anything that I have, these are the things you need almost. But calm down, woman. All right. Rabbits in the back. Yes. So give us a breakdown. What's going on, big dog? It's been a while since we spoke. Here we go. Yeah, Rabbits in the back. Yeah, I like your little man bun and like, you're looking like Gordon Gekko. I'd be like, calm down, woman. All right. You want to see some earwax? Look at this. Earwax. Whoa. Toe jam. Anyway, I don't. Yeah, Rabbits back. You eat your earwax and toe jam? Be like, no, not usually. She's like, oh, calm down, woman. Anyway, oh, they just banned me tight. All right, what's new? Yeah, Rabbits back. Yeah, did you schedule all the reminders for the season? Or pro football? Last night I had people who came in all at once. So, how did you find out about me? And they were like, your clip doesn't really do that much. And it does. Just ask myself this question: what's the difference between the Rabbits in the back and the Rabbits in the middle? Oh, you don't want to know. Anyway, Rabbits in the middle. Go ahead. Yeah, I was going big dog. Anyway, so you were going, and you were talking blah 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 blah. Anyway, you were saying how you gonna go viral, bitch? When she was there. That's why I asked it, big man. And I thought, man, I don't know. It could be Kick. It could be Twitch. It's gonna be one of those. And then I was in the back with like, yeah, that's what he always says. He's just, blue sky, and all this other bullshit that we've been witnessing the last 3.5 years. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Ribbits in the middle. Yeah, when is it going to be 4 years? Fuck. Trying to blank out that time of my life, but it's something. I don't know, maybe like mid. But I have footage before that. Yeah. All right, here we go. What do you guys want? Rabbits in the back. Give us a breakdown on the draft, big dog. And where'd you get those headphones? I'd be like, calm down. Of all of my possessions, you don't want these. Like, hysterical. How fucked up that situation still is. Oh my god. All right. Draft breakdown. Well, that's enough. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So we're just gonna start at the beginning. Oh yeah, Rabbits in the back. Yeah. Did you update your ESPN teams? Like yeah. Did the WNBA, the MLB, the NFL already? But we got to do a draft pick 'em. So before pick 'em, but just to pick 'em. Yeah, Rabbits in the back. Yeah. How'd you do in college football this week? I'm like, oh, it's 5-5. Anyway. Not super excited about that. But maybe in the world, I think actually. But it's better to be best in the country. Ask anybody. We always want to be number one team in the country. Fuck the world, the country. Hawkeyes. Fuck Iowa State. Fuck that whole state. That whole state sucks. All right, UConn. Wait, we're doing it. Like the thing. We're just picking who's gonna win. Where's the thing where it tells you 10% pick? Why doesn't it do it on the other thing? All right, 10% pick Iowa. Dude, fuck Iowa State. I don't give a shit. Ones in Iowa City, those ones suck. I think Ames, that's two. I think that's Iowa. Anyway, UConn. So we're going against the grain on that one. All right. SMU, Baylor, SMU. Close to we're bets about Coyotes. All right. Is it? No. But what the fuck's a Cavalier? It's like a Cleveland Cavalier? It's like some kind of night or something. Oh, shit. All right, Missouri. Dude, these games are so best. All right. West Virginia, Ohio. I don't think. Okay, West Virginia. Michigan or Oklahoma? Boomer Sooner, baby. Arizona State or Mississippi State? They have a thing. What is it? What do they do? This or something? Sun Devils. Vanderbilt or Virginia Tech? I guess Vanderbilt. All right. 69. Okay, that one's done. Dude, I don't want to do it this way. It sucks. Everything sucks. All right, how about now? All right, what's this one? All right, we're 5-5. Oh no, this one. We went 4-6 on this one. What is this? This is against the spread. Texas up. All right. 49. 34%. No, that's a lot of points. Kent State. All right. Central Michigan ever. No internet. Nothing. But I like when it comes back. Come on, you little bitch. Dude, I can't hear myself. There's no internet. Yo, dog. Is that shit working? Oh, yeah, it came back. Come back. All right. Is this shit gonna work? All right, Pittsburgh or Central Michigan? Pittsburgh. All right. Utah State or A&M? 30.5 points. How much again? Pitt. All right. Chippewas or Clemson? Clemson's gonna be pissed. Troy, is that Troy, New York? I don't think so. Troy somewhere else. No one knows about that team. All right, OSU, Oklahoma State, or Oregon. OSU versus UK. Ole Miss by more than 10. South Florida, Gators. Michigan or Husk or Georgia Southern. Huskers. Is that it? 9 out of 10 points. Which one did we do? Oh, Texas Tech, Kent State. 48.5 is just so many points. All right, is that the end? No, calm down, man. I can't do it. Hey, oh, isn't that the end? STFU, girl. Anyway, here you go. Last team. Last one. I hate this one. I might just give up on this one. Some Rabbits can be like, no, you have to do it the whole year. We two. Dog. Iowa. Any of these in which you're confident? Safe. All right. I think we have to join. There's so many fantasy things. Unlimited fantasy. Fuck double fantasy. Unlimited fantasy. All right. Weekly ratings. Dog, this shit sucks. Okay, week 1. Cowboys, Eagles. I don't even understand that. What are Chiefs? How is this even a thing? Cardinals, Dolphins, Fish. Can't even see this shit. Commanders. Jaguars or Panthers, literally no one gives a shit. Lions, Texans, Rams, Ravens, Bills. Is it probably? Yeah, basically. Vikings and Bears. Ooh, that one goes. There go Ravens on that one. All right, submit your pick. You're in. Your entry has been created. Ravens week 1 pick. That doesn't make any sense. Why is my week 1 pick? Oh, this isn't like a thing. It's pick anybody you want. Oh, I thought I was picking. Oh, fuck this, dude. Then what's the fucking Eagles? Oh man, I was fucked up. Okay, all right. So that's that team. Week 1 pick. So I think you just have to pick winners. That's all I do is pick winners, baby. All right. I thought we were picking real things. Okay. Now what? Dog, I don't give a shit about all this news. Eliminator challenge, you did that. Where do we do? Okay, there's so many fucking things. We got 29 of these fucking things. Look at this finger work, girls. Anyway, in something. Oh. Okay. Dallas beginner, Minnesota beginner. Gridiron. What is this? No one knows. Dog, where's the thing where you just pick who's gonna win? Dog, look at this bullshit. Fantasy home? Eliminator challenge. Oh, here it is. Pigs win totals. Pigskin pick 'em. 11.5 thing. Okay. Over Rams, Packers. Oh, Houston under. Cardinals under. Bears under. Cowboys under. They're tanking this year. Dolphins under. Vikings over. Steelers over. Seahawks under. Patriots under. Carolina under. Naptown under. Jacksonville over. Raiders over. Saints under. Giants under. Jets under. Titans under. Browns under.
done.
Aramaic is, by the way, other people's writers have put on this. It's a Semitic language. It's not too far away from structure. Most of its vocabulary is probably sort of like French and Italian, or French and Spanish are close to each other. And Hebrew is to Aramaic. We'll come back to that when we talk more about that later. Organization of the Jews of Babylon was principally skilled. In English, the exile, the head of the exile. And again, I want to postpone a major discussion of this and a lot in this next semester. This is basically a figure recognized by the Parthian Empire as the head of all Jews in the region, well respected by the Jews, although sometimes as the academies begin to grow, they really only take off in the 3rd century, but the various great academies of studies, which will ultimately produce the Talmud, often get into conflict with the Jewish religion. Nevertheless, just like we saw with the prayer for the government, there's also a prayer for the Reish Galita that was included in every Sabbath service in Aramaic, and various conflicts. But you shouldn't think that it's all, sort of organized, working together.
Yo, baby, I don't know if that'll upload it or whatever, but we the last few ones we got New York Giants under over 11. Bills over 11 and a half. Bengals over 11 and a half. Lions over 10 and a half. Packers over 9 and a half. Houston over and a half. Patriots under 7 and a half. Falcons under 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 10 and a half. 7 and a half. Panthers under 6 and a half. Colts under 6 and a half. Jacksonville over 6 and a half. Raiders over 5. The Ain't under 5 and a half. Jets under 5 and a half. Jets under 5 and a half. Titans under 5 and a half. Browns under 4 and a half. Okay, submit your pick. Oh shit. Hold on. You're in. Hold on. Total points will Philadelphia score in the regular season? I don't know. 169, 690, 696. How many would that be for each game? Let's say they scored 20 each game. 16 games. How would you do this? All right. The way that I do is you got 6 and then 20 and you times it 16 times 10 plus 16 times 10. And 16 add 0, 160. So we do that. 320. Is 20 a good score? Yeah, that's fine. All right. Maybe 369. All right. Pigskin Pick'em. All right, this is the one we wanted to do, girls. All right, choose a game. Oh, no, we got to do standard, spread, or confidence. Another 3. This shit takes so long. So rip it to bit. Give it to me, baby. Calm down, woman. Some bitch would be like, how's that machine going? They're like, still going strong, girl. Look at that. Pigskin pick'em, girl. Anyway, I got my honey from last year. Still make this fucking year sweet, girl. All right, here we are. Pigskin pick'em. Eagles or Cowboys? Eagles. The birds. Kansas City or Chargers? Dolphins. Fish. We're gonna go against the grain on that one. Um, Cardinals or Saints? Saints. Pittsburgh. Hey, Rabbit. Yeah, Rabbit's in the middle. Where'd you get those headphones? I'd be like, oh, calm down. You don't want these things. Nobody wants these things. Anyway, Commanders over Giants. Jacksonville over Carolina. Rams over Houston. Baltimore. We're going with Baltimore over the Bills, and Vikings over the Bears. How many points will we score in Vikings versus Bills? 69. All right, join group. Quit that shit. Anyway, okay. So, hey, social justice warrior, how you living, pimp? Anyway, yeah, Ribbon's in the back. Hey, social justice dog. How not this thing, pig skin thing. Now we have to do play eliminator challenge. Basically doing the same thing. Bengals, Jaguars, Broncos. Um, 1.5 point favorites over the Falcons. Dogs over the Patriots. We're picking that. Cardinals 2.5 point favorites over the Saints. Steelers 2.5 point favorites over Carolina. Browns. You ain't even fucking see what I'm doing. San Francisco 1.5 point favorites over Seattle. Lions half point favorites over the Packers. Rams 2.5 point favorites over Houston. We're picking the Ravens half-point favorites over half-point dogs on the Bills, and the Vikings 0.5 half-point dogs on the Bears. The Bears are shit. Always have been. Except for 85. Okay, no thanks. It's for a win. How many points are going to be scored? 69. And okay, you have to just do one adjustment. All right, we're going to go with the Ravens over the Bills. And we'll do for votes. We got pigskin, pick'em. All of the fantasy sports, the NFL, the college. I did not just great question. I did notifications, and I did that I've been wearing for like 1 year. And it is like a loincloth. There's no ass. It looks like that. So I've got this thing on the side that they rip right here when I reach my arm. Calm down, woman. Yeah, Kathy, you don't want these. Ireland, softball. Look at this bitch's body. Okay, look at this girl. You can see her fucking. My shirt's ripped. It's kind of the same. And Connie's a thing. Also, Bimbo Mills. What do you want me to do? Yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, are you done? They're like, yeah. We the last few ones
Or the price
Jen
survive and
typed in 500.
then
You're at
decided
5.5. Here we go. Ravens over 11.
my goal is to try and recap the period of antiquity, the next 15-week semester, when we go into medieval periods. So again, I'm not going to really answer how the Jewish people survive antiquity. I certainly have a few thoughts on it, and I'll share some of them in the next video. But for the time being, consider here's how the Middle East and Sarah's migration from the land of Ur, from that would be ancient Sumeria, and most historians place this somewhere around the year. Source, the Hebrew scriptures, and the Bible as a historical source for some of the difficulties. At any rate, according to the narrative that we have in the book of the text, Abraham and Sarah made their way from Mesopotamia to the land of Israel. And then there's kind of shift that occurred several hundred years. Note, by the way, I'm using the term anachronistically. They would not have themselves maybe Hebrew or Hebrews, which comes from Eva Hanahar, from the other side of the river, meaning they originate from the other side of the river. Evolution of various terms, such as Hebrew, era, resulting in a land of Israel. And this is where we begin to slowly get more archaeological evidence, such as in Israel. In this region, at about this Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses. The region is called Israel, and the southern region is called Judah, as shown in this map. Then if we move forward a few centuries, we get to the Assyrian invasion, and Israel lost tribes, which is a little bit of a misnomer because lots of people were left behind in the region. Many of them migrated south and blended with the population of Judah as well, but nevertheless a significant population was taken on into north. There is then another invasion which reaches the southern kingdom of Judah and destroys the temple that was built there. Exiles once again. This occurred in the early 6th century. This exile, however, later Persian Empire, but nevertheless, Jews overwhelmed by them and overwhelmed more significantly by Greek culture, Hellenism, and this sparks a dramatic cultural influence in Hellenism. And they ultimately will continue along that path. Romans invaded in the year 63. Not a really good word to use. I should have changed that because we never exactly invade. Kind of invited in because of this dispute between the back of the very successful at this. And he had a very long career in building and so on, but at the same time, he was an incredible tyrant, murdered much of his own family, and so on. The Jews will rebel in the first century of destroyed in the year 70. Although we refer to the Roman exile from the year 70, again, it's a little bit of a much more devastating reaction and central region of Judea itself, as opposed to the really major changes happening in the Jewish population. So let us just recall the tremendous challenges that these developments imposed on the Jewish people. First of all, when Judah was destroyed, then under the Greeks, when their level of self-rule is threatened, and then national identity, which are taken off to a far-off location. You know, they're not living within the contiguous borders of one territory. Full on big bunch of other.
It seems like a new math, doesn't it? I mean, it's someone comes out. It's amazing. We lost 12 million. Whole series of
Discouragement. See, you're like standing up.
plus over 200 NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube.
UNCC Sportsbook at DraftKings.com/promos. Sunday ticket offer from/learn/NFL Sunday ticket.
You want to see slide? No, that's a 15 second. First. I don't know why I shot it. Y'all must have forgot all that in the real world. Yeah, so that was actually a fun fight. I only watched the last 3. So Jail fills in, right? I was in for Cable Steve's. Cable Steve was in where that's just gets water. That's the first one you just saw.
Have success averages like fucking all players like get a third of their shit uploaded 0.0001, and Zuckerberg's shit is so stupid. It's like, I can't upload longer than 20 minutes. Like, dog, it's attention to what your company You're too busy not learning the name of the bows that Jewish history lectures. How are you? How many goals did you score?
Absolutely.
That's right.
Based on each tree, I think they are still in the world.
All right, that's like your opinion, man. All right, very well. Do you follow any other sports that like are popular in the United States, like football?
Yeah.
Who's your
American football.
Who's your favorite American football team?
Yeah, I don't know any. I just watch.
That's all right.
I don't I just watch the game.
That's all right. Is it popular where you?
Only rugby.
Okay, rugby. What's your favorite rugby team?
Oh, I think the USA team are quite strong. They internationally, the USA team. No, I don't. I don't really know them. I just watch them.
Or something. Oh, you like basketball? Who's your favorite basketball player?
Corey,
Who is that?
Stephen Curry.
Oh, Kobe.
Yeah,
He's the record holder for most 3-pointers in a career.
yeah.
Word. Dog. All
Never
right. LeBron James. Yeah, definitely.
The Lakers.
The Lakers. Yeah, that and like to walk.
Yeah,
Where do you like to walk?
and good engineering buildings that actually an electrical engineer. So
I know you're an electrical engineer.
You said what?
Do you like to holla at bitches? Like when hot chicks walk near you, are you like, duh?
Yeah, absolutely.
There you go. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. How many girls you've been poking recently? All right. So is there a girl that you like?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
All right. Is she cool?
Sure.
Okay.
That's your idea, that's fun.
All right. That's all right. What does she like to do? What are her favorite things?
Singing.
Amazing. Likes to sing.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. She's to be as righteous as she can be. Oh, man. All right. So,
Actually, I'm a good singer.
that's okay. Crocodiles by you?
You're right. Yeah, I've seen a lot.
Oh, that's scary as ball. Wow. They have crocodiles where you are?
You see what?
Do you ever see them eat stuff?
Yeah, sure. I've seen them eat stuff,
That is scary.
stuff like
All right. What kind of music do you
what?
What kind of soul music like?
I'm usually
Cool.
yeah,
What's your favorite instrument?
yeah, um, a lot. Uh, yeah, like jazz.
Jazz is amazing.
Like Gilio Cisetto. So I like his instrument as well. All the stuff. Yeah, actually, all of the sides. Uh, they give the best. I think I would just say.
Like,
Yeah.
it's very cool.
Yeah. When it had to do with motors, So yeah, I like motors, rotating parts
Okay,
of the
yeah,
Chukere.
motors with rotating parts. Okay, very well. And
Yeah.
what's a project? What, work that you you ever as an electrical engineer?
They're everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you have a pet monkey?
No, I don't like keeping them. I prefer dogs.
Very well. What kind of dogs do you like? Asian?
Yeah. Um, on the roads, the roads were
Rottweilers. Okay, very well. Are dogs common where you are?
yeah much.
Okay.
They have yeah, they're cats.
Certainly understand. Do people have solar panels there? That's very, very cool. All right.
Yeah, like the ones that have like they have a good sense. Even when they are born for a very long time, they can still come back and recognize the owner.
Absolutely.
So yeah,
Very well.
so I like that. Uh, what's different about basketball?
Yeah. Yeah.
people
Do you know any long distance
playing the football field.
long distance
So,
do you know any long distance runners?
no, no.
No. So do people run there a lot or no?
Once in a while, I think once in a year, they kind of host a program for that
Okay.
once in a year.
All right.
Yeah.
Do people play racket sports like tennis or racquetball or anything like that? Pickleball?
Yeah, 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 yeah. They play.
Oh,
And I watch also.
you play tennis?
I watch don't know.
That's amazing. Okay. What about
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
Excellent.
That'll be
Oh, very, very cool. All right. Very well. Well, you guys do everything there. You play American football ever?
Aki, nah.
I'm going to be making another video, so feel free to enjoy, okay?
Um,
There aren't measured with conventional scientific tools, but they're designed that those tools are able to be measured. And what he's really referring to, what is the larger story of this history? And of course, the story is embedded inside the word history. example, for that Kabbalah and things like that. Again, Judaism is not an attempt to, conflict with the more rationalist Lithuanians and their accusations. Backward superstition going the wrong direction of history, and therefore the Hasidism tends to receive a lower grade in that history, and that's something that Shibboleth wanted to correct. More in favor of looking at what were the people creating of themselves. It's really about what the people are developing on their own. What have the people developed? They have developed the ability to exist outside of the trappings of power that Jews once had a story. How could they possibly exist without borders and currency and a flag and an army and a passport, things like that? Even in a within very, very, very culture. And he said, this is something.
Peace, man. Take care.
I were to present my birth certificate, document on it has my place of birth, my date of birth, and a few other odds and ends of date of it, and nothing is the result of a mistake, a clerk's mistake. Perhaps I am deceived in thinking that this is the correct document. Perhaps my parents gave it to me, but they're really hiding a much larger system. I mean, I don't know. So you might say, okay, fine, well, we can verify that. We can go back to the small town where Henry Abramson was born, and we can like right through the card catalog, and we can find, the original document, and we say, look, here it is. Same thing. All you can say is that here's a document that says the same thing. Both of them are wrong. Narrative, like a government document is a pretty straightforward thing. If you were mistaken, how do you know that the things that the memo never goes back to what actually happened here stuck in the text itself.
The worst. All right, are you done?
Like many of these cryptic things that put artists
All right, it's time. Last night, he's got 20 fucking to your like.
House of David. Does that mean there really was a House of David? What have historians done to this?
Done. All right, here we go. People and I still won't because it's too long. Okay, well I'm 2025. San Francisco 190 years.
Write the history of revolutionary France, right?
So I'm like, hey, Bengals over the fucking Browns, and nobody gets to see that shit. All right, league history. Here's how it went down. It's so pretty. I mean, like, I don't know if you can read it, but this is how it went. And I'm going to now read every single person.
So here's a black and white photograph of me that really doesn't have to be here, but I sort of like it. It's such a beautiful photograph. It speaks to.
All right, here we go. Number one pick overall.
I look like as a historian, and so
For your kid, 3 Saquon Barkley, 4 Bijan Robinson, 5 Ribs, Derrick Henry, CeeDee Lamb, 7, Christian McCaffrey, 8, Amon-Ra St. Brown, 9, Puka Nacua, 10, Ashton Gentry, 11, 12. All right. Then I'm not doing 13, 14, I'll lose track. So then it went Malik Neighbors, Lamar Jackson. I got shit for not taking Nico Collins from some motherfucker from New Jersey yesterday. He literally just tried to light my ass up, and I was like, all right, that team would suck, and Nico Collins went to school. Anyway, Brock Bowers is next. The Jonathan Taylor, so Brian Thomas, then AJ Brown, then Drake London, then Josh Hall, James Cook, Tony McBride, Joe Burrow, Mike Evans, Kieran Williams. Tomorrow, Chad Terry Hill, a man, Corn, Patrick Mahomes, George Kittle, a man, Jackson Smith, and Jibbawa, whatever. Xavier Worthy, DJ Moore, Jibba Howard, Cortland Sutton, Kenneth Walker, Travis Kelce, Trayvon Edison Williams, Jalen Waddle, DeAndre Smith, BJ Harvey, Travis Hunter, Rome Adunze, Tucker Kraft, Kingshawn Judkins, Zay Flowers, Jordan Jacoby Myers, Joku, Travis Etienne, Emeka Ogboga. Oh fucking much. If my room were like a disc, he would have been like number 7. Who's that big motherfucker? Oh. Anyways, Baltimore Ravens, Khalil Shakir, Javonte Austin Eckler, Jake Bates, Keenan Allen, amazing, Jared Goff, Anyway, Josh Downs, Dak Prescott, Texans, Kyler Murray, J.J. McCarthy, Darnell Mooney, Adam Thielen, Herbert, Smith, Rashad White, Cam Ward, Will Shipley, Brandon Ayuk, Jerome Ford, Marvin Mims, Niners, Hunter Henry, Xavier Legette, Luther Trey Harris, Hollywood Brown, Ali Lions, Dylan Sampson, Will Lutz. Now, Rabbit said in the back, show him how you did. Back, look. There's no like rank, but I put my thing in rank on some website, and our team, Mooney, Jaden Blue, Cam Ward, Tyler Loop, Arizona Cardinals. Okay, that's the squad. Against all these other motherfuckers. Ranker, and guess what we got? A C plus. Like the program. C plus, this is the best squad ever. The fucking mystery box could be anything, could even be a boat. This is how it went out. All right. So worthy Tuesday. Hold on. I'm gonna do better than that. Do a little bit better than that. Actually, a lot better than that. So they're not probably the worst team. So aside 190ers. Okay. No, dude, they're not the worst either. Dog, there's in here who aren't ready. Okay, so people haven't made adjustments yet. Okay, so All right. Well, that's not that fair, though.
Without the temple, the fulcrum of their relationship. So they're disappeared. Articulate a new way of
It's just how it is. As of right now, in the first round, Black Cats with 116.45. So they're number 12. Number 11, but again, these will adjust. But as of right, San Francisco 109 years, 119.30.
many historians have
$69.42. That's who I'm playing this week. There at then number 8 is King Nate at 126.4. We have
these are the teachers who played incredibly important role
number 7 would
their continued spiritual life, which was
Fight Keezy at 128.42. The 8
the Amoraim,
130.08. So that's number 7. I think the 6 is 130.52. Team 5, the 131.20. Team four,
so at the end of the destruction of the temple, perhaps the most
I think it's Pan. Say, bro, that with 137.67. You saw it. I didn't even get fucking Pacheco or any of the guys I wanted with 125 champions.
Shammai, Beit Shammai, and through the pillar, And not until the destruction of the temple, it seems that Shammai was largely a matter of personal choice. You associate yourself with a solved quite
Dude, it did it again.
the temple, however, thought primarily around one side we have rabbis to follow the teaching of Shammai, and on the other side, the growing consensus, the majority. Remarkable. The Talmud says, the Ezra says, if the law follows my opinion, let this riddle stay in a place. And then finally, the same argument goes on and on. Rabbi Eliezer says that choice out guy says law. The researcher, Dr. Beverly Goodman, who's archaeologist at the University of Haifa. Dr. Goodman has looked at a lot of fascinating historical data, probably destroyed forts along the coastline of Israel. Is actually reflecting a historical of the discussion of the Gemara. The rabbis perhaps would is here on the planet Earth, and human beings for the rabbis were there are two institutions that especially for the survival of the Jews after that. You can see also
How you ham? You know,
So there was also other fights. You guys were just boxing. I was just trying to find someone who can believe who I don't know much about. But I'll show you. Here's a finish. That's we've seen that here. Like James Cannon beat Hector Lombard? Yeah, crazy.
actually primarily in the northern region to a certain degree in the are one way or another. There is a common in Israel.
Huge upset. And that's, this is James dead.
One of the challenges of studying this theory is that
Jesus Christ. That's more like some brutal. So this is him. And I'm showing this picture. Swinging for the fences too. Punching. Those are the two main ones. What was it? Judia and over. And I try to build our life. Yeah, that was sad. Yeah, well, it's like the chameleon. It's for Mackenzie Dern. Yeah, so they're fighting for the vacant title that Lang's really vacated. So I can't root for Mackenzie Dern. And then let's say all the skill sets, knows how to build fires, all that stuff for Mackenzie Dern.
it's possible to love that. Apparently, it's just bullshit. So, it's really bad.
Let's take a little break here, kid. We're paying in full, owning a home, and more. Plus, you can count on the great Progressive Captain Insurance Company affiliates. Potential savings will vary. Fire Country, Elspeth.
And you live on the street.
It's
Smart, Sean Strickland. That's why you take on it.
Look at Sean's defense. Oh, he's a super lightweight. Sean would get so many finishes if he fought like this. It's a tough fight like this at middleweight, though. Hey, K1 dude, is this the hardest ever?
We're kind of talking about a little bit where it was weird how people see all of a sudden.
Yeah, these fights.
Determination that was made.
Marketing is better than the UFC. You figured a way around it. Chael's not as good. Upper replacement, but he's a big one to hit. So, but if Psycho Stu wasn't drunk and wouldn't have hit myself over the head with a real beer can while he was live streaming on his own stream, then not would have felt like they went to the police on the beer can. He said he couldn't get the storyline. He was told he could F them up. I have witnesses that say that I'm scared of prison or dying for my kids. Call me names over my fan that day after he got a concussion. The day before, if a bunch of pro wrestlers want to jump me, human being shut up. I'm a father first, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. All Rampage comments that he his part in it. Yeah, this influencer fighting, wrestling, kick, streaming, 90%. Background and stuff that was like talking shit to Rampage. It's like internet and the real world are kind of colliding here. The term fuck around now find out influencers and stuff like that. And so like people are getting pretty comfortable around it. It's similar to me in comedy, right? I'm a silly guy. We're not cut from the same cloth, you know? It's like, no, Rampage, I thought I can be totally disrespectful to you and nothing happens. Like the comments online, people will call you the N-word, people will say racist stuff to you and you're cool with it. Why can't I do it in person? You're gonna fuck this streaming, hang around constantly. It's not good. And then out there that stuff that upset at Rampage because he was back on kick and streaming right after. He's dealing with that. You guys are weapon Rampage into it. And you're saying, you know, Psycho Stu should sue Rampage and his son. Again, you're complicating this. You're blending the two. Rampage's son is a grown man. He's 25. By all update in the hospital, they showed a picture of him. He doesn't look too bad. It's like his teeth is up front. Really? Maybe his old picture they posted, they show his teeth. Send electronic mail to people. It is the big new thing.
Yeah, but you know, it's easy to criticize something you don't fully understand, which is my position here. But I can remember was like a big breakthrough announcement that on the internet or on some computer deal, they were going to broadcast a baseball game. Breakdown big time. Listen, baby, this is just a test to make sure I'm not making like this. Alright, baby, just see me like this. Last choice that we have here for our draft.
Okay, I want to give myself a few minutes to describe what the topic is. I've had some crazy advice right now. It is an unusual and amazing and wonderful document that is just try to scratch it down to a few minutes. It's going to be very challenging. But nevertheless, I think I have a couple of ideas and let me share them with you. First off, let's look at something a little more prosaic. What exactly is the structure of the problem and its purpose? So probably the best way to understand it is to look at a modern project that somebody created, which you can see here. And this has been helpfully color-coded to give you a sense of the kind of literary archaeology that is present on every page back. The first section we have to look at is this sort of core melody. And that is the mission. All of that comes here. But the Talmud is really a commentary on the Mishnah. And just like the Mishnah is sort of like a law code, I mean, it's a little more organized, and it has like, you know, general subject. This whole if we follow the Mishnah, we'll have a, and also as we saw, occasionally we'll see make a statement or this is what makes it really strange. It's coded and it takes a lot of training to be able to decipher it. There's no, you have to break up sentences appropriately. You have to understand whether something is a question or a statement or a rebuttal or a sarcastic comment or a hyperbolic comment. It's very hard to try and work out the language. That scholars would have actually memorized.
Wonderful, but it's not better than I thought.
That took its starting point.
Yeah, I wonder
about
awesome. But it was this. Just some regular
Pittsburgh. Like, was you guys really know how to stay tuned? I saw that. Okay. Yeah, we haven't seen anything. So this is this is I'm filing a lawsuit. Yeah, I'm filing. I tried to look at your lawsuit. I didn't see it. Just at first, yeah. As I just saw pop up, I have no idea who this girl is. You know, like, it's not I don't know why is it on Aspinall. If he actually wrote that with this post, I don't know. But so it's him standing there, and then what I thought was funny was I'll show you here. Tom doesn't use vouchers, he puts the whole tube and just like, you notice like, Tom has like, yeah, big pouch. Just, I don't know. Like that girl's on yeah, she's that can't be a real page who has 12,000 followers. There's no way. There's no way. There's this link, but then check it all fans. Here's my music. Alright. So this is from Dirty Boxing. Some dude that got knocked out. And by the way, that's John Addict's twin brother. Yeah. That's John with hair. Yeah. I didn't see it back there. What it is, staring at John Addict's brother. I don't think he's on it. I think he's on. Was it an early stoppage or something? I didn't even see the fight. Oh, you're taking that right away. John. The ref looks like a handful. Yeah, he looks like on all the ones. Is that it, brother? Let me see, because we, oh, this one, here's this is the last one. I don't know what happened here. So, Luke Rockhold posted these pictures of him and Garrett after the fight. But whatever filter he's using looks so strange. It does look weird. It looks like Luke's been in a coal mine. And he also looks like, Jake Gyllenhaal. Looks like Jake Gyllenhaal there. And when he looks like he has coal all over his face. And then Darren Till looks like a doll. Yeah, they look freaky. Yeah, they look crazy. Like, this one's not as bad as that first one. Yeah, that is weird. But Luke posted it, so. And I didn't see anyone mentioning it, which is even more bizarre. Yeah, that is strange. Shit happens. It's all love, Jack, too. All the best, brother. Good for him. Alright, dude. So there's fights this weekend. Yes, it's the first round of the middleweight contest. Who gets to fight Hamzat? You got the Fighting Nerds taking over France. It's tough to bet against the Fighting Nerds. Imavov, though, it's gonna be tough to beat that guy. The grappling's gonna cancel each other out. Imavov's so fucking tough. I'm going for the Fighting Nerds. Mario could have a tough time. I don't think so. Mario gets unfinished, you know. Ruffy's one of the most exciting fighters to watch. Cardio not great. So see how they're good. You're for the PFL champs. It's a good card, man. Oh, wait. Hell yeah, I'll take that. Fighter can't finish. It's a disaster, whether it's. But it's the first round. This one will come off to some lucky winner, $10,000 cash. Get you some.
I'm very much involved in producing a daily video. This is a program around the world today.
What's up, fam? It is August 25th. 10 a.m. on this lovely Austin crispy morning. How we doing, kiddos? We good? Can't hear you, but hopefully you're doing well as you're listening to this. Wherever you're at right now, wherever you're at, kids are back in school, kids' sports are starting. So this last week is my last free weekend. Parents with the kids on sports yard goes, there's no more week otherwise, so we're good. But it's picking up. Baseball and football, the kiddos are popping and running. Got the lifts up here at the studio finally, the Vet Pack lifts. Ordered these lifts and you realize everything that goes in. I just thought you install the lifts and you're off and cooking and working on cars and that's not the case. Always said trees. This badass rig. I won't miss it when I give it away, but it may be. So go to tryfastallgas.com. This is my favorite hat we've ever made. I'm rocking right now. This the Diesel Dad package. Bit of a slower week in fighting, but there is some.
Hometown.
What time? It is Monday, September. August is over. August is over, kiddos. August is over. Stan's first game Tuesday. Hey, let's go. Yeah, Europe's like, what? Russia's like, hold up. It's like, yes, what? I'm a holiday in honor of working people. Will that be us, Jim? We're here. Happy holiday. Or something, so I get that. But in general, you're like me. That's why I was testing the waters with my son's travel ball team. I said, yo, they practice. There's still early SVT days. They put all that stuff. They still do the Raptors, but they're big time. But they would do cool stuff. And there's this young man named Preston Carpenter at 350. And when I was, what are you talking about? He's like, I don't know, what do you do? I'm like, dude, I'm like, what are you talking here? He goes, they do like super. Yeah, so I came privy to this. So and one set of powder, race red there. against patient. There's a lot of hype on him, not really deserved, right? He was the favorite to win the Heisman, which is wild to me. So many players, it's Ohio State. Probably the best defense season. So that is the coverage that the looks, and also blueprint. Because I was at this party, and everyone's in Texas gear, their March Manning jerseys, and one legit.
What up, baby?
So weird. I know in Texas, awards and all that shit. So 40 now, so it's okay to kind of like them. It's weird. It's weird back and forth for me. But if you listen to this, the young kid, he's gonna be okay. That's coordinator. He's dealing with a lot of control. Never see another defense like that ever again. And gotta give this young kid some slack. You gotta give him some slack. Before that, maybe the best player in the league. You know, Otani's going to Otani, so we can. But he came in DH and came on the home run back in. Because we're about to get swept by the Reds, which is wild. Which is frustrating that I needed that win because Texas lives in the whole neighborhood, this little town. College football, I can't get it. I watch a ton of college football, love college football. But one thing I watch more than college football is fighting. Whatever it is, Misfits, BYP, KFC, it's just not. But Misfits. You know, he's had his issues and he's polarizing figure, but I like Dylan. He's so misunderstood. And right? Because the UFC pushed him way too fast, and for him to make himself a different career, it had to be scary. But if you look at other people that do this, usually never works out. Guys, it's working out for Mighty Mouse, right? Going over to one championship, and now his post-fighting career, his YouTube presence, he's massive. So Mighty Mouse is kind of the key guy there. It worked out for Francis. So you gotta give Deer Till credit. If it's not MMA, if it's like these boxing events, for Deer Till, I feel like he's one guy that was like, I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna stick. It's kind of worked out for him. I love to see it because to bare knuckle at his age can't be his identity, can't be fighting what's going to take to go to where he wants to go. For Lou, he has to sit behind you. I love rock and roll. When we were young, we used to dream of being an astronaut, president, prince, princess, dreaming of going to space and or owning your own castle. You start dreaming of owning your own freaking business. But thankfully, that's where today's sponsor, Shopify, comes in. Cha-ching. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world, like Drive Fast All Gas, all right, Mattel, Jim, all of the big and they're freaking 10% of commerce. All right, well, I haven't heard about my brand. Shopify helps you find your customer. You know what? Email, social chains. What if I get always around to share advice? I was so he's killing his phone up. He's so fun to watch him. He's great. He's such a talent. He's just such a good. He knows what he's great. He's on MTV. No, Kukui. There's the finish. Fighting, he doesn't speak the same language, not the same pedigree, not the same. Fighting as Tony does. He's a professional boxer. Technically, yes. What's his background? He was an influencer. Golden Gloves came up boxing as a young kid. He did the whole smoker circuit. Level. Beat on undercards, a big event. So if you just look at that, when you're going to this summarization of his career, British influencer, lost. Christianity, which is abandoned. Fighting is 2-2. I often get a lot of you guys are not the real Jews. You are Khazarian. Father believes that first one he had one. Does he have like a regular one? Israel. It all sorted itself out in the end, I guess. He's like, what does it matter to you what I call myself? I can call myself an alligator if I want, right? Why is testifying as an alligator? At any rate, that's something that is a very idea that I remember watching him before. He did a couple of promos, which is even harder.
Yo, dogs taking names, baby. Everything's good in the hood.
Live on YouTube.
Way. Amazing. How are you?
Yeah, I'm follow you. I'm follow you.
Oh, well, excellent. How was your day going?
Yeah. My
Ask what is your name?
my name is
The real. Excellent. Rothschild.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself? They stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so now for more than 3.5 years. We go back to the coronation air. It overtook petroleum, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I'm going to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations. How does that sound? Things that aren't normally discussed, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build Nigeria. I want to help with those types of projects. Additionally, desalination technology, where we pump earth's drinkable. How do those ideas sound to you? How do those ideas sound to you?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that much English. It's not my first language. I'm sorry.
No worries at all. You should just know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life, that I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most of all, I want to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need from me, I'm here to help.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, my
I
friend.
will.
We look forward to
Thank you so much.
you being here. Thank you for being a member. Take care. I go out every night and sleep all day. Since you took, I could do what I want. Whomever I choose. I eat my dinner in a fancy restaurant, 'cause nothing compares to you. It's been lonely without you. Like a bird without a song. reminds me of you. Told me, he said, boy, compares, nothing compares to you. All the flowers that you fucking know. No, right when you went away. But I'm willing to give it enough. Nothing compares to do. Nothing to do. Nothing compares. Nothing compares to do. Nothing compares.
Doing like food stuff, who was previously a full-time nurse. Sponsor is probably going to have somewhere between 70 to 95.
Andy Morse for fathers are saying is true. And this is why, according to Justice Scott, the Jews deserve more punishment because really, by refusing to admit the truth, they brought it on themselves. Justin Martyr would demand that Jews admit something and to admit it, that they should be punished for it. Definitely nothing a great start for Jews. And it is a very important early theme in the church fathers. As we shall see, however, there are some very important directives, especially with Augustine. Mentioned earlier, it is work that
these vouchers. That's a little good stuff.
seven specific commandments.
Why did he start playing the rap? Early stoppage or something? I didn't even see the fight. Oh, you're taking that right away. The rep will take a handful. I don't know what happened here, so move around. Most of these pictures maybe here until after the light. Or whatever. Everything looks so strange. His coal all over his face. And then Darren Till looks like a doll. Yeah, first round, the middleweight contest. Who gets fighting Hamza? Yeah, the fighting nerds taking over France. I'm going for the fighting nerds. I'm going to go and Rabbbi, but Mario could have a tough time. I think it was an exciting fight. That's probably Mario to finish, you know? One of the most exciting fighters to watch. Not great. We'll see how that goes. Before PL champs. Good card, man. That's 2 p.m. Pacific. Hell yeah, I'll take that. Rush on Imabon, RDR, and points is not only you have to win, but you have to do it impressively because, again, it's a four-man tournament. Whoever is most impressive, your reward is like the Hamzat. After defending talking shit to Hamzat, being saying he's a boring fighter, can't finish. It's a disaster whoever wins. This is the first round. This whole card for Top Clubs for a fight night's pretty freaking good. Definitely go for Paul. Alright, kids, that's it. No drive fast on a long one. Sit in the truck right now. Drove it to the studio today. Showed the winner of Shabbos. Soon. Can't wait to hand the keys off. Lucky winner. Those cash you saw. Tickets. Why did he do that? Stop. I just forgot about that last comment at the end. And the reason why Shab was so upset was this any excuse not to come. No way. Think about this. I mean, in fact, that calendar, or even the calendar, should we, remain steadfast in their, it is the foundation of another metaphor, should be of value as they are, without having them actually have some argue that the
Good. Really was live in the kid.
Let's go. Now, what's up? Worked out yesterday. Now, it's one thing to work out where I'll work out. And then what happens is you go to like 5 bucks. And you being strict, and I got to draw for me. For me now, I'm getting weaker, and I did that, and then those kinds of things. What age do you think you're gonna stop? There is, but wrestling full or something about you'll get injured. Don't. And he doesn't do jiu-jitsu anymore. We're at an age where not just grab your friend in a green room and start wrestling because something's got. Father Time has all the stuff. I have a joke. If I have to fight, I better be very warm and thoroughly stretched. And even then, I probably I can't tell you. Gaskets are all sorts of peptides and things. I never even thought about what I would do. Your kidneys are do a lot of things. When they talk about detoxing, I'm still the jury's out on a lot of that stuff. I'm stick to I think peptides I think are real. I think cells are real and you have is real. You know, certain things that we know for a fact. And like athletes, if you had to put your money on so we can do peptides, stem cells, testosterone, what is it? Like you choose what the fact.
Well, stem cells, if I'm injured, stem cells in the city, which is something that speaks here. Right. TRT, testosterone.
You like to name or change the name of the street. It gives me anything else. Succeed because they wanted to change why they you say you're 1400. My buddy Nick. Nutrition, like I remember with the cryo stuff, I remember with the cold you can nice. Chamber. The chiropractor said they had this surgeon. Sean O'Malley or probably would have found information.
Wow, that was pretty impressive.
The information, I mean, you want to do what you can. You don't want to get information from your coffee at Starbucks and all that bullshit. Just give it to Liberty Monday. It's not going to help you. Right here.
Grease and Italy, and like in Spain, they're like they eat all this fat, they don't die and stuff like that. It's the olive oil. You have to eat olive oil. You know, the stress levels are really, and they take it out when they. This is really.
Yo, you ready to have the most boring podcast ever? Oh, for sure, dog.
happens is you go to like and then you can semi-cross the thing where you're doing jump squats. And I gotta tell you, no problem. And then so I'm a little sore, and so sore that my body feels hot. My body feels hot. Yeah. So I and I'm afraid I don't have those kinds of pains. What age do you think something you do about it? There is some stuff. Wrestling one, I got 110. I'm like, what the fuck? In his strong hands. It is surprising that it's strong. Oh my god! And then he was like, yeah, wrestle, let's go. And because some things are Father Time has
Okay.
That's right. And you become stupid. All of us, it's like, oh, my ego. Let me see.
Okay, that's just a very quick look at some of the creativity that's going on in the Jewish world.
How did you feel? Not having a podcast for a month or 2 months. I would love it. It was the greatest feeling I've ever had in my life. It was so funny. It's going to get released. If it's good, I don't care what's good. It didn't get released. And I thought it was going to be. I'm picking up way crazy stuff. With the high energy company podcast styling that transformed the show into what it was supposed to be from the start. Tom and Bert
to the final episode ever of Two Bears, One Cave. So glad to sign off. We thank Stavi and Chris for taking over. We enjoy them. And
population within a large Muslim population.
Did you watch it?
Interact with their face.
I would watch it. You watch them all?
Yeah, no, I watched the clips. I just know they were trashing us like that the whole time.
Rulership.
The guy is so far gone at this point that he seriously needs across the last few weeks. I'm like, you'll know how much the guest host experiment backfired on Tom and Byrne. What started off as a bit of filler content to keep the exposure. And to his credit, he admits that not one to him in his life. He is way funnier, more grounded. Just a brief moment, he's seen if you haven't already, check out the link in the description to my Patreon because Red Band have been hiding from everyone. You won't see it anywhere else. So biggest bombs and kills in history. You know it's good. Also, I want to give a massive shout out to all of you who have already headed over to my new channel, subscribe. If you want to see more cringe outside of the usual suspects lately,
How did you not having a podcast for a month, 2 months?
that's I would love to see.
It was the greatest feeling I've ever had in my life. It was so funny. I've never been funnier in my entire everything I thought went on stage and didn't go to a podcast. Still too much content I put out. Podcasts.
Both admitting they hate podcasting and what they actually watch the guest episodes over the last 6 weeks, so they don't realize there are things that Chrissy stuff that was some kind of creative reset. But talks about how not podcasting made him funnier, more present, more engaged in conversations, which obviously sounds, and even admits he probably needs to quit. The thing with Bert is he's not saying all of this in my
straight up fucking bragging. This is Bird 101. He's been doing it years. Where Brendan Schaub will brag by telling a story that clearly never effectively saying, taking off make you realize how overexposed I am. I do my box working. Yeah, and I was engaged and I was interested. Yeah, I hadn't done one in 2 months, and I was like, I was present. Said we need to take time off from 2 Bears to do our shows. I was so defiant. Now, because I'm still subscribing to that model of it's got to be released every week. It's got to be released every week. It's got to be released every week, same time. No matter if it's good or not, it doesn't matter if it's good. It's got to be released. If it's good, I don't care if it's good. It's good. Get released. Like that's the last 7 days a week. I mean, he knew. I don't know how he does it. He's also just a liar. He's so different. Yeah, bipolar is her. Blonde lady. I don't mean this like shit, but like it kind of broke my heart. She is one of the most female communicators, not just of her generation. She's a prolific talent. She is a prolific talent. I will never be as talented as brilliant right now, like maybe movies and television shows. That's not. This is the one pride. She just has that. She's the first one to get to the blue rig and go, oh, this is cool. Let me go in the ocean. And we've been living on the blue rig for 15 years. Going, it gets old. She feels about film and television the way we feel about podcasting. We feel about film and television the way she feels about podcasting. It's perfectly possible. You know, like, she's obviously like killed it in that space. So she's bored. Maybe she's just like really having a good time doing these podcasts. Amy Poehler, we breathe some life into our podcast to be our guest. Who crushes basically narrating his own decline. He's sitting there having what he thinks is a career-altering revelation, talking about burnout, overexposure, the grind of constantly sending content, but instead as a wake-up call, he turns it into a brag. He's describing the symptoms of having a creative collapse as if he just invented it. I was funnier, more present, enlightenment. That's what 99% of do whenever they get the chance. But Bird acts like he stumbled onto a secret no other celebrity has ever figured out. Right before admitting he still records 3 episodes a week and has no intention of stopping. And for the love of God, will somebody please explain? Is that times that does he's only just started it this year, so wound up by it. You can hear it in his While him and Tom are trying to get into Hollywood, we've seen him cope like this whenever Shane Gillis drops a new special or a new season of Tires or whatever the fuck it is. He starts off by giving Shane his flowers, but then tries to insert himself into the big one. It's gonna blow same thing. He's raising a he starts asking hypothetical questions like, do you think she feels about TV the way we feel about podcasting? And seems like Bert's jealousy has no bounds. Tom lost a bunch of Bert's biggest achievement in life. And so now that Tom's looking like a cancer patient in remission, Bert want me to see this to people, but he's got so much hair you've never seen. And they were like, and everyone was like, oh, yeah, you're right. You won't see the scars. I was like, that's what you're about. His hair. That's you know. Bird is such a dick. I know injury is probably something he wanted to keep private, or sales and podcast views are dropping off, and so now he's becoming a bitter. So bring in fast food. I eat White Castles in the middle of the time. During the day, we operate different. I think I just want a different. They would call Martini. Those guys, Martini is the one in the map. For Mark Wahlberg, run to my Sprinter van called for me.
Dude, how you living, Pam?
When I would drink at midnight.
What? Dude, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Are you ready? You. I asked you a question. Ready? lose.
Yeah.
Dude, you lose at everything. Oh, fuck you, Zoo. Oh, fuck you, Zoo. That was incredible. God.
Yeah, Rabbi.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of someone getting their diagnosis revoked?
I've heard of.
Yeah, but can you get it revoked after a diagnosis?
That's one for ChatGPT, dog. Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? I've never heard of it. I'm sure it's a thing, but that to me is just known as a misdiagnosis, not necessarily a diagnosis revocation. Zoot, are you happy that you're going first? Zoot, you made a giant mistake. Maybe one of the greatest mistakes we've ever seen in this game.
What's that?
Oh, dude, I don't like that it moves around. Dog, I didn't make a mistake at all. No, I couldn't have.
You could have made the next.
Impossible. No way. Not even close. Zoot, 25 points. What are your thoughts? Zoot, you're down 25 points.
Ready?
Are you proud of that move? Dude, this what? It's going to do 5 damage? 5 damage, that's it? That's terrible. You fucked up, Zoot. You fucked up. Your Hydro Rush doesn't mean shit. Oh, and another extra move? Oh, fuck That was great. That was fucking great. Oh, dude, this thing does nothing. I'm not even afraid of it.
Oh, it does.
Oh, it sucks. It's nothing.
Yeah, but look what it also does.
This move, dude.
How did you find that?
Look at this move, dude.
Why did it find that? There was no
Shouldn't it have done 10 damage? Um, that I don't know. By 10 points. Do you think that was a good move? Dude, I'm winning by 10. Ooh, that was a terrible move. You have to steal all my moves.
I don't know, but I'm
Why do you have the advantage? I think that's a really nice story. It was an excellent move.
I don't know why you're not healing.
off Raw. You're stealing all my
Right. Hmm.
zoo. But I gotta come back. Oh, baby. Zoo. You remember when you said that I'm shitty at this game? 15. Remember you? And you get that extra move? Zoo. This is not cool. This is not cool at all. Zoo. Zoo, you're gonna lose. Zoo, you're done.
Oh fuck! I trust. I might have fucked up.
Oh, you fucked up big time, big man. Well, why don't you just go? My shit.
Heck,
You didn't help anybody, Zoo.
I did help you.
No, you didn't.
You just got a hit on me.
Zoo, are you gonna go? Electro Claw.
Alright.
You ready for this move? Extra move. HP. Dog. Did you just see that? Can you repeat that?
Listen, Fact, listen. Who the fuck puts their Discord link in my Twitch channel?
Oh, you're from Twitch? Oh, yeah, I fucking know all about it, dog.
You fucking dumbass. I see.
Hey, how are you?
Of your business.
All right, well, do you want another link? Yeah.
Listen, my friends are not. You're a fucking masochist.
Marcus, come on, let me tell you about
Take
my,
this off.
Marcus, Big Dog, let me tell you about myself. All right, well, we'll talk about you then. How are your friends doing? Zoot, how do you like that? Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot, are you gone? Twitch. Dog, who's that? Who is that guy? Marcus something. Maybe he's a big time, one of the biggest streamers of all time. Marcus. Dog. Zoot, can you hear me? Dude, did you hear that guy?
For a bit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to the gym. I'm gonna go to the gym.
Oh, there he is.
isn't his Bertini's yet thing it's worth, just like everyone else in Bert's life. Sorry, did I say cash cow? I meant lol cow. Now, multiple disorders he has that his money, fame, and he'd be a bum living on the streets begging for change. Even Tom straight up called him a narcissist for naming his own drink. He had assistant right springs somehow means he barely drank at all. This is why episode was a glimpse into the kind of self-destructive narcissism that's been eating Bert alive for years, but he's would recommend Bert go on TRT before the wardrobe. Every other day. This barometer too. I can tell you if I'm above 255 or below 255.
Yo,
Whether or not I can touch
how are you?
Good, good, good. Quick question though. Posted that stuff link on my Susan bots.
Wait, which channel? What? Do you mind if I tell you about myself, Abdullah? Days a week. $365 days a year for world. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, and of a king, and everything in between. Abdullah, have you happened? Well, that's what I am. In 2018, the economy. Oh yeah, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams.
Okay, that's a lot of it.
Word, dog. In fact, if you look at I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 Blue Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than anybody on earth, Abdullah.
And you managed them by yourself?
100%, absolutely. Hey, how'd you? Oh, 3 years ago. Okay. How did we meet? How did we meet? Oh, hey. Okay. Harry Potter and Sonic 10 Inu? Boom, baby. Excellent.
Your beard was slightly small.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like my dick, it keeps getting bigger. I'm doing well, my man. We just had our Harry Potter telling them all about myself. So, hello, do you mind if I continue telling them about myself?
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Excellent. So, Abdullah, what the plan is independently wealthy if you're not already, that you're generational wealth if you don't already have it. And most importantly, subtropical greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponic, and a cryptocurrency that sponsors me. That's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and develop seawater onto you.
Yeah, I understood that they I agree.
Absolutely. We want to end world fantasy football draft. Do you follow football?
No, I don't follow sports.
Okay, well, do you know who Yo-Yo is? Fantasy draft or fantasy football, and it kicks off the NFL season that starts up on Thursday, which is really exciting. So we are getting ready for that. I still have my stream going. Robots that post my Discord link on people's Twitch clips, causes them to come in here, and a lot of times they yell at me, but a lot of tell them where they can buy it. Then I get people to join the Telegram, so they join t.me/HPOS10I, and I've gotten people actually buy it, even though that's not why I do this. I do it for world peace, just kind of like um, additional benefit.
Core. I wanted to pick your brain about the Pizzagate stuff. That was like maybe like 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, certainly.
What do you how informed are you on that topic? Have I come to the source, not the source, but what do you call it? The chief occultist?
Yeah, I basically know everything about it.
I'm listening.
So I know who James Alefantis is. I know about Comet Ping Pong. I know about. So if you want to go down a rabbit hole, look at the tunnels that connect Comet Ping Pong down that street. I forget what it is. It's like Federal Street or it's like 38th Street. It's one of those streets. But they all connect to of predominant people, including like this isn't necessarily like the list. Podestas, there like there's a line of all of their houses, and um, I think that I would say is really interesting about that is there were recordings that were taken by someone his name escapes me, but you can they haven't completely been scrubbed and on the street and the ball keeps rolling into the street and it's this creepy dungeon like place that's right around the corner that's owned by the same group that owns that pizzeria and you also want to look into Bucks it's trading whatever it's right next door to and then next door to that very conveniently the guy very creepy pictures they have of children who are like taped was you won't find this anymore but you could why but and they look this isn't I'm not the one who's saying that they had an Instagram post I mean like I saw the Instagram post and um, and uncle is related to this. Sigmund Freud's nephew is related to this. What else about it? Um, so the big thing they say to discredit it is that you remember some of them, but like if you have a checkered scarf, it's like a symbol that like you're into like hard play, and they have all these strange names for these things, like you can find that out about it. Um, so there were some under like every major city in the United States, and people don't talk about. They're in Los Angeles, they're in Chicago, systems and such. They built some and they closed off some areas. Okay, fine. But there's a and they were able to find these has said in interviews. This isn't me like this is fucking uh like Washingtonian magazine, I think, or something like that. And he says that they watch he and his friends watch videos of he uses a that are uh, kinds of weird stuff with um the other Podesta. Jessica. He has a very strange story as well. So he was Hillary Clinton's chief of staff one thing I like about the guy, but he was back maybe like 10, 15 years ago. He's like an artist who is, I think, Ukrainian or something, Polish, Ukrainian, something like that. And, and she, um, I'm not exactly. She's from Eastern Europe. I'll put it that way. Cannibalistic. This thing that was written on this plain white wall in like amphetamine, or not amphetamine, adrenaline rush. Are books that I have seen on how to care a human body, what the best of human body is from a cannibalistic standpoint. What type of people generate the most amount of adrenochrome? Adrenochrome is also known as adrenaline or epinephrine. So this is what like the best, the most amount of adrenaline that you can get out of a purest form alleged. There's Comet Ping Pong, and there was Beast Pizza. That's what it was. And I think Beast Pizza went out of business. But they had into their website. And there were some people who tried to hack it. It was protected very well, but there was something coded language like, let's enjoy a piece of pizza for an hour. Like no multiple people enjoy a piece of pizza for longer than 5 minutes. Like it takes maybe 5 minutes to eat a piece of pizza. No one shares a piece of pizza, and no one makes plans to share a piece of pizza, and no one takes an hour to share a piece of pizza. It's just very, very strange. Um, there's an email from like a real estate agent that states like, "Hey, you left your handkerchief at my house or something like that. What do you want me to do with it?" It's like, who cares about this handkerchief? Like they keep talking about just very coded, strange language. So if you're interested in this, the Podesta emails are an excellent place to go. Um, then this gets into Frazzle Drip, if you know what that is. But basically, it was this strange website that people found in the darkest parts of the internet that has a video of a child that's allegedly being tortured. And if you know like within the story. Again, this is all alleged. I don't know if this is true. This is just the dark side. If you want to dig into it, like people will say, "Oh, it's all been debunked." Okay, fine, it's been debunked. What has been debunked? All of the things that I've said have allegedly been debunked, but people don't want to know the dark side of it. So there's a video. You can't directly see John Podesta, but you can hear him. And Podesta has this alter ego that he likes being used that's known as Skippy. And basically, there's a child being tortured in a shower, and you can't really see anything. It's very, very blurry. But the child is being scalded, basically, to them. And every time, like, you hear Podesta and someone in Podesta's voice, and this isn't just like, well, it sounds like him. No, somebody did some kind of um, voice correlation and said there's a 99% chance that this is him. So whether cause extreme torture to this child. Now you can't really tell what's going on, but some strange stories. So Podesta, I believe, went to Georgetown. It was about a nun, a Catholic nun, and basically this Catholic nun was there was just a vacation house in it was and the police sketches Anthony Podesta. I mean, exactly to the point where they get like,
Hey, Rabbi. I'm good. How are you, Rabbi?
"Oh, you look lovely. You look lovely."
Thank you.
You're welcome. I didn't sleep all day. I it's like really hard to get people to come visit you or to follow you and do all those things. But I came up with a really good strategy that has brought people in here today. And that is, I created a okay.
Stop. So I'm just drinking the rest of this. I ain't gonna waste it.
Okay, I understand. To my absolutely. To my friend, hello. Did I give you enough information? You got enough to research on your own. So, Miss Aquarius, did you have a good day at work?
I did have a good day at work. I'm glad to be
Okay.
work tomorrow, and I'm gonna go take me a no, that did not work. Nobody. I had one person. I did get 44 instead of 43, but then nobody really still. It didn't go up no more.
I understand.
But none of them.
Don't.
I don't know how to person. I don't know what probably one of the little chats or something. I don't know. But it wasn't the people that I followed.
Okay. And you just go to the comments, more inclined to follow you back.
I mean, what I put in here though.
Okay.
Video.
Yes. Just right side. Yeah, comments. And then just follow those people.
Oh, though, this oh, then I need to go to a new.
And then just go to the users word, whatever word, I don't know. Type in friend, FRIEND. And then what you can do is when you go to users, there's the option to follow people. There's like a list of people. There's a list of people with the word friend in their name. You just go down the list. Follow.
Yeah, 831st. Okay.
Go to there.
Okay. That's enough. That work. I don't want to follow everybody. I'm just gonna see this work.
All right. Well, we'll see if it works. You let me know. Okay.
I will.
Excellent.
Let's see, like she got 16 here this week. We'll see. We shall
Excellent.
see work.
Keep me updated.
I will. Got 44. Remember, I got 44 followers right now.
Out of it.
Oh, you know the Brad? Oh, yeah, right.
The female rapper.
A rapper. Yeah, look at him. He walking. This is he done got big. True Legend. That's his name.
Okay.
Yeah. You remember Brad had the baby, remember?
Absolutely. You're good. Don't you worry about it.
This ain't right. You know, you're not walking down the street when you have randomness.
Oh. Right. Do you believe in him? Do you believe in that? So good.
Yeah, I think I've just been spending too much time online. I ended up on those rabbit holes, and that's why I came over here.
Anyway, yeah.
First, thank you.
You're welcome. Later. Nice to meet you. Hello.
You too. Bye, Aquarius.
Okay. Later.
Hello. To answer your question about God, just keep in mind nobody knows. Anybody who tells you anything, whether they're an imam, a priest, a rabbi, anyone who tells you that they know, they don't know. They're lying to you.
And these I mean, you know how the past few weeks, maybe the past few months, the whole Epstein thing, it's all it's pretty obvious.
100%.
How do you distinguish when someone believes that?
Oh, I don't think anything bad. You get that feeling about somebody, like you've said, sometimes that's just energy that the person to measure. Science doesn't give those types of waves much credit, but I really believe that there are telepathic waves that occur. We can't. Reading yesterday to some people, brain interfaces, and they make wireless ones that measure brain waves. If we have a machine that can measure brain waves outside, then we can detect them from certain people in certain situations. And is that God? Again, I believe God is energy. So anything that encompasses energy is God. That's just my opinion, though. And I can find other people who will tell that God is meddling in the daily lives of people's decisions. You can think that God is someone who died on a cross. There are people who think that. There are people who think uh, there are people who think that, and with secular people, incorporeal and accurate, and that is nobody knows. Any
Yeah, I agree. I know that the truth is somewhere.
absolutely. And so the way that I buy it is when people say, it's cool. I pray to God every day, multiple times a day. I say blessings. I daven. To whom am I praying? I don't believe. But if somebody is to say to me, how do you know that that thing exists? I say exists. And that's what I associate with God. And says, well, I think that God had a son and did all these other things. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I just don't believe those things. And then somebody who says, well, I don't think God exists. Like, okay, I understand that. But do you think energy exists? And they can say, and they can say, but that's that, that's all energy that causes that. That to me is God. That's how I define God. And I off to a lot of science, and so to the secular people, I say as a religious person, to me, God is energy, and, and to me help me to, to meditate right now, atheists and foxholes. And that's basically, I would say, somewhat accurate. That basically, even even if you, I define God as energy, and that would be yes. But being, I generally say no to that. If you want to say that God died 2,000 years ago and was resurrected, those are things that I don't vibe with.
What's your what do you know about
The OSS in 1948. I think they're I to provide a lot of cover for UFOs. If you think about Roswell, Roswell occurred was, I believe it's actual that they say. One is, I believe, September 1947, and another is um, in 48. and this event that occurred in July. The OSS, which is the Office of Special uh, Office of Strategic, hold on, Office of Strategic Services, which was during the war, basically then morphed into the OSI, I believe. Just one moment. Um, yeah, Office of Scientific Intelligence Division, the CIA. Um, and the founding of the NSA, which occurred in like 1951. It wasn't just for UFO that you could have a crash, and then they had to, the government had to say it was in 1952. So basically, some major things that happened between Roswell, which happened in July of 1947, and the founding of the NSA in 1952. So we had the founding of the United Nations, which technically happened in 1940, but it wasn't. It wasn't. We have 24th, 1945, Francisco, because it was started in San Francisco. Uh, it
And you're aware that the first Church of Satan is in San Francisco.
Oh yeah, definitely Anton LaVey, all that stuff.
How do you synthesize that information?
Yeah, so it's unfortunate, but I think that the people who run the world recognize that in order to keep the world disorganized and disjointed, you need to have bad things happen. And so there are organizations, not necessarily in general, things like um, trafficking and uh, things like even drug trafficking and basically you, you need to keep things disorganized in order to a basketball. The only 100 people have to do ball from us. What would we do in order to prevent it? Well, if organized, they're just going to run at us. The people on the right side and the people on the left side, people on the right or the people on the left. And then we're going to make the argument that the people in the back, and then we would start the argument that the people with with uh, who are odd numbers are better than the people that who are uneven. They are able to keep the general public disjointed by saying that it's a black and white issue, or it's a communist and capitalistic issue, or that it's a Christian, Jewish, Muslim issue, or that it's a secular versus a religious issue, or that it's about Western countries versus Eastern. People, men versus women, is something where you have people who continuously but never pay attention. Manchester United is better than Real Madrid or whatever, are Manchester United fans. And the more we can join them, the longer they don't have the megaphone. We have the megaphones. So we just sit there with a megaphone and shout the Lakers are better, or the Celtics are better, or the Celtics are better and the Lakers are better, and people just focus on that. Boogeymen who can scare you and can cause, they're always on edge and they don't know what to do. And we can eventually recruit. In the end, the people with the basketball win. And we've got the basketball. Basically, the fact that we have megaphones allows us to control
The no, I just went for a walk this afternoon because I had a lot. No, I'm not.
What?
It's just like these albums. You know, they, yeah, well, the conversation at the beginning. It's kind of like fishing. The thing, I don't like the
6 good pictures of you.
average man. Yeah, I'll reconsider it. Maybe I'll read down that.
Photogenic. Okay, everybody's photogenic in the right light. So you take those with good lighting. One of you with like, what's an activity that you like to? What's a sport or something you?
Well, I run every morning.
Perfect, man. Amazing activity. Okay, so a picture of you running, and then a picture of you just hanging. I want to show that I like to do it, and if they're a real friend, they'll take a picture with their dog without a second thought, and then take a picture of you outside and a picture of you just like deep, but basically you just say in there, single man, and then the next day you'll have a huge list of chicks on you, and you're interested in how how you think that you can change their life, because you're going to be weird if you're talking to like 30 chicks swipe right, you can swipe right 50 times. Basically, it's a numbers game, is what I'm saying. You want to increase the numbers that you have. I'm not saying it's a bad move to still go out to bars and meet chicks that way. That's great. Opportunity to meet girls who don't go to bars. And I'm not saying that going on kind of a bookworm. I do the dating app thing, and you will.
Yeah. I mean, if you put it that way, yeah.
Absolutely, it's a numbers game. So what am I? You should make it your goal to have an interaction with 100 girls a week. Well, how the fuck are you going to do that? I'm not saying go to 100 different Starbucks and hit on the baristas. I'm not saying that. I'm saying when you go to a bar, you hit on whatever, 10 girls or whatever. Cool. Then you get on Tinder and you swipe right on 50 girls. And you get on Plenty of Fish and you swipe right on 40, swipe right on 30 girls. And you get on Plenty of Fish and you swipe right on 60. You get on whatever other ones there are out there and you swipe right. And at the end of the week, you're going to have like 140 girls who were into you. When going your way, you're going to get 10 girls at a bar, and they, frankly, they could be great chicks. There are a lot of great chicks who go to bars, but you're not going to get the librarian chick. You're not going to get the girl who maybe is a really great girl but has a child or children or whatever. You're not going to have an opportunity at a lot of these chicks. It's a numbers game. Basically, at the end of the month, you will have had interactions using my strategy with 1,000 different girls. That's a good part of the population. Using yours, there are 4 weekends a month or 4 or 5, and you're going to meet 10 girls if you're lucky. So it's 50 doing what you're doing versus at least 1,000 doing what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that I just want you to get the best girl that you can. And if you use my strategy, it's a numbers game. You will you hit a home run with all of them? No, you're going to strike out. It's a numbers though, and the dating apps numbers games. So what does that mean? You want to increase, or not just the dating apps, but dating in general is a numbers game. And so you just want to have the most female reactions that I did back in the day. This is about but hey, welcome. What's going on? Could with the press of one button, like 256 women at once. Interested me, of course. I have access to the back end. Allowed me to get all these chicks to like me. And that was cool. And then, and she was it's called a your It's like an automatic swiper. And I did that. And then I like if I don't know if you can see, but like I have phone for you to do with, and this one posts on his for me automatically. And I have like a bunch of these things. I mean, I've got in front of me right now. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 8 devices of that. And what's behind here? You know, you use technology to your OK Cupid. You go on OK Cupid, and you just swipe a bunch of chicks. They're going to be taped. There's 1 or 2 10s, but you're not talking to those girls. So you're talking to 9s. What am I saying? It's a numbers game. You should get as many matches as you can. We're going to say, hello, you're going to meet 10 girls, but that's not going to happen. You and I both know that. That's tough to do too. Okay, you get 10 girls numbered. So in a given month, that's going to be at most 50 girls. Okay, cool. In just the Tinder and OkCupid and Bumble, that you want is going to be better than the 50 girls that you met at a bar. And those 50 girls at a bar are also on the dating apps too. Them are. So you might get some double dipping. But basically, it's about numbers. And I know I keep saying that. That's what sociology. You want to be able to procreate with the best girl that you can find. Why limit yourself to 50 when you have 50 girls? But you and I both know you're meeting 3 girls per weekend, maybe. So we're talking about 15 girls, quote unquote, likes the dating apps. But I think the dates are amazing, and I'm the biggest advocate of them that you could have, because no time in human existence have you been able to meet 1,000 girls in a month. Just isn't something that would happen. Generally, what would happen in society is you would be in a small tribe. You would do your best to avoid mating within your family and try to find someone outside your family who just happened to be single. You would be set up or something. Your town wasn't that big and there weren't that many single people. So in the town, maybe we don't have that anymore. There are thousands, 1,000 in 1 month. If you did this for an entire, like at a football game, these are 12,000 women who are basically saying, that is a great gift that you have. Get on Tinder, Bumble, OK Cupid, plenty of fish, and perfect. All right. So what you want to do what I do is download something called almost 2,000 people in this district, and just making you aware. You use these now. Why will you have better offspring? You will basically be able to choose your such a larger population, and your takes, and you're going to get 1,000 matches in a month. And if you don't, something's wrong, because these girls are just swiping away to the benefit of the doubt. And if you're you'll be more opportunity for you to be able to reproduce.
Yeah, I'm confident.
Well, then get your shit done, dog. Yeah, you do. Absolutely. And I hope you find a great partner for it. No. It's Discord than it is on Telegram. Telegram is more limited. It doesn't have as many features as it does. More robots, and it's just more consistent for me. Um,
I had another one. What are you? How familiar are you with?
Oh, that
the lake?
yeah, that crypto that about it. It's on the fat guy who's a neck beard who thinks that chivalry hasn't died, and they basically tip their hats to women and say "milady" and and it became an NFT and cryptocurrency. It's been, I mean, I haven't seen a chart in a long time, but at one time it was it was the flavor of the week. Basically, it was big. Um, I I personally don't really like that coin. I like coins. Well, frankly, I wouldn't like Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu because it's political, and I don't really like political. But the community is the one that that brought me into it, and so I've stuck by it. But basically, like the Milady coin, in my opinion, it has a lot of growth opportunity, but I think all the coins do. The reason why I don't think it's that great is basically a lot of the people who hold Milady are those Milady guys, are those neckbeard kind of guys who tip their hats to chicks and things like that. Um, like a friend of mine, he's in the community. I won't name him, but like he was all about this one coin that was called uh, Fat Girl Investment, and it were buying this coin is like buying Bitcoin in 2009. Basically, uh, it's like investing. You just have to wait some time. I was like, oh, okay, fine. But to me, that's kind of an offensive name.
Yeah, and it goes back to the whole like the mirror. So I wasn't able to tell if it's
It goes to that meme of that guy that's a neckbeard who is overweight and wears a fedora and thinks it's cool to pick up women by tipping. Um, but I think that's a weird meme though or whatever. And they're like, yeah, but I'm like, oh, okay, I can invest in that. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's really easy to get on board with Doge or a dog or something like that, or it's just it's less offensive. Does that make sense? All of these are about marketing, though, so keep that in mind. What appeals for um, just marketing advice and what I know social media. My best is the idea of KISS, keep it simple, stupid. Uh, but I, when I explain to people how they want to market anything, I say to them, take a first grade class. Okay? If I say to a first grade class, I've got a bunch of different tokens here. I've got the angry gorilla, the man with coin. I've got the Harry Potter Obama. One of them might say, I like the gorilla angry. Well, that's not a positive trait. Okay. I mean, basically, if you just relate to people with the simplest one, and that's how I go with NFTs, especially like NFTs that get really complicated. Skins. Now they're the commanders. You had the bullets. Now they're the wizards. Like, if you get political, it has more appeal. There you go. So I do the same with cryptocurrencies and NFTs, and thus man with coin might skyrocket.
I'm gonna log off.
Peace, buddy. Take care. Absolutely. Keep me updated.
Yeah.
Don't be strange.
I'll be rating the Bitcoin, the Sonics.
And,
See me on the timeline.
hey, and I'm going to tell you this. I don't promote. I mean, for the last more than every single day, I've had Harry Potter on throughout all of this and all of my merchandise. You're going to want to be associated with that project. And I wouldn't. So what's going to happen? It could go down to 3 cents, 2 cents, 1 cent. Hold on to that coin because of the power of data. That's what I'm saying. Make sense? All right. Well, you go get some sleep, and don't be a stranger. Come in here. I want to hear some updates. I want to hear what kind of cryptocurrencies you think are good investments, and all the information that you need to find out everything that you wanted to know on that issue, and tell me what you learned.
Yeah.
toilet and I can't really spread my legs out. Like I need to. I know. I mean, it might be the 10 egg bites. Most people have to. The worst part of the bird is that I don't think Tom's gonna stop laughing after Bird has a heart attack. Is 10 pounds away from Kara. And it's not even fun, it's just fucking gross. He's describing how he's too big to use toilets, so he has to strategically avoid spend the rest of the day with soggy cheeks. And Tom's just sat laughing nervously while down the minutes until he gets to leave. And then there's the acid reflux. Chronically, his throat has become part of the sound design of this funnily over 300 pounds himself. And if you can barely wipe while his body is literally rejecting food. With basic mobility. And look, I'm not saying have that one for free, Tom, you fucking tight ass. Great time. What I was telling you was magical. I was looking so much of the Creekside apartments and I'm walking. And I look at that little stick back place and I noticed there's something that drove this house. And most blood. That's the way I got away with all that shit. So they can't. Vegas was easy. That's how much of a big I had in Vegas.
Buried in the ground? Very funny.
No, there was a closet that people had skis and shit. That had a couple keys. And I went in there and I fucking took something. You couldn't see it unless you were professional. You could go away, you could see it. I put it in there. That's why I kept the front on. You know, like, you give this illusion when you're 19. This stuff going on. Always stuff going on. One reason, the commercials, I was the craziest commercials were Rabbbi. You know, remember those commercials from Miller Lite? So I grew up in New York City. I met my buddy's apartment at Studio 54. My head almost exploded. He was like, get your head through it, let's go. You know, it was like an 80 fucking two of the party was all one event. But to just go in there, and I went in there expecting to see like people give blowjobs, and it wasn't like that. It was just people being very. So my friend said to me at one point, "You want to get high? Yeah. Let's go to the woman's bathroom." You were mad that you were in the woman's bathroom because it was like the main room. You go to the back of the main room, they have the comedy store, they have those booths with mirrors with those big balls around them. It's 54. They had 50 of those in a row. So people would go in there with their cocktails, smoke, and they'll come where the women are supposed to go make them up. They weren't actually in the back of the woman. They would sit there. You follow me? When you went to tables, people were doing blow. But I went there like 3 times, and I thought that was it. That was the perfect fucking club. Even though I didn't get my dick sucked, even though nobody talked to me, I didn't get one woman to talk to me. I didn't dance with anybody. Like that was the utopia. You know, that was it. But I always thought like, oh my God, I'm going to Colorado. When I went to Colorado, that was the worst nightlife in the fucking world. And I gotta tell you something. I went to all these cities, like compared to what I grew up with. Nothing is fucking. I've never seen anything. You know, I don't want to go see a fucking cover band. But like, there was the brown sugar. That's not happening in my fucking world. Promise today. Because cocaine was huge. That place was something I've never seen before. Really. That's like it's like Nevada in the sense that like if you fuck all the ones that fuck all society, kind of like I do shit other I bend a lot of rules. There's so many the most scumbags racist. Friday night. Oh, it's a good old boy, like a Chicago. I've never really went to. That's not your world, Tampa. I didn't do good in Tampa. You know, really? No, a lot of Cubans in Tampa. Great fucking city, great food, just sensational. Just a great blend of food. A lot of New Yorkers with flavor. A lot of Cuban food, a lot of Latin stuff, cheeseburgers. But I think like the only city I'm gonna tell you some two cities in my life. Before or after the hurricane? Okay, it's after Katrina. It used to go real fucking wild. Oh, I used to love the last stop. I was after I went to the Peak Woods. Seriously, I'm sometimes I'm on the Peak Woods every 16 days. Yeah, damn right. What a fine shame, dude. Yeah, I got it. Nobody said don't where. Chicago wasn't good. The Laugh Factory. That's the last time I ever was. Brother, he took the play. The club game, they robbed him, he lost 5. It was like fucking A to Z. It was like he fucking did a lot of creepy things down there. Gary Valentine and it's Martin with Denver. I was like, okay. What we used to talk about. He's like, yeah. I was like, Gary and Kevin Taylor and left. I was like, yeah. It's like Friday night, Thursday night, Friday night. He's like, I'm not gonna be able to do it tonight. We'll do it tomorrow night. Just Saturday night. I'm going out partying with Dan. We just went to the Shooters right down the party. I was like, fuck. What? Yeah, it was weird. It's interesting to me how many people you can put all your eggs to that basket sometimes, especially like a club. No, not a tray. They said it needs to rain. Oh, jeez, I was saying so one night I had a really bad sleep apnea, and I really, I didn't know what the sleep apnea would the effects were yet. I passed out one night really hard. Those nights he was fucking miserable. I always say he was an issue. He was an angel. If you didn't know Joe now, because you didn't know when he was anti-Trump, anti-fucking Trump. You know, if Bert came over. Something's gonna he was very violent. You know, what's his name? He just died of drugs. Because you have to have right from the roads. Then we get to the fucking airport and the flight's delayed 4 hours. So all that yelling and screaming was for no fucking reason. They told him to say the flight's fucking delayed. But he always thought I was a Danny Bird. I'll tell you guys right now. I never did a line of blow with Danny Bird. This is what I did with Danny Bird. I knew what Danny Bird did, and Danny Bird knew what I did. Okay, there's people that have relationships like that. And like, let's say, Lee's a coach dealer. Yeah. Lee knows that you and Bert are friends. I know that Bert goes to Lee. And Bert knows that I go. But this time, you see, Lee and I on our phone last night. So it's an odd little secret, but I know what I'm saying. So I always knew that he got high, and he knew I got high. We never really did anything. One night, that's bullshit. Oh my God! By the time so we walked Right? Because if you're to run in one of the more popular clubs in the country, where everyone wants to work, to getting run out. I guess more
He wanted to rub it. He wanted to hang out with celebrities. He loved, he loved he would say, my club is making a mistake. So real women and take kids and take them to dinner and they had one and cheese. It's fucking amazing, But he started losing his mind and he started believing that he was a great club owner. He got a magazine done with his picture and his framed and in the club. We had a big magazine article like a magazine that 3 college kids put together.
He got into the mall and he had a Confederate uniform. That's one of those ones you
really wanted to be a lawyer. I knew he had invested off record in a lot of comics, CDs, and other things. You go to the comics and see the money when you see that. He was a producer. He gave me a lot of notes. And who the fuck was he at the end of the day? Like, who the fuck, like, that's what happened, man. He went from being a club manager to being, I know everything about comics. Stop giving advice. Stop telling people they can't drink on stage. Stop getting He was like a double agent. And then he'd come and hang out and he'd want to party with. Where's Joe Rogan? Where's Joe Rogan? And he'd sit by Joe and he'd be going up and Joe's fucking ears getting hotter and hotter. Every time he tried to say something, Joe would be going. It was just fucking amazing. At that time, listen. For 52 is how I felt at 27. I can feel a jump on me. I don't shoot that.
That week in Florida, to me, was the last. I thought the rest of the country was like that. I was in the summer of '84, and I was just fucking mad when the it was around. I was named this chick and had just pussy. I was in love with her. I would steal panties and jerk off when I wasn't with her. Oh my gosh, she was fucking tremendous. Just some gang that would get coked up together in '69. In the hotel rooms on Fridays and Saturdays. And we used to drink Harvey's Bristol Cream. I remember Harvey's Bristol Cream. It was like a fucking strong Irish. What's that shit, Bailey's? It was like a 90-year-old Bailey's that fucked you up. And it took up the rug from point A to point C with a half a biscuit. And a couple of lines with me and that chick was like, I'd save money the whole week. Like, wait, get 2 bottles of Harvey's Bristol Cream for a bag of ice. I get a hotel room. And at 69, she'd stop and let it go and clean her nose and suck that fucking pipe again. Those are days, those are fucking days. So we make this honest. Oh my God. Big time drug dealer.
Wow.
I'm thinking about right now.
So much
I
work.
probably won't be able to use my practicing that.
Literary work. Implication of memory should be allowed.
I was on vacation. I was thinking about vacation. I'm gonna have to take a vacation to go away for the job.
It looks cooler. It's glass worlds.
Squeeze it through like whatever premise I can find. You're just getting a bunch of stuff, so it's even harder.
Between the bullet holes.
First assumed it'd be a few filler episodes just to keep that. Week of crazy stuff. Realizing that not only were they doing their heavy lifting, but the audience actually preferred it that week's. Seeing the two of them, he manages somehow to bomb over the phone. He fumbles this fucking weird bit about which room, and then he hangs up. But then Chrissy and a predictable narcissist and how he doesn't understand comedy anymore. Towards the end, I'll show you the moment when Mark Norman and Sam Morril joined the pilot of the trend. If you recall, after the first guest episode, when they asked us what wanted to see more of the summer, I posted a video asking them to spend more time roast Tom and Bert, and boy did they deliver.
A lot of more than is me needling you to tell embarrassing stories. Right. A horrifying thing. Pissed about your. It's kind of what I do to you. Tell me, by the way, I think you do look nice in that purple shirt, which is probably the same color as Bert's liver.
You can't understand why people are responding so positively. They take that. It's that moment. Finally dropped. Gone over to my new channel over on this. Don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon for my latest coverage of the missing Kill Tony London show and their second Netflix show. Kill Tony is currently on all my coverage of their downfall. Anyway, let's get back to Chrissy and Stubby having a short epiphany about how far gone Two Bears One Cave is.
I actually can't believe 6 weeks. This is crazy. We were only supposed to be signed on for 5. They let us go to 6 because Tom and Bert just don't want to do it. No. And we think this is our last week. They make us. It's like, I'm trying to see a world where you step into someone's podcast and everyone's not pissed off, right? Like, to me, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. They listen for you guys. I have been shocked at how much people love this episode. People have been stopping me in the street and be like, thank you for taking over 2 Bears. It almost feels like someone is making them listen to this podcast. I don't understand. I have to go back and watch. Yes, the show sucks. I always have fun when I do it. I didn't realize people hate it, but it's been great for me.
Watching Stubby process in real time what hate watching actually looks like was like watching a kid being told that Santa Claus isn't real. Wait, what? He's sitting there in combo trying to understand why people are coming up to him and saying how much they love the Summer Bears episodes, and then out loud he just blurts it out. It almost feels like someone is making them listen to his podcast. That was the exact moment it dawned on him how badly Tom and Bert have been treating us over the last few years. And the best part is you can tell this thought genuinely hadn't occurred to him before. That's how deep in the bubble these comedians are. To them, podcasting is just this fun little thing you do with your buddies while the ad money rolls in. And if the fans don't love it, well, they're just haters, right? But now they're face to face with something way more uncomfortable. The idea that the audience stopped it a long time ago, that people have been quietly hate watching this show out of obligation, just waiting for someone to point it out. And once that penny drops, Chrissy and Stuffy immediately start spiraling. And it's fucking brilliant. Honestly, the only thing that compares to this is seeing people discover the fighter in the kids subreddit for the first time. They go all in on roasting Tom and Bert. Compare them to 2 deadbeat dads who pitch their podcast baby as in a Hollywood role. They start talking like it's a full-blown breakup, like they're stepdads trying to win over a family that's being emotionally abandoned. And it's not even subtle. They say outright we're just fucking around here and they never have in their lives. That's not a joke, that's it like. That's true. Guys realizing they stumbled into a kid with you. Right, high school, Russians, they shoot it forever. They changed, right? They don't treat her well in Hollywood. Right now, we're just some guy. We're not doing a good job. We're just a guy. They set the bar so nice and low. We're just kind of around it. People act like this is the best fighter game they've ever had in their life.
clear, we are. This is it. There's no. We're not making a podcast. No, we're not. This is about life. Like, these ladies are a little surprised. I didn't even expect this to be this fun. No, I even thought this was saying all this, and then we leave here. Okay. And then we're just standing there with the understand guarantees. Yanni's on, and we are back for. Hey, it's not the summer bears, it's the fall bears. Autumn bears. Pumpkin bears. First two episodes we really tried to make it big, and then the last three we were trying to the ground. It was not working. I think last week. Yeah, that's it. We really just hopefully we can really get into the leads of comedy and vaccine process. Let's talk seriously about the geopolitical climate. Bring up Donnie as the folks are on for sure. That's it. That is true. We wanted to. We figured last episode, Tom and Bert must have sent some fun videos. Sure. They don't give a they're out. We saw the production value last time. It was literally just doing this outside. This is really the one where we're like, all right. In 52 minutes, this is, you know what this is? It's the last day before summer. This is what they're going to do, fire us? Seriously.
Now, keep in mind, like they were just saying, this is the fun. Might have recorded a quick thank you video, maybe a little send-off message to close out the run. Fuck no, nothing. No video, no message, zero effort. So what do Chrissy and Stubby do? They just cold call Bert mid-episode on speakerphone, and it's everything you'd hope for and more. Bert answers the call while taking his blood pressure medication. Like, actually, I'm not even joking. And then launches into this bizarre half-baked bit about what kind of products comedians should be selling. He's pitching it to them like he's on Shark Tank, but every idea is somehow less funny and more cringy than the last one. And don't forget, guys, Bert is one of the top-selling comedians in the world. Never, ever forget that. And so while he's talking, you can feel the energy in the room slowly dying. Chrissy goes quiet. Stubby starts that polite podcast laugh people do when they're trapped in the mothership green room, forced to listen to Rogan ranting about the pandemic and free speech. The contrast between the old bears and the new bears could not be clearer. Then Bert hangs up and Chrissy and Stubby immediately start roasting him. Not behind his back, not passive aggressively, full on, this guy doesn't get comedy anymore energy. Like they've been holding this in for weeks and finally had to say it out loud. Guys, we finally did it. We got him.
This is amazing. Is that literally it's our last Summer Bears episode, and Tom and Bert didn't even send in videos. They really didn't have cared less. Should we call them? You want to call them? Should we just see if there's some famous, some of their most famous videos too? Let's just see. I bet you they're not going to answer. Yeah. So just call, see what we got. Bert, what's up, baby? It's me and Stubby. We're live the very last Summer Bears. We're coming. We wanted to call you. Oh, wow, you got two. Nice. Cocktail. Dude, stop it. Actually looks good. We're trying to like leave it. We're trying to bomb the last two. You know what I mean? We started fine. We thought it'd be fun for you guys to just take it out of. I mean, an even bigger issue that you left here with us. That's what I was like. Do you remember that pilot in Seattle that guy that stole the plane and did a mural? Yes, the first four episodes are like little tricks. They're like, hold on, it's still fun. I want to try one more. Because I like when you guys bring other comics. That's always been fun for us. And so my initial instinct was, Tom and I have a podcast, but Joe is diversifying himself so much that I think having a podcast is just hack these days that you need to have a real brand based on the comic. So I'm going to have you go through a list of comics and say really what their fans would find based on who they are. Okay. You could sell your own blood pressure medicine. That's Pfizer. It's your right shot.
You know for a fact that I think my body has been with the front end. 100%, I know you do.
No, that is good. If I could survive,
And I know that your liver is the same color as the skin.
we're doing couples counseling. Yeah, you guys are like the married couple at an orgy watching the newlyweds just the shit out of each other.
Oh, yeah.
You guys are just trying to jack off each other's limbs.
Okay. That's it. Okay, yes, all right. So if that didn't plummet the ratings, I honestly calling Bert. There's still sitting after we just called Bert.
And I believe he called it bad ideas.
Yes,
And just called bad thoughts.
right. So if you're still listening now, you truly need more mental health than I do. We literally just called Bert and Bert talked to himself for 10 minutes.
His idea for a bit is like, what could a comic sell?
Yeah,
That's better than alcohol.
Yeah.
It's like, how do we tell a joke?
Yeah.
Stand-up comedy.
It's a joke. It's like, yeah,
Well, he will be rich, we'll
oh my God.
when the apocalypse happens, we will be living in one of Bert's 8 tour buses. It'll be like your child's nanny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They're paying us for just dividends of Moroso
Yeah.
going into their pocket. This is just runoff. What makes the Bert call so perfect is that it accidentally proves the exact thing they've been dancing around that whole episode. The old bears are done. They've checked out. Tom's been running on autopilot since his airport meltdown, and Bert can't even show up for 10 minutes without fumbling some half-baked branding pitch and killing the momentum like he's headlining a sleep study. If you needed more proof that Bert has well and truly run out of material, then surely this is it. And credit to Chrissy and Stubby. They don't even try to save him. The second he hangs up, they start clowning on him for being stuck in this narcissistic product-pushing loop. And they're not even being mean, they're just telling the truth. But the fun didn't stop there, because then they started pitching ideas to save the show when the old bears get back from their summer sabbaticals.
They also are asking us, what should Tom and Bert do when they come back? How do they win the audience back and the show?
Right?
You know what? A game of Russian roulette.
Nice.
Until one of them dies.
Yeah.
I think that's the only thing that will satiate the fans' bloodlust.
Yeah.
I think they need to watch one of them and do like. And the thing is, Tom, even though he wants to live, he actually wouldn't be like that shaken. And Bert would be like, come on. What if Bert shoots part of his brain out and he survives and it just doesn't affect his act?
That's the same thing. That's hilarious. That is crazy word from Stubby. First the Russian roulette, then shitting on Bert's material. Finally, they're saying out loud what we've all been saying for years. Bert's act hasn't changed in a decade. The only thing evolving is his blood pressure, and the fact they can joke about him getting shot on the head and still finishing a tour without anyone noticing. That's not just a roast, that's a eulogy for Bert's entire career. Like I keep saying, the masks are slipping. We're seeing the people closest to the scene getting fed up. They've watched Bert run the same playbook over and over. Shirt off, personal family secrets, a few stories that never happened, followed by the machine story stretched across 40 fucking cities. And they're finally done pretending it's some kind of art form. But instead of trying to fix it, they lead into it, because at this point, there's nothing left to fix, right? And then where Mark Norman rocks up and the best singers I've heard in a while, Bumper Catching Strays.
We got cocky clears. Look at those. Let's take 5 more minutes. Contractual hour. Right. Look at the we see how much we give about the show. We just have a countdown. The second. And the second is 1 hour. We're like, all right, what their fans want. I don't listen to an hour. Just, the show.
That's weird. It's really weird. This is what podcasting's become. This is like Reddit shops Reddit.
Remember, this is not art. We've deluded ourselves.
Mark Norman is about to become the subject of Brendan Schaub's next on-air rage-crying meltdown on the Schaub Show on Monday that nobody watches. I don't understand how he's still walking around with all his limbs intact after all the slander he sent to Joe Rogan's face on Protect Our Parts. Bro is the lion alive, but now he's got Papa's attention. He's either going to find himself at the end of a raging neck vein C-clamp special or some half-baked lawsuit. Actually, no, that's not right. The lawsuit comes after the season desist. And speaking of lawsuits, Stuffy just made the exact point the judge made when ruling against Brenda's failed case against the YouTuber who exposed him for cheating on his wife. This is the guy who represented himself with the aid of a lone wolf anonymous ghost lawyer who fed him legal filings and wiped the floor with Brandon's $500,000 monster lawyers. No one knows who he is. He lurks in the shadows, waiting to strike when nobody's looking. Some say he's the assassin's assassin. Anyway, sorry, I'm talking about Stuffy's declaration that podcasting true. If there's one thing Chrissy and Stuff have proven over the last 6 weeks, it's that they're both homeless as fuck as Tom and Bird. But stay tuned for the return of the make up for lost time, picking up the show to talk about himself or some cringy ass hyped idea he while sitting on a vibe. Honestly, don't know how long he'll either come back refreshed and ready back behind light, checked out that he was before. Yeah, I'm gonna go with two on that one. This is gonna be fun to watch. In the meantime, though, make sure you head over to my YouTube channel and to my Patreon for all my latest Kill Tony coverage. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Whoa, just dropping a big one there. I mean, you know, I don't ever acknowledge these guys, these mentally ill friends, calling us not. Told you guys that Joe Gross Watch was just such a half thing at this point. You know, well, like put out 2.5 hours of comedy content every week. And, you know, I don't blame them.
The four horsemen of the comedy apocalypse are self-destructing right before our eyes, and the fallout is funnier than anything coming out of the comedy mothership. The backlash against Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe's obsession with self-promotion and aggrandizement has reached fever pitch levels, and all their buddies are capitalizing on the momentum by bringing it up at every opportunity. It used to be about getting on JRE and Kill Tony to promote yourself and get that Rogan killed back. Now all you have to do is talk shit about them for the same effect. This is so simple. Rogan is famous for his podcast, and Tony is famous for his live talent roast show, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Nobody's disputing that. The problem is neither Rogan or Hinchcliffe can admit that simple fact. They're so stuck in their own fart cloud trying to push this narrative that they're the new gatekeepers of comedy, as if they've created a revolution down in Austin, Texas, when the reality is people are watching for the show, not for them. I'm going deep on this today. Usually I save these types of videos for Patreon, but I'm dropping this on YouTube because there are a few things I really want to say that people should know about. By the way, if you want to see exclusive footage from the Kill Tony London show that Tony and Redman have been trying to hide from everyone, hit the link in the description to my Patreon because that video is dropping very soon. As for the current situation with Tony Hinchcliffe going on Legion of Skanks and hitting back at Mark Barron and Anthony Jeselnik, the copium is real in this one. Tony sitting there with reflective sunglasses on, puffing on a British cigarette, acting like Liberace's long-lost love child while getting his feelings over the growing backlash against the Austin comedy scene is peak comedy.
What's going on? You know, like, what America's not like you. What was that? Whoa, just dropping a big one there. I mean, you're Mark Barron? I mean, I don't ever acknowledge these guys, these mentally ill people, when they, go online and start talking about me and my friends, calling us Nazis.
So is Mark Maron saying we're Nazis or something like that?
I don't think it's us. I don't think Mark knows what that's what he's
Sure.
What's this mean for you? I mean, look, man, all, the couple guys out of LA that now, are at the Comedy Store that talk when they have, their once every 3 or 4 years special that they do when they come out like a groundhog or something. You might see Clarence, Jeselnik, they all are on multiple episodes of Kill Tony. They always smiled right to my face. They all fancy enough, coincidentally, never leave the Dales when they know I'm going to LA. They're never around.
Wait, aren't they? Jeselnik also came in
Jeselnik. They've both done multiple appearances on Kill Tony, all pre-pandemic when we were in LA. And yeah, when they want to push things, they go,
I guess you were like, did he recently say something about Kill Tony?
Yeah, Jeselnik's taking a bunch of shots, right? When he had a special to promote, now he's going to be gone for a few years. And, while I put out 2.5 hours of comedy content every week, I don't blame them. If the shoe was on the other foot, if I was them, I would maybe, I'd be mentally unhappy.
Here we go again with the mentally ill narrative that Joe Rogan trained his comedy assassins on. And before I go on, I don't necessarily disagree with everything Tony just said. I'll explain in a moment, but using the mentally ill card as a coping mechanism for even the slightest criticism of the Austin comedy scene is so played out and fucking lazy at this point. Rogan has literally called people who comment on YouTube videos mentally ill because they have nothing going on in their lives and probably work at 7-Eleven. Yeah, he actually said that. Of course, though, when the comments are positive, which they rarely are these days for these guys, then it's all good because they're just fans showing them some love. So they're not the mentally ill ones. I don't know why this analogy just popped into my head, but it reminds me of all those viral videos of cops beating the shit out of innocent civilians at traffic stops for absolutely no reason, and then claiming they were resisting arrest. Joe and Tony definitely have that energy. Stop resisting and kiss the ring. When we tell you to laugh, you better fucking laugh. Also, no heckling allowed. Just sit down and laugh like the sign says. And speaking of kissing the ring, Tony's sitting there acting like a mob boss whose nephews betrayed him. Mark Maron and Anthony Jeselnik have both been on Kill Tony multiple times pre-pandemic, so over 5 years ago, and now look how they broke my heart. I gave them everything, and look how they repay me by speaking their minds in public and taking ownership of their own opinions. If Do You Know Who I Am was a person, it'd be Tony Hinchcliffe. But this was the part that broke my heart. Jeselnik had a special to promote, so he'll be gone for a few years. Meanwhile, I'm pushing out 2.5 hours of comedy content per week. Now look, Tony's absolutely right about Mark and Jeselnik coming out from under their rock to promote their specials and taking shots at Rogan and Tony to go viral. I mean, Cat Williams did exactly the same thing, and I know he's already a big name, but the formula is exactly the same. But for Tony to back up that statement by saying he's pushing out 2.5 hours of comedy per week is absolutely fucking wild. This is the big lie that Tony and Rogan keep saying out loud. They don't do comedy, they host it. Tony is an open mic comedy show host, and he's a great roast comedian. Him acting like he's pushing out the equivalent of a comedy special every single week is so delusional that I think he actually believes it. Loading that out in the moment just goes to show you what he really thinks. What he really should have said was, Jeselnik had a special to promote, so he'll be gone for a few years. Meanwhile, I've never released a real comedy special in my entire career as a comedian. There, I fixed it. These guys really need to stop and listen to the actual criticism rather than creating their own narratives in their heads to help them sleep well at night.
The thing with Joe is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to comedy. Sure, and I don't think it's great. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that it's created a sort of army of people that think they know comedy. They only know a specific thing, and what they think is good is not necessarily good at making what they like. What they like
But on the outside of that, most of the sort of sensitive weirdos that we all grew up with in comedy have been sort of pushed aside in the space for them. There's some good comics in there, and there's a lot of middle section. There's a lot. I believe that we all exist, and it doesn't matter as much. I get why you. It's not all on him. No, the culture has changed, right? And and I don't necessarily think for the better. What do you think the off the shelf one? Well, I don't know. I think that it's so effectively tribalized at this point. It really comes down to you're not able to confidently do an hour without worrying about getting clicks, so you can get people to come see you crowd work. Yeah. What are you really? What is your voice? Who do you work for? You'd like to think you're working for yourself, but you're just a platform who doesn't really need to find who they are up there or do anything interesting at all. That's a problem. Yeah. So I'm tired of the attitude. I thought you were going to say violence in this country. No. I'm tired. They come up back to LA. One guy, I want to name his name, and go, "Oh, you're pretty. You seem like you're thriving." And I'm killing it. You know what I mean? And I'm like, whoa, dude. You moved out because you couldn't survive here. Yeah. This is a different. It's an animal.
By now, everyone's figured out that Bobby Lee was talking about Tony Hinchcliffe there. The arrogance to come out and claim that you're killing it now when nobody actually cares about your stand-up act is so typical of the Austin comedy guys. I was reading a post the other day about someone saying how they went to a Tony and Friends show and how surprised they were to see how many empty seats there were everywhere around them. That's the reality for a guy like Tony. People don't watch Kill Tony to see his comedy. They watch it for the spectacle. I mean, that's why I watch it, and I'm a huge fan of the show. We want to see people bomb and get roasted, and the different guest comedians on the panel. Occasionally, an open micer murders on stage, and it's good to see. I mean, look at how Timmy No Breaks basically forced his way back onto the show after Tony and the panel clearly hated him. Nobody's tuning in to see what funny questions Tony's going to ask today. We all know it's the same shit on repeat. But like I said, Tony is right about one thing, and even though I agree with a lot of the criticism, guys like Mark Maron and Anthony Jeselnik are purposely drumming up publicity by going after Tony and Joe. And instead of ignoring it, Tony's getting sucked right into their game.
Especially promote these ending his podcast there. He's ending it because literally no one's listening to it. I mean, I don't know if you look at the charts at all. No, it's a thing. No one listens.
I just don't get being worked up about this stuff ever to be like, just going public to be like, this scene sucks.
Yeah, and he also calls everybody a hack, and then he talks about Trump for 3/4 of his special, calling him bad orange man, and then talks about his sad cats like he has for 45 years.
That's what bothers me the most. As the mayor of Hacktown, which I call myself, and it's loosely throwing the H word around. I don't like it. You gotta earn your bones as a hack, all right? Chuck, get him up there. Let's see it. My only problem with it, and it's very sincere. My only problem with it is, you look at Michael the Electric with comedy is hard enough here, and Austin is 95% struggling comics that are there to try to fulfill this insane thing that we're all trying to do. Dino Rose was called the banks not getting into the black star. But I mean, like guys going out on Austin and like it's like it's hard enough, man. You know? Shut up, Joe. You're the mayor of Austin. 6 months ago, I was if you own a house in Pennsylvania. I was the opening to give your dissertation on Austin. All right. Everyone is just trying, man. On this crazy little marble we're sitting on this face. Trying to make people laugh for a little bit. You're right, I suck. Great scene there, and Tony and Joe and a bunch of other guys really helped pull the thing. That's beautiful. You made the sale, dude. You're right.
By the way, let me just say, you guys would literally have a place in Austin if you didn't have like visitation rights for your children. You know what I mean? You'd be free, or you'd be able to go do fun things. You'd be tied down to this dark rat infested city. Austin has plenty of rats.
All right, let's be honest about what's going on here. Big J and Lewis are jumping on the bandwagon as well. This is what makes this whole situation so fucking funny to me. Rogan and Tony are the only ones who are genuinely butthurt about getting called out. Everyone else else around them are just going along for the ride. Lewis brought this whole beef up in the first place, clearly farming for clips. Then when Joe DeRosa jumped in with his cringe-ass take, they completely shut him down. I fucking love it. LA comedians have finally figured out that instead of ignoring the backlash against Austin, leaning into it is the better option. I really think that guys like Lewis and Big J think the Austin comedy circle joke is cringe, and they're happy to sit on the outside and troll them.
You always say, like, how much Dave Smith came on, like, talks with you after that, individually. Me and Lewis like, why doesn't Joe embrace us the way he embraces Dave? And then someone brought up the first picture we ever took here. It's so funny, it's the werewolf. I am standing behind the werewolf. Yeah. Lewis is, heckling and Dave is just leaning and touching his dog. I'm like, oh. That's hilarious. He's going back. Is Dave in the Rogan sphere? We're trying to figure out how we get in the Rogan sphere. Why go for sphere right now? First of all, Shane doesn't need a Rogan sphere anymore. Let's just move Shane out. Shane in that position doesn't require the Rogan sphere. In Thailand or something, he's gone. Just tell you a movie. You're in the sphere right now. You're on the show. Every time the Rogan sphere is talked about, we never get when Cat Williams said 6 unfunny comics. I knew it was us. How do you want the 6 unfunny comics? I said, Cat probably has a point. When I was trying, he thought I wouldn't have him on. I'm like, bro,
Slow Joe strikes again, not realizing he's being trolled by real comedians, and we're starting to see more and more kinks in Rogan's armor. A couple of years ago, I think he genuinely ignored the haters and all the comedy fans who think his comedy sucks. But the backlash has gotten so big now that I think it's impossible for him to ignore. You've probably heard that after a photo of the wall in the comedy mothership came out, showing how Rogan had put his comedy special next to all the great comedy specials of all time, he's now had it taken down. There's no way he would have just randomly done that without knowing that he was being widely ridiculed for thinking he was in the same league as the other guys up there. There is no way he's hiding from the dozens and dozens of videos getting hundreds of thousands and millions of views dedicated to shitting on his brand of comedy and how much he's ruined the whole comedy scene. You guys have all seen the top comments on any post related to comedy on his Instagram or on YouTube, all trolling him for being a tall and funny comedian. So it's starting to make more sense to me now that behind closed doors, little Joe's getting frustrated.
Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together. He was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit. They blame other people for their failings, or they get critical. Or they get where you are because of you. You did this. Don't blame. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, "Oh, those guys are assholes." Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing you? That's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at now?
You're talking about some old salty guy.
Yeah, sure, exactly.
Yeah, definitely, maybe. Sorry, real quick, just remind me who the mentally ill ones are again. Was it us or them? I'm falsely confused now. According to Joe and Tony, there's no such thing as valid criticism anymore. You're either a fan or a salty, jealous hater. There's nothing in between. And the narratives they come up with to cope with the backlash are totally overblown and exaggerated.
Guys and Joe Rogan, right? Is that what happened?
Yes, the two biggest most watched podcasts.
It's just such a half thing at this point. Great Nazi thing, like I just kind of feel like that's such a 2016 thing to be going on. It's like another kind of feeling.
Why don't you help them lead with that? I agree that it's played out, but characterizing the criticism as just them calling us Nazis is straight up cope. there's actually a lot more nuance to what Mark and Jeselnik have been saying, even if they're just fishing for a reaction out of them. As you saw in those clips I played earlier from Bad Friends, the main issue is the tribal, cult-like nature of the Austin comedy scene and how they've appointed themselves as the arbiters of comedy around the world. We've heard Rogan say multiple times on his podcast that the comedy mothership is the center of the comedy universe and that Kill Tony is the benchmark for comedy around the world. It honestly makes me wonder, has Rogan ever actually sat down and watched a full episode of Kill Tony lately? I mean, whenever he's a guest on the panel, he's either high as a kite or wired out of his brain on nicotine pouches. So I doubt he understands how ridiculous he's waiting for his first real comedy special to drop. I wonder which played out jokes he's going to rehash and have to explain later on a podcast after there's a massive backlash against his jokes that nobody understands because there's no apparent punchline. In the meantime, though, if you want to see my breakdowns of all the worst comedy specials and Kill Tony shows, check out the link in the description to my Patreon and become a member so you don't miss out on my longer form uncensored content. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together. He was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit. They blame other people for their failings, or they get critical. They get. You did this. Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. Like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at?
Before I started with Patreon, 10 years, you can regulate it. A lot of the Reddits and YouTube is super toxic. You want to get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God, you're finally common again and not getting destroyed. Yeah, you get me fun of. That's why
At this point, I'm convinced that Brian Callen is low-key trolling Brendan. In basically every episode of The Fighter and the Kid these days, Brian brings up a major criticism of your boy and masks it off as a random thought he had or some conversation he was having with somebody else. We saw just a couple of weeks ago how he brought up the shorter life expectancy of athletes and had Chin pull up all the sports that Brendan's attempted over the years just to show everyone how the leading cause of death is heart disease from steroid and PED abuse. And of course, we can't forget the sad reality of CTE and TBIs in football and MMA. Brendan was sitting there biting his squinting as he read off Brendan about how his days are numbered. But over the last few episodes, for some reason, Brian's been grilling Chin about his alcohol abuse and all the various health issues that he's been dealing with as a result. Naturally, Brian has this special way of bringing it up. He has the subtlety of a poet and the precision of a marksman.
So Chin's gonna die, and here's the thing. Take your pulse right now.
Ironically, Brian's probably the healthiest person in that storage unit, and so in keeping with the theme of bullying his producer over his poor lifestyle choices and bad health, Brendan casually brought up his drinking issues because, it's edgy to air your employees' dirty laundry on a podcast just for a laugh. But things quickly turned on Brendan after Brian dished out a piece of advice that seemingly applied more to Brendan than it did to Chin. This was another one of those moments where Brian Callen directed his wise cautionary tale at Chin, when he was really speaking to his boy Bubba. Just quickly though, if you haven't already, check out my new channel, More Cringe, which I just launched yesterday, where I plan to cover cringe from all over the internet, not just on podcasts. Shout out to all of you who have already subscribed and helped to get it off the ground. You guys are the best. Alright, Chin, roll the tape.
Chin, watch myself drink.
Seriously, Brendan.
So we can messaging after that episode.
What they say?
A lot of them on my side. They're just like, you just do your thing. The way you do your thing,
Bro, do your thing.
No, and so anyone that says do your thing.
The one thing about the internet is you can count on them.
Yeah, I appreciate their support. And they also, but then also some people said like, yeah, dude, we love you. Go to this rehab center in this area. Yeah, people that care about you are people that actually are in for your best interests. We care about, that's what we're trying to help.
Many things. And people that say,
Dude, you're fine, keep doing this. It's not your friend.
I think Brendan and I have been around long enough, and we've had our own issues. And so I think what happens is you get some age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody. And we all have to be our own source of change. You know, Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together. He was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit. They blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, or they get bitter. And he said, "You're there. You're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't blame. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No, I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticize? That's exactly right. It's like, when's the last time you took responsibility for where you're at now? You know? Yeah, and that's an important thing to say. So pretty some salty job. Yeah, sure, exactly. Maybe. I don't blame anyone for anything. I'm just like, I'm just saying, and I appreciate that from you. But I'm saying that, you know, we're all responsible for the condition we're in, one way or another. There's things happen in life, but you know, what are you going to do to get out of it? And yeah, there's some salty people out there in our community, and they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that have been more successful. It's like, hey, bro, that's all. Yeah, or maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. You're not happy with it.
I seriously could not watch that clip with a straight face. I was literally cringing the whole time as Brian smelled out Brendan's entire career right in front of him. Nobody is saltier and more bitter than Brendan Shaw. His whole downfall started at the first place because he tried to be someone he wasn't, thanks to his North Star Joe Rogan, who I'll get to in a moment. Don't think I missed that bit. This Mark Maron beef is out of control. But the sheer irony and hypocrisy coming from both Brian and Brendan when it comes to lecturing Chin on taking responsibility for his actions and taking steps to improve his life when they're both sitting in armchairs in some random storage unit in Austin, Texas, making podcasts to entertain their haters and a bunch of bots. Like, imagine being in a meeting at work and your boss randomly brings up that you're an alcoholic with health issues in the meeting about the stationary budget. Brendan has to be one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life. Stick around because in a moment I'll pull up a clip of Brendan choking up with tears while blaming everyone else for Brian's problems. He does almost exactly what Joe Rogan was describing through Brian right there in that clip. But like I said, let's quickly switch gears for a minute because when Brian was recalling that conversation he had with Rogan the night before, Brendan blurted out that he was talking about the bald, salty comedian. And we all know he's talking about Mark Maron. The Rogan beef with Mark is crazy because it all started with Rogan being a little gossip queen and completely making up his own narrative. I know, right? That's completely out of character for a tall and funny comedian like Joe Rogan. When has he ever done that before?
Rogan texted me the other day. I was talking about me on the podcast, and Rogan texted to me. And I was like, he pays attention to that stuff. Joe's hyper aware of weird concentric circles. Like he doesn't care about him. He doesn't care about like he cares about his boys and like just give you a heads up. This guy told me, he said it to me. I was like, the guy. And the guy, I'm friends with the guy. I've had him on my podcast 2 times.
It wasn't about a real thing. Like I was on an Instagram live, and I was rambling on, you know, like I do. And I was talking about Netflix. And basically what I said was that Netflix has created this cash grab culture where a certain national amount of comics can just do, you know, pop-up shows, shoot things, and make millions of dollars. Yeah. And I wasn't talking about her. What? Do you know who I was talking about? No. Chappelle. So I, yeah. It's not an unknown name. Yeah, that's a pop-up unknown to me, but yeah. But I decided just to be diplomatic about that. And then somebody on Instagram was like, talking about Kreischer. Oh, that's how it started. And then like I'm scrolling and I see him on the podcast saying like, you know, there's this guy, we were friends, you know, he's been on my show, I've been on his show, and like he said some shit. And you know, Rogan got in my ear and said he's not your boy and all this, and his name rhymes with it. I'm like, oh.
So Joe, don't read the comments. Rogan created a beef with Mark Maron and Bert Kreischer for absolutely no reason at all. On a side note, I couldn't help but imagine what Dave Chappelle's reaction would have been if Rogan called him up to let him know that Mark had been talking shit about him. He'd probably be like, Mark who? You know, like the time Joe was explaining to Chappelle how Andrew Schultz is a comedy genius for doing his little skits in the pandemic, and Chappelle didn't have a clue who the fuck he was talking about. And so clearly, according to Brian Callen, Rogan hasn't been following his own rules about ignoring the haters and not giving them any attention, because it looks like Mark Maron's recent publicity tour for his comedy special has been keeping Joe up at night. It's so funny to me how Rogan falls for this time and time again. Remember how last year Cat Williams caused a stir by calling out Rogan on Shannon Sharp's podcast, which led Rogan to cave and invite Cat onto his podcast, which in turn gave Cat so much publicity that his comedy special went straight to the top on Netflix a month later. Now everyone's talking about Mark Maron talking shit about Rogan, and what do you know, Mark's also got a comedy special out. The whole business model of going on JRE to promote your special has been flipped on its shiny bald head. Now comedians are just calling him out for the same effect. Now that's genius. Maybe Schultz should try that instead. This is turning into the UFC, except there's no fight and they're just comedians. But I promised you earlier I'd show you a clip of Brendan doing exactly what Brian was describing earlier. How Rogan was saying he's sick of these comedians blaming everyone else for not being as successful as the top 250 are. And what do you know? Brendan was actually talking about Brian.
I'll get emotional. It drives me, Paul, we'll be honest. And you believe this, you notice, edit this out. I'm speaking from my, you like this? I'm on the right. It drives me nuts. Nuts. That Brian's at where he's at. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after Callen. I challenge you those comics. I'll go, if it's the comedy store, we're Zanies, wherever they're at. And you're telling me Brian's not better than 99% of those comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. He's better than 99% of them. And you want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't. That's what upsets me. So it makes me proud, and I'm trying to get him out. What makes me proud is he's not going to lash out at it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget. It's not cool. That's why you don't see me at those places. Sorry, it's great. Thank you. What else? I don't think she can be right now. 1,000 episode.
Yeah.
Oh, do you guys miss Brendan's side piece schnoz? Yeah, me either. I actually have some solid advice for your boy Bubba though. You see, the thing is big. You can't keep blaming everyone else for Brian's actions. At some point, he's got to take responsibility for where he is. You know, sitting next to a washed-up UFC power one with shit for brains. That's on him, bro. You can't keep blaming everyone else for the allegations that brought his comedy career crashing down. By the way, I thought the reason why you don't go to those comedy clubs anymore was because you retired to be with your family.
Yeah, back in the studio, had a health scare with a baby girl. Guess on my social media, she went for emergency surgery. She has trouble breathing. She's been in and out of the hospital, like I explained on my Instagram post. Yeah, I had kids all lost in Nashville. Usually I hate doing that stuff. It happens. But, yeah, I think this time I just don't care. That's where I'm at. I gotta be home more. I'm pull back from touring so much. And I just gotta be home, man. I can't miss Tiger's games. Can't miss my Boston growing up. Baby girl. I can't do it anymore. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. You know, I've been hustling for over 12 years now. I thought I would stop doing the pods, but as far as the plane life and stuff like that, I gotta chill out. I do spots in LA, local, SoCal, NorCal, but going international, you know, going across the United States ain't happening right now. So I'm gonna take a break from that and just focus on family and do my thing, man. Do my thing. So yeah, let's get into it. Enough of that.
you need to get your story straight, B. You're going round in circles. First it was family, then it was too many soy boy comedians talking shit about you, then it was because Rogan left LA and you couldn't get any stage time. What are we doing here, B? But the haters have well and truly broken Brendan Schaub, and at this point it's more pathetic than it is sad. The amount of absolute dog shit this man has spoken into a microphone, and then changed his story to make it worse, and then lashed out at people for things that he was entirely responsible for, is out of control. And instead of following Rogan's advice to take responsibility for his own actions and improve himself, his solution is to start a Patreon to get away from all the haters. You seriously cannot make this stuff up anymore.
I can't wait for the day when we don't have any reads, just podcasts. I don't know if that day's ever coming, but if it did, that would be awesome.
We're just a podcast. We're going to read.
If we're smart, we would have done Patreon 10 years ago. Yeah. And so then eventually that gets built up enough. We're making the same money you are back. Where it's just all free for the actual thing.
We're going to do it. We're going to do a Patreon.
I'd be down for it. We've never really done it. I'd be down for it just to for the we've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? No. But one thing we have is hardcore fans. Yeah, so we for that. Yes, that's the reason I'm doing it. Yeah. And you can regulate, so there's a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God, you finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah, you made fun of. That's cool. That's why I would do it. You have to give them incentives after 12 years of free show. Why they pay whatever is $3? You have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. You got it free for that. If you get something like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, you do longer episodes just for the Patreon, you give a reason to subscribe. That makes sense. I'm down. Aria, though, that's my biggest fan. Aria, you down? I wouldn't have to commit to it. Because it's going to be a beast. It's more work than we got now. All right. I love Mike. I'm afraid. What do you think, Jim? I'm done. It's awesome gifts. We'll still put out free content, right? But then just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcores, which have been supportive since. Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, jokes on there. Yeah, and the goal would be to get a point where we don't have any reason. We're just doing everything. You just enjoy. We don't have to go crunch. No, yeah, just so you can explain you that. Oh my gosh, it's great. It's the Wild West, really. Just be completely raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something. It's not me. I'll say a few outlandish things and just edit it out. Not just that, but just like saying names of people that you don't want to put that out there, that kind of stuff.
Give me something else.
Have you heard of that? Yeah. All right. Have you guys heard this story? This is wild. I love my serial killers.
That is classic Bubba right there. The real reason I'm starting a Patreon is for the hardcore fans. It's for them. But also, it's so I can hide from all the toxic haters on YouTube and Reddit. Let's get real for a second here. The real reason why Brendan's never started a Patreon is because without ad reads, there's no reason to have a paid subscription. Because who's going to pay for all the bots? I'm being serious. Think about it. They start a Patreon, they buy a bunch of fake memberships to boost the numbers, but because there are no ad reads, they can't offset the cost of all the bots. So what would be the point? There's no one to fall. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why these so-called comedy podcasters insist on having production meetings in the middle of a podcast. Tom and Bert do it as well. Guys, nobody wants to hear that shit. Have a conversation behind closed doors, make a decision, and then announce it. Talking us through the pros and cons of a business decision is fucking boring. Not only that, Brendan's in for a road shock if they ever do start a Patreon. Does he really think a bunch of homeless cats won't sign up to troll him for the low price of $3 per month? And no ad reads too. I smell a bargain here, guys. Brendan, you should definitely do that. I can't wait. Sign me up. Incidentally, check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my uncensored exclusive content. I'm currently working on a video covering the disaster killed Tony show in London that Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redband have been hiding from us. So check that out if you're interested, and don't forget to subscribe subscribe to my other channels right here on YouTube as well. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
To put it into perspective, over 100,000 veterinarians.
The thing with Joe is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to comedy. Sure. And I don't think it's great. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that he's created a sort of army of people that think they know comedy, but they only know a specific thing, and what they think is good.
Look, dude, there's an ugliness that's out there right now where, there's certain podcasts out there that if you're a racist, if you're an anti-Semite, if you're a psycho-nationalist and you want a softball interview, there's podcasts out there where and they will laugh at your bad jokes and just give you this path. We've already seen this, and we've seen what it does to a nation, and it's not the way to go. It's not the way to go.
Tall and funny comedian Joe Rogan is back in the spotlight as more and more comedians are getting comfortable calling him out during interviews. The tough thing for Joe is that they're not all calling him out for the same thing. Mark Maron appeared as a guest on Bad Friends yesterday, where he criticized Rogan for ruining comedy, to the point where he even had Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino agree with him because of their mutual disgust towards the whole Boston comedy bubble that Joe created. And then there was Bill Burr last week, who didn't just call out Rogan, but all of the other comedy podcasters who had politicians on their shows and gave them softball interviews instead of staying independent and criticizing both sides. There have been a few channels, including my own, that predicted the comedy bubble would take a major hit after last year's election, and all sides so far are pointing to exactly that. The biggest casualty has been Andrew Schultz, who made the transition from comedy podcaster to pseudo-intellectual political journalist, thinking he could ride the wave of political guests going on comedy podcasts, one epiphany at a time, which backfired so spectacularly that his own fans are now his biggest critics. Even Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer are taking a break from comedy to pursue other interests, now that things have slowed down and good material is becoming harder and harder to come by. But for Slow Joe, things are a little more complicated. Rogan's policy of posting and ghosting, never reading the comments, and never listening to or reading any criticism against him has come back to haunt him in the most embarrassing way possible. After being forced to endorse Trump for the White House last year by his close friends and billionaire handlers Elon Musk and Dana White, Rogan is now in an awkward position where he no longer supports the majority of the government's policies, yet can't admit that he fucked up by picking the side. Rogan's bullshit detector hasn't just been exposed, it's been completely hacked and used against him by the very establishment he's always claimed to hate. And so now that the shit has hit the fan, more and more comedians are finding the courage to speak out and criticize Rogan for ruining comedy and becoming a political talking head.
You want me to be open? I can be open. Yeah, you can fly free on that. I feel that. I'll sit with you. Yeah, you should. That's when I was driving over here. I thought this could be a supportive seat for it. Yeah. You can say whatever you want. Say whatever you want. I want to say something before I even say that. I want to say that I feel like there's two people that are the pioneers in comedy that inspired this generation. Sure. Which is a generation. Yeah, I get it. Probably all owe it to Tom Green. Yeah, I did tell you. Yeah, you're right. Tom was first with the video. Yeah. But yeah, me and who else? Rogan. Okay. Who's that? Joe Rogan. Joey. Joseph Rogan. Yeah, he's out of Texas. Oh, Texas. Got it. I got it. Got it. You love Austin, don't you? He's running half the planet out of Texas. Yeah. He's got a tight hold on the enlightened people. Marriage disdain. It's not just saying. It's reasonable criticism. Reasonable criticism. Yeah. When was the last time you spoke with him? I don't know. That's a good question. I guess it would have been at the store. I never talked to him in Austin. I don't go into the club. I don't really think I'm on his radar. So something tells me you are. Oh yeah. Something tells me. It's weird that you get lumped into a certain thing, and maybe it's my assumption that his army of healthy fellas. Is that their title? Army of healthy fellas is so good. You just gotta, just keep the machine. The machine's gotta be good. Yeah. There's a shot at Bert. Go ahead. So I don't know the last time I talked to Joe. People for a while were like, why don't you go on Joe's show? And my answer to that is like, why?
Why? Right. Well, it doesn't service you.
Well, no, I don't need him, and also there's no way for me to like. What am I going to talk to him about? And there's no way for me to sort of not walk out of there and be like, all right, I guess I'll look at my phone. How long is this going to go on for? You know, like, right. But it's like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X meeting at Orangeburg Point. Let's go historical.
Say it again?
Malcolm X and Martin Luther King meeting in your head at one point.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. And pioneers of the civil rights movement.
Which one is Malcolm X and which one's Martin Luther King?
Martin Luther King. No, that's not Martin Luther. The analogy doesn't work.
No. He's so bad at analogies. Let him talk about this. It's going to get funnier as it goes on.
Yeah. Okay, let me go one more analogy.
He's like, this is if Hitlers and Goebbels had to hang out off the work site.
Like one of those is right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you got half that analogy.
So this has always been a problem for Rogan, and it's part of the reason why he looks so fucking goofy on stage. You've probably heard him explain why he wears oversized shirts during stand-up, because he wants to hide his supermarket turkey body so it doesn't distract his audience from his middle school facial expressions. I mean, how else would they know when to laugh? This is the clash between testosterone-fueled vitamin IV-infused kettlebell swinging HGH-got AG1 sponsored morning routine comedians and the weirdo offcuts who smell funny and survive off peanuts, chicken wings, and free beer. Man, I could go a bucket of chicken wings right now. You know, the ones in the sticky barbecue sauce, maybe a side of fries and some coleslaw, chuck in a few beers, turn on the footy, and you pretty much get peak living. And that's exactly what I think Mark's saying there. He's not interested in talking about saunas and cold plunges and the other 6 talking points that Joe has on rotation. And at the end of the clip there, you probably heard him say Bobby Lee's Malcolm X Martin Luther King Jr. analogy didn't make sense, and instead joked that Joe would be closer to Hitler or Goebbels, which is a pretty hot take if you ask me. Calling Reagan a fascist is probably a bit of a stretch. However, like you saw in the intro, the same sentiment is growing from guys like Bill Burr, who I'll get to in more detail in a moment, where they feel like Joe and his buddies are using controversial guests to get clicks and then giving them softball questions and almost no pushback when they say crazy shit like Epstein topped himself and the Epstein files don't exist. As for Mark Maron, this next clip is where he starts to lose me a little, because I think the exact opposite is the problem. Maybe he needs to watch a little bit more Kill Tony to really understand the problem.
What do you think about the off-the-shelf one? Well, I don't know. Like, I think that it's so effectively trivialized at this point. It really comes down to material. I mean, at what point? It's like whatever they represented in terms of policy. It's not a stretch. It's like they want trans people are afraid. They have no ability to get health care anymore, and they're afraid of being alive. They have no freedom. So that's done. When do you stop with the jokes? Like immigrants. Okay, well they're being ripped away from their homes, and they're all terrified. And okay, so that's done. When do you stop with the joke? Right. I mean, it's one thing to pick on the vulnerable and marginalized, but I mean, they're down. I mean, they're down. Like, you gotta keep hitting them, unless you're a hack. Now there's a question.
See, I think Mark's only half right there. I mean, have you guys watched Kill Tony in the last 6 months? Hinchcliffe and Redman are hitting those DEI quotas like a Disney franchise. It's all about that Netflix money now. But Mark is also right in the sense that Boston comedy has become hacky as fuck. To me, though, it's not because it's offensive to punch down. It's just cheap. It's not that deep. They're all dropping middle school cafeteria one-liners as if they're channeling the second renaissance. By the way, if you want to see me rip into Kill Tony and all the other Austin comedy assassins, check out the link in the description to my Patreon for all my uncensored exclusive videos. Basically, Rogan's whole idea that he's turned Austin into a true comedy meritocracy is a complete fantasy. Joe gatekeepers of comedy, and they're making sure there's no more room at the top. They're pulling the ladder up behind them. They're turtles so they can say they liberated comedy and created a democracy. You know how Tony shuffles through the bucket, pulling out names and throwing them back in until he finds one that fits his target demographic. when an open micer absolutely murders on stage, Tony asks them a few questions and moves the show along because they don't fit into his diversity quota. The worst part is, they don't even try and hide it. They sell it as a feature, not a bug. What happened to just being funny? These guys are seriously worse than Rothschild at this point. Sorry, this is turning into a Patreon video. Let's get back to comedians calling out Rogan.
Talk about the billionaires and politicians stuff. What do you feel, and podcasts, what do you feel about politicians and billionaires who appeared on podcasts of your peers to try to leverage comedy for their own goals?
Oh, it was before that. I remember the first time I saw President go on the Tonight Show. I thought it was cheapening the office. It's like they never did that. Now that everybody has a camera and blah, 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 it's just so all over the place. I just think the landscape of it has changed. All I can say is personally, I would never do it. I would never have somebody come on that's running for president with my intellect. I'm not going to sit there and be like, what's your foreign policy? Like, I would be like within 3 minutes, dude, what was your favorite Super Bowl? And then people be like watching it going, I like that Super Bowl too. I'm going to vote for this guy. It's just like, it's just so far beyond my wheelhouse. Like, I am just way beyond.
One of the reasons I like Bill Burr is that he roasts everyone. I know he's changed a bit over the last few years and started pandering more to the mainstream audience. I mean, that movie he made called Old Dads was so on the nose and predictable I almost couldn't finish it. But he does go hard at both sides of politics, which guys like Rogan and Theo Von used to do before they picked sides and drank the Kool-Aid. In that clip, though, he was referring to what I like to call the Dunning-Kruger experience. This is the phenomenon where Rogan will bring on guests who are clearly biased, compromised, or have an agenda, and pretend to have a issue with them. And then when it eventually comes out that he was doomed, he'll just throw in the air and say, don't listen to me, I'm just a 4'8" meathead. Unfortunately, Joe probably never get to see this next clip because he's completely detached from any criticism at all. And even though Bill Burr doesn't mean, he's definitely talking about Rogan here.
There's a difference between the people that read and the people that are the subject of what you're reading. You know what I mean? There's people that discover and figure it out, and then there's the people that read it. Like, the only people that can explain the theory of relativity. That's probably not a lot of people, but they can do it. But then there's this ego thing that because now I can explain it like I'm somehow Einstein adjacent. It's like, no, you're not. You just read some smart shit. Somebody said to me one time, "Bill, you're a really smart guy," and I go, "Yeah, in a sports bar." You want me to sports bar? You want me to talk about 70s and 80s sports? I am wildly. I am scoring very high.
Yeah.
All right, you put me in like that form to have to interview somebody that is going to run for president, and then as the sports bar guy, you're going to see this guy did go to summer school a lot, so. Or whatever. It's like, you're a smart guy. Compared to what? Yeah. It's all sort of relative.
Joe Rogan is smart compared to Brendan Schaub. There, I said it. You were thinking it too. But the bit Bill Burr left out was that not only does Rogan always bite off more than he can chew, he's helped spawn a whole genre of podcasters who have an overinflated sense of confidence in their ability to comprehend complex issues. Or in Bert Kreischer's case, he's just overinflated. Every time I sit down with a bowl of popcorn to watch Brendan Schaub stumble his way through a conversation nobody asked for, I think to myself, Joe Rogan did this. Or when Andrew Schultz has the same epiphany that most of us had at the age of 15, and his buddies sit around nodding their heads waiting for him to squeeze out yet another brain fart so they can all sniff it and tell him he's a genius, I think to myself, Joe Rogan told him he's smart. Or when Bert Kreischer brings up the machine story for the 5 millionth time on a podcast, I think to myself, Joe Rogan told him to tell this story. Podcasting, he's well and truly ruined comedy.
The thing with Joe, is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to come. Sure. And I don't think it's great. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that he's created a sort of army of people that think they know comedy, but they only know a specific thing. And what they think is good is not necessarily good at making what they're like, what they like. But on the outside of that, most of the sort of sensitive weirdos that we all grew up with in comedy have been sort of pushed aside in the space for them to become women. And it's a little, there was a time though that all comedy was there. Not all comedy. I'm not even talking about the all people. I'm talking about just like interesting stand-up. Right. Weirdo.
Is there a world where both these things exist and it doesn't matter? So this is what I always say. Like, I get that you don't like that world. That's part of why I love you, because you're like, Dad, you'll shoot that. And that's what's great about
There's
comedy.
some good comics in there. And there's a lot of middle section. There's a lot. I believe that we all exist in this.
And it doesn't matter is my point. I get why
It's not all on him. No, the culture has changed. Right. And I don't necessarily think it's better, but it's changed in a lot of ways. In that, look, there are comics that only draw clips, and that only do crowd work, and they don't care if they do other people's jokes because the traction is with the clip. And what they don't realize, I think what a lot of people don't realize, is that you're the internet, you're the platform. So in a sense, that if you're not able to confidently do an hour without worrying about getting clips and people who come see you crowd work, what are you? What is your voice? Who do you work for? You like to think you're one of yourself, but you're just a platform who doesn't really need to find who they are up there, do anything interesting at all. That's a problem. Yeah. So, and the bigger problem than what you're saying is I think we all still do exist, but the nature of the comedy business is fragmented and some of it's tribalized. But there used to be a lot more weirdos around, who were kind of exciting and interesting and took it a different place. I would argue with just talk comedy, there's not that many people bringing it to a different place, dude. Right. Well, there is some good ones that I think that kid Casey Rocket's really entertaining and fun and different and unique. I think they're there, right? I think the problem is there's so much sludge. There's way more noise than we've ever seen. It's hard to appreciate or even care because all that's really being shown is kind of the constant give it to him. So I'm tired of the attitude. I thought you were going to violence in this country. No. I'm tired. They come up back to LA. One guy, I wanted to say, oh, you seem like you're thriving. I'm killing it. You know what I mean? And I'm like, whoa, dude. You moved out because you couldn't survive here. This is a different. It's an animal.
I will never forget when Brandon Shaw hung up the mic and retired from stand-up comedy and said ever since Rogan left LA for Austin, the comedy scene hasn't been the same. Apparently, as soon as Joe left LA, the comedy clubs weren't as kind to Brendan as they once were. The funniest part of that story is that Brendan actually said it out loud for everyone to hear. Imagine publicly admitting that your comedy career completely fell apart as soon as Joe Rogan moved to Austin. Mark Maron hit the nail on the head there. It's so refreshing to hear a comic who simply does not give a fuck what Rogan thinks about him, telling it like it is. Even Santino tried to push back by saying it's all good, we can all coexist and it doesn't matter, because he doesn't want to burn that Boston connection. I'm actually surprised though that Bobby Lee didn't push back more than that, to be honest. He was happy to hear Mark trashing Rogan and the Austin comedy scene while nodding and laughing along. Ever since the whole Brendan Schaub and Kalila situation, where your boy Brendan tried to hook up with her and then threatened Bobby and Kalila after she rejected him and started talking shit about Brendan with her friends on Trash Tuesday. That's the point where Bobby probably realized the damage Rogan had done to the comedy scene by bringing in people like Brendan. Now we have guys like Tom Segura talking about their diets and workout routines non-stop, while literally hooked up to a vitamin IV, then promoting their new vodka brand in the next breath. It's like Idiocracy meets Trailer Park Boys down there, and anyone who's willing to call it out is a hero in my books. Anyway, Anyway, if you want to follow the decline of the Austin comedy scene and all the drama and shenanigans that come with it, make sure you're subscribed to both of my channels, Podcast Cringe and Podcast Cringe Bites. And hit the link in the description for my Patreon, where you'll find my exclusive uncensored videos covering the usual suspects. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
At the edges, product.
You know, when we thought Trump was going to come in and then a lot of things are going to be resolved, you're going to drain the swamp, going to figure everything out. And when you have this one hardcore line in the sand that everybody's been talking about forever, and then they're trying to gaslight you on that, well, you would have thought that, it's my wife. Should I answer? Silent. Yeah, it's on. You know, it was on silent, but it still goes. How does that happen? If it's still compromised, my phone doesn't trust you in front of me. Well, you don't trust you anymore. They did call me this morning. What are you going to talk about? I don't know.
Joe Rogan, CIA head, is back in the studio to set things straight after everything that's been going on since Rogan took a short European holiday with his family. So now that Joe's back, it makes sense that Mike Baker would make an appearance on JRE. He's got this uncanny ability to turn up at the most fortuitous times to walk Joe through what's really going on behind the scenes. People have been calling it in the comments for a couple of weeks now, saying things like, it's only a matter of time before Mike Baker makes an appearance on JRE to give us the CIA's narrative on Epstein. And the comments in this episode did not disappoint either. Mike Baker once again changing the batteries for the bugs he put in Joe's studio. Alright, let's see what the CIA's position on current events is. So I think I've actually figured out how Mike Baker's been bugging Joe's studio. If you recall, last time he was in there, I pointed out that he holds his cigar in a very strange way. And this time I again noticed he holds his pen in a strange way as well, which led me to conclude that the bug is in the pen. Joe's probably always wondering why Mike accidentally leaves his pens behind every time he visits the studio, so he keeps them for him in a little tin in the middle of the table. That's why you never actually see Mike writing with the pen. It's just a placeholder in his hand until he's ready to leave it behind. But as you saw in the intro there was quite a bit of talk about the CIA in this episode, much more than usual, and a lot of it was Mike defending the agency and playing down his relationship with them.
We have a really nice relationship. They don't tell me what to say. If I go on TV to talk about something, they just like, it's not like they're going to call them simply or something. Here's our view on this. They trust me. Yeah, I'm not going to open my mouth and talk sources and method. Just talk from an operational perspective. But yeah, so that was my wife, which reminds me, it's my boy Muggsy's birthday today. Happy birthday, Muggsy. Yeah, thank you very much.
Shout out to Muggsy, happy birthday, brother. And shout out to the other two, Schmucko and Fucko as well. It sounds like such a wholesome family. But as usual, guys, there's absolutely nothing to see here. Everything is completely normal. Just keep calm and carry on. Rogan's just out here asking questions, so don't expect him to have the answers or to provide any sort of pushback against his guests who come on his show to spout their narratives. And even though Joe has access to all the people involved in this, for some reason he routinely asks questions after the fact that he could have easily asked them when they were actually on his show, sitting across from him in the studio.
Epstein stuff is so crazy because when Cash Patel was on here and he was like, there's nothing. And I was like, what are you talking about, dude? I didn't even know what to say. My thought was that people were like, why didn't you push back more? My thought was like, I'm just going to put this out there and let the internet do its work. Because there's nothing I can. The guy's saying there's no tapes, there's no video. That doesn't make any sense. You didn't know about the Michael Patton stuff, the autopsy stuff, where it showed that he had 3 broken bones in his neck, which never happened. It's like, well, we have a film, we're going to release that film, and the film has all minute missing from it. Like, do you think we're babies? Like, what is this? Also, you got people including Camp Bongino, right, making bank for a couple of years talking about how awful it is. You know, you got to get this that's a huge conspiracy. And then you release a 2-page memo that says, walking by your bedroom window, you see a little laser. Yeah, you're running laser. How's Pam Bondi say we have thousands of hours? And then Cash Patel says we don't have anything. Then Tim Dillon said he has lunch with J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance says that 10,000 hours is commercial perfect. Right? Yeah, you think this freak show of Epstein wasn't like, it didn't have hidden cameras, it wasn't taped. There
out exactly what's going on here. It's so plain and simple for everyone to see but himself. Every single one of Rogan's guests has an agenda, whether it's a comedian, an author, filmmaker, or a scientist. But when it comes to politicians, they're all compromised in different ways. That's what he doesn't seem to understand. Getting the FBI director, Kash Patel, on the show when Elon Musk was dropping bombs on Twitter, accusing Trump of being on the Epstein list, and seeing him swerve and weasel his way out of discussing it should have been the clearest sign yet that his guests are all compromised. There's so much to unpack here, so I'm going to go through it step by step. I'm even going to give you a hot take on what I think is really going on with Trump and the Epstein list, which I don't usually do, but you know what, fuck it. I'm already balls deep in this shit as it is. And so when it comes to compromised guests, it's never been more obvious that Mike Baker is still a company man. People joke that he's Roman's CIA handler, but after watching this episode, it's never been clearer to me that he really is. Just listen to the way he fumbles his way through this answer to Joe's question and reveals the real reason he turned up to Joe's studio that day.
What do you think, from your perspective, what do you think that was all about? Who do you think was involved? Do you think it was the Mossad? Do you think it was some rogue intelligence agency in America? Was it a coordinated effort? You know, I know this. You know, there's a lot of talk about. You know, did he have some sort of intel connection? Right. And then, you know, from my perspective, it's complete speculation. But I will say, but from an operational perspective, you see a guy like this who's super connected, and you know, all the way back to what 2008 was like his first trial, right? And he's had a long history of these problems from Chinese intel, right? And I just read goddamn entertainment news, and you know, there's these rumors and allegations of high-level people flying off to his island. I'm gonna think that's interesting. Like it's somebody right inside that operation, whether it's Ghislaine Maxwell, whether it's Epstein himself, whether it's somebody who's just on the outskirts of it. Maybe I'll start picking up some pretty interesting leverageable information on people that maybe I want to.
If that doesn't convince you this guy still reports to Langley, then I've got a bridge to sell you. See the way he gave the most basic answer possible, but slipped China into the fray. He gave the most high-level basic explanation of what everybody already knows, but make sure to use China as an example and not the CIA or Mossad. His next bit, though, was kind of disturbing. I don't get why nobody's pulled Joe aside and explained to him that when he says things like this, it's really not a good look and makes it real hard to defend.
And it's so funny to me that it always comes down to like carnal needs. You get to like this Bill Gates level and Bill Clinton level, you can't just go pick up gals at the bar.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So if you're a super famous super freak, and but you know you can't do it like what you did.
Well, you do what he did, right? Which is you get somebody to procure for you, which apparently was primarily Maxwell's job. He was clearly operating as his or whatever the female version of a business. Curator. Yeah, it's a curator. No. The word isn't curator. The word you guys are looking for is trafficker. You know how Ghislaine Maxwell is currently serving 20 years for trafficking? She's not in prison for curating. That's what fucking museums do. And Rogan said all of this stuff before about how a lot of these guys were super high profile. They couldn't just go in public, so they needed someone to traffic teenage girls for them. Bro, what are you even saying? We're not talking about blind dates here or a double date with a friend. We're talking about serious crimes here. These guys really need to quit downplaying the severity of the Epstein situation. As usual, though, things only get worse.
I can't speak to the rumors about him working for one intel agency or another, but I will say, if I'm working for an intel agency and I see something like that, I might find that of interest. Right? And then I would definitely go after somebody to see what's going on. The easiest connect the dots, but right all the time. Yeah, you know, rich, powerful people and hot chicks and probably drugs. Yeah, and cameras. Yeah.
No, Joe, buddy, we're not talking about hot chicks here, mate. We're talking about children. Jesus Christ with this fucking guy. Bro, you've got 2 young daughters as well. That's honestly crazy to me how he keeps saying shit like this. And it's not the first time. All almost every single time he's discussing Epstein on the podcast, he says something along those lines, and it just comes off as some sick fantasy. It's almost like he relates to the rich and powerful men who were hanging around Epstein more than he identifies as the father of the kids who were abused by them. But at this point, Mike Baker had finished planting the seed that the CIA had nothing to do with it, and it was probably China. Now it was time for him to start watering the soil and throw Russia into the mix. I tell you, the Russians will have nothing better than, the truth. The reality is, in terms of recruiting an asset by using blackmail is tough. Right? You gotta that point they'll start closing it immediately. Blackmailing somebody for their cooperation at some point that's gonna go south on you. Well, having said that, look, the Russians in particular love that, right? And Chinese intel, they'll do whatever works from their perspective. The agency, again, people are going to say that's bullshit. The agency tries, they blackmail is never on the table as an option because it always leads to a problem. And what way? Well, the asset will turn on, right? Next thing you know, you've got an agent working out, a double agent working for the other side, right? Because they're so over by the fact that they're been blackmailed. And at some point they lose their shit and decide to roll for the other side. Like, you're like constantly monitoring them and looking at their phone. There's only so much you can do. So that's the operational reason for trying to avoid blackmail. Right? Has it ever been done? Well, sure. Yeah. I'm not saying it hasn't been done, of course, but some services go to it much quicker. Which service? And I will, again, the Russians are primary users of the honeypot operations and things. But the Russians throw a lot of shit at the wall and say, okay, hold on. So now, according to Mike Baker, the CIA running the Epstein op would have been too unethical for them to have ever been involved. Let's just unpack that for a minute. The organization who brought you Project MK Ultra, one of the biggest domestic wiretapping controversies in history, all of the known human rights abuses that Iran Contra affair, drug trafficking to fund operations, hiding covert operations from Congress, and the most infamous of all, allegedly orchestrating the JFK assassination. After all of that, blackmailing rich dudes is supposedly too unethical for them to pull off. That has to be one of the biggest lies I've ever seen a JRE guest say to Rothschild. And judges had this not open He didn't even think to bring up the prosecutor who claimed he was told not to touch Epstein because he belongs to intelligence. Why the fuck would an American prosecutor be forced to protect a Russian or Chinese intelligence operation? Like, Joe, what is actually going on in that head of yours when your guest lies straight to your face like that? And when he brought up Israel, Mike dismisses it and says, it's probably Russia. So let me get this straight. The CIA thinks that the Jeffrey Epstein operation was orchestrated by China or Russia, an operation that saw the trafficking of American teenage girls to compromise and influence the most powerful men in America, and this is their response. The agency, it's not the Bureau of the agency. I think most people honestly don't about the Epstein files. They're more concerned now about this release from Tulsi Gabbard and the talk about manipulating intelligence, for the 2016 election and Russian collusion and all of that. That speaks more to the agency than the Epstein files. Well, tickle me pink and call me fucking elbow. Austin, we've got a problem. Rogan's so open-minded that his brains fell out. This is like that scene where Hannibal feeds Paul his own brain. What's the main cause? He should never ask and spoils the surprise. What Joe should really be saying is, come on, what's in the box? And that's not nearly the end of it, because if you thought that this was the end of the CIA speak, wait until you see this next clip where Mike Baker simultaneously claims that the names on the list are super important, yet probably don't matter at all. Now, everybody's worried now, right? No, at first it was like, okay, again, I go back a handful of years, nobody was pushing for this, right? Because you got people from all sides probably on whatever that list looks like, whatever that Epstein file looks like, whoever was involved looked like. All right,
there's kind of this bizarre bipartisan moment where we're not going to push for this, really. We're not going to make a big effort here. We're not sending anybody from DOJ. The Dems aren't, during the Biden administration, calling for the release of the files. Now, all of a sudden, they smell, blood in the water. Nobody's going to look good for this. But again, I would caution, just because a name might be in a file, which it is, doesn't necessarily mean there's nefarious activity. This person was there doesn't mean they're connected to something awful with underage girls. Maybe they were if they're in the file, right? But I'm just saying, there's a lot of people probably in that file that are going to be named if it ever comes out, who may or may not have been engaged in illegal activity, but just release the goddamn. So just because they're on the list doesn't mean they necessarily did anything illegal. But if they are in the file, they probably did. By the way, the CIA had nothing to do with it. It was probably China or Russia. So just release the goddamn thing. Bro, can you hear the word salad coming out of your fucking mouth? I've never heard anyone hype something up and downplay it in the same sentence. It's not that Mike Baker thinks Joe Rogan's stupid enough to believe everything he's saying. He knows Joe Rogan's stupid enough to believe everything he's saying. I am absolutely convinced that this was a CIA Mossad joint operation, and this next clip made me realize why. The Epstein situation is going to be so disappointing to so many people now because I have this theory that nothing ever gets done in Washington, D.C., right? Investigations go to die there. Nothing ever happens. There's never any real consequences of any nature. And we got all sorts of things happening right now, right? So the Epstein case is just one of them. Regardless of who else is in the files, right? And the Dems, I think, were worried for quite some time and didn't pursue it because, years back they were thinking, okay, Clinton's going to be embarrassed. We don't want that. So, again, my point would be just release everything. The fact that Mike's saying that nothing gets investigated properly in Washington and that it doesn't matter who's on the list from both sides, they should just release it and be done with it so we can focus on the more important issues of the moment, made me realize something. If this really was a CIA Mossad joint operation, Department of Justice, FBI, Congress, and the White House don't know the details. Why would Mike be so keen to release the files if he knows the CIA was involved? It could only be because he knows nothing in the files can implicate them. That says to me that the actual files everyone's fighting over don't actually explain the full extent of the operation and probably only contain the ground.
There she is. How you living, girl?
Exposing the faceless men.
How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names, baby. You ready for me?
Yeah, let's go.
Oakley dokley. Here we go. You're going to have an invitation in approximately 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got it.
Yay.
Oh, look at you. That was right down the middle.
So we just finished talking about the gel and period, and one of the news that was most
There you go.
flagged that were the Jews in North Africa. Let's take a look at the story.
Let's go, Rabbi. Let's go.
Not what I wanted. Not good. Oh, terrible. Terrible. I already think you've got me this game. That did not go the way that I wanted. All right, get it.
No, I got one. You got this. Hey, come on. I got a kid. Let's go.
That was good. All but one.
Yeah. Come on, Rabbi.
Got it.
Yeah.
Give it to me. All right, I'm going to get these two. For sure.
Yeah, you get them two. You got this.
Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Get it, girl. Look at you. Just coming out throwing fists. That was amazing. That was amazing. High five to you.
Well, look at you.
Nope.
You get it.
No. Miss Aquarius, that strike is taking you to the top. Above the top. Okay, you're going to get this now. You're going to get this. No doubt. You're going to get this. All right, that's fine. All right, I'm down 13. Get it.
Let's go.
Okay. This is a big one for me.
You got this.
I needed that.
I'm
I
going to
needed
scratch
that.
this one.
I needed that.
You go.
All right, get a strike. You're going to get a strike. This would be big for a strike. All right, but you get the spare. Okay.
I'm practicing.
All right, I got it now.
You
No
got it.
doubt.
Let's go.
All right, give it to me. There we go.
You got this. You got it.
Oh, come on. How didn't it get that?
You got this.
All right, I'll take it.
Yay! Yep, you almost there to 300.
Yes, ma'am. All righty.
Let's go.
Get it. Oh, look at you. Look at you. Right off the bat.
Right. Come over, right?
Not what I wanted. But let's get a spare here. I'll take it. I'll take that spare. That was good. Yes, ma'am. What you gonna get here? Oh, get another one. That's all right. That's gonna give you 26. Get one of them. You'll get one of them.
Nope. You got this, Rabbi.
Get this.
Get it.
That was big time.
Yes, right.
That was big time.
I want you to get to 300.
Not Aramaic. Suggests that it is not at all impossible to imagine migration there.
Okay, good. Like this. There we go. Okay. Why would you bounce it?
Look at it coming back. Look at it coming back. Come on back. Let it throw it again. Come on back. Come on back. Wow, it almost came all the way to the front. Oh, it's on. It's on. It's on. No 300. But that's good. 2 strikes in a row
300. Let's go.
with a
I'm not happy. And we're going to 300. Let's go.
Get it.
Go 300, Rabbi.
there will not today.
I know, not yet.
Oh, bad.
You're on the road.
That was bad. That was bad.
It don't matter who win.
I'll take it though.
You win.
I'll take it. Spare, strike, strike, spare. Spare, strike, strike, spare. Spare, strike, strike, spare. Spare, strike, strike, spare. Spare, spare. Look at you. All right. You're at 49. Get these. Get 2 of them at least. You got 2. That was good. All right. I got it locked
Yeah,
up.
Rabbi, you got this.
It's locked up. It's locked up.
Yeah, another strike.
Word, girl. Give it to me.
Yeah, get you to the 100.
Oh, we're getting to 100. 104. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Yeah.
106. Whoop,
You
whoop.
got it, Rabbi.
Whoop,
You
whoop.
got it.
Alrighty. Well, if I keep playing like that, we're going to have 300 this week.
I know. You go then, Rabbi. I just got to practice more. I'm trying to get those spares right.
You know how it is. Miss Aquarius, you win, I win, I win, you win.
I know you win, I win.
Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
That's right. You win, I win. Let's go. All right.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
going to bed. I'll stay in here with you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Hey. You're welcome. Well, you know this my home
Hey.
too, Rabbi.
Miss Aquarius, you the next time you level up, you'll be the number one person in this who've spent the most time in here all time. How do you like that?
Nice.
You're tied right now.
I know, but I want you to keep number one.
Oh, yeah, I'm way ahead, but that's kind of basically gonna be hard for anybody to beat that. But you never know.
Okay.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. Woo woo.
Thank you. You too. Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
We gotta celebrate and get to 300, okay?
God willing, it'll happen this week.
God's willing. I'll see you tomorrow.
Night night. Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams.
She actually fell in battle herself, but it is significant in terms of describing the extent to which Judaism had penetrated the local population. Now, just thinking about North Africa in terms of these kind of exotic warrior clans is a bit of a distortion of what else is going on in North Africa as well. There's actually a lot of scholarship developing, especially on the coast, as you have more and more scholars coming together in the welcoming environment of Islam to engage in religious studies. Perhaps most famous is Rabbi Hananel ben Shia, who was an 11th century commentator who actually wrote the first full commentary on the Talmud. If you study Talmud today in the traditional printing, you will see Rabbi Hananel right on the side, the outside margin of every page of Talmud, which is prime real estate for commentaries. He actually wrote his commentary before Rashi, which gives you a better indication of the antiquity of his work. Now, he may have been originally from Rome, and that just indicates how important the community of Iran, which is not the same as Cairo. Iran is located in Tunisia today. But that the community was strong enough to attract the scholar as his even more famous than the name of Hananel, it's impossible to talk about Judah, North African Jewry without referring to Rabbi Yitzchak ben Yaakov al-Fasi. Al-Fasi means the one from Fez. Fez is in Morocco, and he wrote a brilliant and very widely used commentary that is still incredibly essential to studying the Talmud. Rabbi Al-Fasi, as we've discussed in previous lectures, the Talmud is a very unusual document in which there's a lot of discussion of halakhic practice, how one should behave as a Jew, and a back and forth of debate, looking at the ambiguities of the text and arguing different positions, and sometimes, but certainly not all the time, coming to a clear and resolved conclusion. But the Talmud also includes a tremendous amount of material which seems really quite tangential in nature, that goes off and talks about metaphysics, or biographies, or recipes, or observations from the natural rulers. All kinds of things which are kind of miscellany that are, and I think it makes the Talmud absolutely fascinating to read. But the Al-Fasi said, wait a second, it's really important that we get to the bottom line of how we should behave here. So he went through the entire Talmud, and he removed all of that other stuff called the Gadatah, which I personally find that much more good in many ways. He removed all that stuff, and he recorded the debate
behind the scenes running the show. Mike's basically saying the files you're all talking about will only scratch the surface, so let's just release it and be done with it, because you ain't never going to get to the bottom of it. I going back to, I know I'm bouncing around here, but going back to the FCD, I don't understand how they handle this so poorly, right? For Van Bondi to come out and talk about the files, just read it like within a blink of an eye, they come out with this bullshit Sunday night memo saying there's nothing to see. There's just this lack of coordination. Yeah, I do. Yeah, that makes sense. I think there's a messaging problem. It's always kind of a key element of the Trump administration. They're saying, hey, Hallmark administration is the ability to have self-inflicted will. Shoot yourself in the foot because of messaging you. Alright, so at the beginning of this video, I told you guys I was going to give you my take on why Trump doesn't want the files to come out. I'm just some guy on the internet, so obviously grain of salt. I feel like if Trump was on the list or there was incriminating evidence against him involving trafficking or something similar, it would have come out already. The CIA doesn't like him. If they had something like that, I think they would have already used it to get rid of him. But I don't reckon Trump is worried about being on the list. I think he used the Epstein saga to tap into the young male audience to get elected. He got guys like Rogan, Schultz, the Nelk boys, Theo Von and Logan Paul on side.